Okay, so after everything with Ethan, and then Chloe, I thought I would hit rock bottom. I thought I would see the worst of humanity, or whatever twisted thing Chloe was. But the world, it seems, just keeps digging. It keeps finding new, inventive ways to show you just how fragile your sense of security really is, how easily it can all shatter, leaving you bleeding and exposed. After I bolted from that pub, leaving Chloe and her chilling whispers behind, I drove, just like with Ethan. I just drove. For hours. My mind was a whirlwind of panic, of those whispered names, of Chloe's voice calling me subject number 5. The thought of that phrase alone was enough to make my stomach lurch, to make my hands grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. Subject number 5. What did that even mean? Was there a list? A project? Was I just a specimen in some sick experiment that Ethan had started and Chloe was continuing? I ended up at a cheap motel, miles from anything familiar. I did not sleep. How could I? Every shadow in the room seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps approaching. I kept replaying Chloe's words in my head, the way she described my escape from Ethan's apartment. Details she could not possibly have known unless she was involved, or somehow connected to him. A suffocating blanket. When morning finally came, I felt like a zombie. My phone was dead, which was probably a blessing. I did not want to see any messages, any calls. I just wanted to disappear. I drove home, but it did not feel like home anymore. It felt like a trap. Every window, every door, every creak of the floorboards was a potential threat. I pulled the blinds, locked the doors, and then locked them again. I did not leave my apartment for days. The whispers from Chloe, those names of missing people, they started echoing in my head. Sometimes faint, like a distant radio, sometimes clear, as if she was right there, breathing them into my ear. Sarah Peterson went missing from a hiking trail, left her water bottle behind. Michael Chun, last seen at a downtown bar, security footage cut out. Emily Rodriguez vanished from her college dorm room, window left ajar. They were real cases, real people, just like my phone had confirmed that night. And now, their stories were intertwined with mine, ghosts whispering in my mind, a constant reminder of how easily someone can just disappear. Mark, bless his heart, tried to reach out. He called, he texted. He was worried. I could tell. He probably thought I would just had a bad date. If only he knew. If only I could tell him. But how do you explain something like this? How do you explain that a woman you met on a dating app knew about your terrifying escape from another man, and then started whispering details about missing persons cases? He would think I was insane. Everyone did. The police already had. So I just ignored his calls. I ignored everyone. My world shrank to the 4 walls of my apartment. I ordered groceries online, had them left at my door. I ate. I slept or tried to. I stared at the ceiling. The news on TV, the faces of missing people scrolling across the screen. It all felt too real, too close. I started seeing Ethan's face in the crowds on the street outside, Chloe's knowing smile in every reflection. My own reflection looked haggard, eyes wide and haunted. I was a wreck, a complete, utter wreck. Weeks turned into a month. The initial panic started to dull, replaced by a dull, aching loneliness. The fear was still there, a constant companion. But the human need for connection, for something normal, started to gnaw at me. I hated myself for it. After everything, why would I even consider putting myself out there again? It was pure insanity. But the silence in my apartment, the constant hum of my own fear-addled thoughts, it was becoming unbearable. One night, probably around 3 in the morning, fueled by a potent mix of insomnia and self-loathing, I found myself staring at my phone. The dating app icon, the one I would delete it and re-downloaded so many times, seemed to glow in the dark. Do not do it, a voice in my head screamed. Remember Ethan. Remember Chloe. Remember subject number 5. But another voice, a quieter, more insidious one, whispered, what if this time it is different? What if you can just talk to someone? Just one normal conversation. It was a stupid, desperate gamble. I knew it, but I was so tired of being alone in my fear. So, I reinstalled the app. Again, I barely looked at profiles. I just swiped. Left, left, left. Then, almost by accident, I swiped right on someone. Alex. His profile was normal. Almost aggressively normal. A few pictures, one of him smiling with a dog, another hiking, another at a coffee shop. His bio was short, just looking for good conversation, and maybe a laugh or two. Dog lover, coffee enthusiast, terrible cook. Nothing alarming. No cryptic messages. No overly intense photos. Just Alex. I almost unmatched him immediately. The sheer audacity of me trying this again. But then a match notification popped up. Alex. He would swipe right on me too. My heart hammered. This was it. The moment of truth. Do I engage or do I run? My fingers hovered over the chat button. I could just block him, delete the app, disappear again. But that small, desperate part of me, the one that craved a sliver of normalcy, made me tap. He messaged almost instantly. Hey, my name. How's your week going? My name. He used my name. My first name. My profile only had my first initial and a vague description. I checked. It was just my full name was not anywhere. A cold prickle ran down my spine. No, do not be paranoid. I told myself. Maybe it is just the app's default, or maybe I forgot I put it somewhere. I frantically scrolled through my own profile. Nothing. Just hi, type back, trying to sound casual. Hey, Alex. It is going okay. How about yours? His reply was quick. Pretty good. Just finished a long day at work. What do you do? We exchanged a few more messages. He seemed genuinely friendly, even charming. He made a joke about his terrible cooking, asked me about my favorite coffee. It was normal. So normal, it almost felt like a trick. My paranoia was still buzzing beneath the surface, but I tried to ignore it. Maybe, just maybe, I was overthinking things. Maybe the app had my name from a previous account or some linked profile. I tried to rationalize it away. After a few days of texting, he suggested a video call. I am old-fashioned. I guess, he wrote, like to see who I am talking to before meeting in person. Plus, it saves the awkward first date if we do not click. This actually made sense to me. It felt safer. A video call from the safety of my apartment. I could hang up anytime. It was a good compromise between my crippling fear and my desperate loneliness. So, against every screaming instinct, I agreed. We set a time for later that week. The day of the call, I was a bundle of nerves. I paced my apartment, checking my reflection, trying to make myself look presentable, trying to look normal, like I had not spent the last month living in a self-imposed prison, haunted by the ghosts of Ethan and Chloe. I put on a nice top, ran a brush through my hair. I even tried to smile in the mirror, but it just looked strained and fake. When the call came through, my heart leaped into my throat. I took a deep breath, telling myself, it is just a video call. He is just a guy. You can do this. I answered. Alex's face filled the screen. He was exactly like his pictures, maybe even a little more handsome in person. He had kind eyes, a friendly smile. He was wearing a casual t-shirt, sitting in what looked like a living room with a bookshelf behind him. Hey, he said, his voice warm and easy. Glad we finally connected. Hi, Alex. I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. Thanks for calling. We started talking. He asked about my day. I asked about his. He talked about his dog, a golden retriever named Gus, and showed me a picture on his phone, holding it up to the camera. It was a cute dog. He really seemed nice. My guard, which had been up so high for so long, started to slowly, cautiously lower. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the normal I would have been craving. A genuine connection, a chance to just talk to someone without fear. We talked for about 20 minutes. He was funny, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I even found myself laughing a few times, a sound I had not heard from myself in weeks. For a fleeting moment, I felt a flicker of hope, a tiny, fragile spark in the vast, dark emptiness that had become my life. Then he reached up. He was talking about something. I do not even remember what, and he gestured with his left arm. His sleeve, a short-sleeved t-shirt, rolled up just a little, and I saw it, on the inside of his forearm, just below the elbow, a tattoo. It was small, simple, black ink, and it was my name, my full name, not a nickname, my actual, given first name, spelled out perfectly. The world went silent. The laughter died in my throat. The flicker of hope was extinguished, replaced by a cold, searing terror that shot through me, instantly, violently. It was the same cold, suffocating panic I would felt with Ethan, with Chloe. But this time it was worse, because this time it was my name. He was still talking, his smile still warm, oblivious, or pretending to be. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud, I thought he must hear it through the phone. My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble, and I clasped them together under the table, trying to hide it. How? The question screamed in my head. How could he possibly know? How could he have that tattooed on his arm before we even met, before I even showed him my full name? My mind raced, desperately trying to find an explanation. Was it a coincidence? No, impossible. My name is not that common. Was it a trick of the light? No. The letters were clear, unmistakable. He paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. You okay? You look a little pale. I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of one. I am sure. Oh, yeah, just a little tired. Long day. My voice came out raspy, barely a whisper. He nodded, still looking at me with those kind eyes. But now, those kind eyes felt predatory. They felt like Ethan's eyes, like Chloe's eyes. Eyes that saw something in me that I did not understand, something they wanted. Well, do not want to keep you up then, he said, still smiling. It was really nice talking to you. My name. I had a great time. I nodded, unable to form words. My mind was screaming. Get out. Get out now. Maybe we could do this again, he asked, or even grab that coffee sometime. I shook my head, my eyes wide with terror. I did not think so. I am really sorry. I have to go. And before he could say another word, before that kind smile could twist into something else, before he could call me subject number 6 or whisper another missing person's name, I hit the end call button. The screen went black. My apartment was silent again, but the silence was no longer lonely. It was menacing. It was filled with the echo of his voice, the image of that tattoo. I scrambled off the couch, my legs feeling like jelly. I ran to my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard. I found Alex's profile on the dating app. I blocked him. Then I deleted the app. Again, I tried to delete my account completely, but the option was not readily available. Just like with Ethan and Chloe, their profiles, their very existence, seemed to vanish or become untraceable once I tried to dig too deep. I threw my phone across the room. It landed with a thud on my carpet. I did not care if it broke. I just wanted it away from me. My name, on his arm. How? How could he have known? I had been so careful after Ethan, after Chloe. My online presence was minimal. My social media was locked down. My name was not public, unless they had access to something deeper, something I could not control. A shiver ran through me, a primal fear that went beyond the physical. This was not just a stalker. This was not just a creepy guy. This was connected. It had to be. Ethan, Chloe, and now Alex. They were all part of the same terrifying tapestry, and I was somehow woven into its dark design. The whispers from Chloe, the names of the lost, they surged back into my mind, louder, clearer than ever. Sarah Peterson Michaelch and Emily Rodriguez, were they all subjects too? Were they all known, marked before they disappeared? I felt like I was being watched, even in my lockdown apartment. I went to the window, carefully peeling back a corner of the blind. The street below was empty, save for a few parked cars. But one of them, a dark sedan, seemed to have its lights off, sitting a little too still. My breath hitched. Was it him? Was it someone connected to him? Or was I just losing my mind? I pulled the blind shut, my heart pounding. I stumbled back, collapsing onto the floor, my back against the wall. Tears streamed down my face, hot and bitter. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to make myself smaller, trying to disappear. The terror was absolute. It was not just a fear of physical harm anymore. It was a fear of being known, of my identity, my very existence, being exposed to these predators, these people who moved in the shadows, who seemed to have an uncanny, impossible knowledge of me. Ethan had broken me physically and mentally. Chloe had twisted my perception of reality, making me question everything, introducing a supernatural element that defied logic. And now Alex, with that tattoo, had confirmed my deepest, darkest fear. I was not safe. Not anywhere. Not even in my own apartment, behind locked doors, talking to someone on a screen. My name etched onto his skin. It was not a declaration of affection. It was a mark, a claim, a chilling announcement that I was already theirs, long before I even knew they existed. The nightmares at night were worse than ever. Ethan's project, the covered shapes, they were there, but now, Chloe's whispers were woven into the fabric of the dream, her voice calling out names, names that bled into my own. And then, Alex's face appeared, his smile wide and unnerving, his arm extending, the tattoo on his forearm glowing with an eerie light. My name, over and over again. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. The sun was barely peeking through the blinds, casting long, menacing shadows across my room. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was not going to end. This was not a string of bad luck. This was something else. Something orchestrated. And I was trapped in it. The scars from Ethan and Chloe would never heal. That much was true. But now, there was a fresh wound, deep and festering, a mark left by Alex. A mark that told me I was already claimed, already part of their twisted game. And I had no idea what game it was, or how to escape. The world was not just terrifying, it was watching. And it knew my name. The human mind is a funny thing. It builds these elaborate worlds, these intricate characters, especially when you are a kid. Imaginary friends, right? Most people have them, or at least had them. They're supposed to be these harmless, fleeting companions, a product of an overactive imagination that eventually fades away when reality sets in. That is what I always thought, anyway. Until a few months ago, when my imaginary friend decided to swipe right on me. It all started, as so many modern-day nightmares do, with Tinder. I was in that familiar cycle board, a little lonely, scrolling through an endless parade of faces, each one blending into the next. It was a Tuesday night, probably around 10 p.m. I was curled up on my couch, half watching some terrible reality TV, half-heartedly swiping left on bearded men, holding fish, and guys whose profiles consisted solely of gym selfies. My thumb was numb. I was about to give up for the night when his picture popped up. My thumb paused mid-swipe. He was striking, not in a movie star way, but in a way that immediately snagged my attention. Dark, slightly messy hair, a kind smile that reached his eyes, and a nose that had a distinct, almost aristocratic bend to it. His eyes, though, they were the color of warm honey, and they held a peculiar depth, a sort of gentle knowingness that felt familiar. I could not place it, not then, but something in his gaze felt like coming home, if home was a place you had not thought about in 20 years. His name was Leo. His profile was pretty, sparse, just a few well-lit photos and a short bio about loving hiking and old movies. Nothing that screamed red flag, nothing that screamed soulmate either. Just nice. And that smile, it kept drawing me back. I swiped right. Almost immediately, be it as a match, notification popped up. My heart did a little flutter, the kind it always does when you get a match you are genuinely interested in. I went to his profile again, just to look, and that is when the first flicker of unease started. As I stared at his main picture, really looked at it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper brushed against the edges of my memory. It was like trying to recall a dream. You just woke from the details are there, but they are slippery, just out of reach. I shook my head. Probably just wishful thinking. A handsome face triggering some subconscious desire for connection. We started chatting. He was witty, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked thoughtful questions, did not resort to cheesy pickup lines, and had a dry sense of humor that perfectly matched mine. It was refreshing. We talked about everything from our favorite sci-fi movies to our mutual hatred for cilantro. The conversation flowed effortlessly, like we would known each other for ages. But as the days turned into a week of constant texting, that whisper in my mind grew louder. It was not just his smile or his eyes. It was the way his hair fell across his forehead in one of his photos, the slight curve of his chin, even the way he held his head at a particular angle in a picture taken on a mountain trail. Every detail, when I focused on it, seemed to resonate with something deep inside me. One afternoon, I was procrastinating on some work, scrolling through our chat history, looking at his profile pictures again. I zoomed in on one where he was laughing, his head tilted back slightly. And then it hit me, like a cold, hard slap to the face. Barnaby. The name exploded in my mind, perfectly formed, instantly recognizable. Barnaby, my imaginary friend from childhood. I dropped my phone on the couch cushion, like it had burned me. My breath hitched. Barnaby. How could I have forgotten him? He was such a huge part of my early life, from about age 4 until I was maybe 8 or 9. And Leo, the man on my phone screen, looked exactly like him. Not just a little bit. Not just a passing resemblance that could be chalked up to coincidence. No, this was an identical match. The same dark, slightly wavy hair, the same warm honey-colored eyes, the same gentle, knowing smile. Even that distinct bend in his nose. It was uncanny. It was impossible. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I scrambled to pick up my phone again, my hands trembling. I stared at Leo's face, then closed my eyes, trying to conjure Barnaby's image from memory. And there he was, just as vivid as if I would seen him yesterday. The same face. The exact same face. A cold dread began to coil in my stomach. This was not normal. This was not a coincidence. Imaginary friends do not just materialize on Tinder. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had a very specific type even as a child, and Barnaby was just a manifestation of that ideal. Maybe I would seen a picture of someone who looked like Leo when I was little, and my mind had latched onto it. But no, Barnaby was real to me. He was not a picture. He was a presence. I remembered him so clearly now. He was always there, sitting beside me at the kitchen table, whispering secrets during story time, playing hide and seek in the backyard. My parents always humored me. Of course. Is Barnaby joining us for dinner, sweetie? My mom would ask, setting an extra plate for him, which I would then fill with imaginary food. My dad would pretend to look for him behind the curtains during hide and seek. They thought it was cute, a phase, but Barnaby was more than a phase. He was my confidant, my protector. He knew all my fears, all my secret wishes. He knew about the monster under my bed, the one with too many teeth, and he would tell me stories about how he would chase it away. He knew about my crush on the boy next door, Kevin, and how I wished he would notice me. He knew everything. And now this man, Leo, was staring back at me from my phone, wearing Barnaby's face. The next few hours were a blur of frantic searching. I tore through old photo albums, looking for any clue, any picture that might have inspired Barnaby. Nothing. I rummaged through boxes of old drawings from elementary, school, stored in my attic. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the yellow construction paper. And then I found it, a crayon drawing, probably from when I was 5 or 6. It was a crude stick figure of me, holding hands with another stick figure. Above the second figure, scrawled in childish block letters, was the name Barnaby. And even in that simple drawing, the round head, the 2 dots for eyes, the slightly upturned smile, it was him. It was Leo. My child's hand had somehow captured the essence of the face I was now seeing on Tinder. A cold, creeping dread started to spread through my chest, gripping my lungs. This was not a coincidence. This was something else entirely. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. I thought about unmatching him, blocking him, pretending none of this ever happened. But a morbid curiosity, a terrifying compulsion, held me back. I had to know. I had to. He texted me later that night. "Hey, you've been quiet today. Everything okay?" My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even say to that? "Oh, just realize you look exactly like my imaginary friend from childhood, and now I am questioning my sanity and the fabric of reality." "Yeah, no." I typed back something non-committal about being busy with work. He responded quickly, understanding. He really was a genuinely nice guy, which only made it worse. We planned to meet for coffee the following Saturday, the entire week leading up to it. I was a wreck. I kept replaying memories of Barnaby, trying to find inconsistencies, anything that would break the spell. But the more I remembered, the more Leo's face superimposed itself over Barnaby's. The playful tug on my pigtail, the way he would whisper a secret in my ear, the feeling of his imaginary hand holding mine when I was scared it was all Leo. I even tried to talk myself out of it. Maybe I was just stressed. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe I needed sleep. But every time I looked at his photos, the conviction solidified. This was Barnaby. The coffee shop was bustling, a welcome distraction from the buzzing anxiety in my head. I got there a few minutes early, clutching my purse strap, scanning the entrance. And then he walked in. My breath caught in my throat. It was him, just like in the pictures, just like in my memories. He was wearing a dark blue button-up shirt, sleeves rolled up, and jeans. He scanned the room, and when his eyes landed on me, that familiar, gentle smile spread across his face. He walked towards me, his stride confident and easy. My heart was a chaotic hummingbird in my chest. This was real. This was happening. "Sarah," he asked, his voice warm, just as I would imagine it would be. Or, rather, just as I remember Barnaby's voice, a deeper, adult version of it. "Leo," I managed, my voice a little shaky. We shook hands. His grip was firm, warm. Normal. Too normal. We ordered our drinks and settled into a corner booth. The conversation started easily enough, just like our texts. He talked about his work in graphic design, his love for obscure documentaries, his recent trip to the Grand Canyon. I found myself genuinely enjoying his company, despite the screaming alarm bells going off in my head. He was charming, intelligent, funny. He was everything I looked for in a person. But every now and then, I would catch him looking at me, and his honey-colored eyes would hold that familiar, knowing glint. It was the same look Barnaby used to give me when I was a child, like he knew something I did not, something profound and secret. I decided to test him, subtly at first. "You know," I said, stirring my latte, "I had the strangest dream last night. I was a kid again, playing in my old backyard, and I swear, I could almost hear the sound of the old swing set creaking." He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. "The one with the rusty chains. The one your dad always said he would fix, but never did." My spoon clattered against a ceramic mug. My backyard swing set did have rusty chains, and my dad did always say that. It was a small detail, but it was specific, and Barnaby would have known it. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "That one. Funny, huh?" He just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent a shiver down my spine. Not so funny when you think about how vivid childhood memories can be. Some things just stick with you. The conversation continued, but my mind was racing. I felt like I was walking a tightrope over a chasm of madness. Was I imagining things? Was I just looking for a confirmation of my insane theory? Later, as we were talking about our favorite childhood games, I took a deeper plunge. "Did you ever play cloud gazing as a kid?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "My imaginary friend and I used to do it all the time. We would lie on the grass and make up stories about the shapes we saw." He leaned back in his seat, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Cloud gazing," he repeated, almost to himself. "I remember that. You always used to see the most incredible things. Dragons, castles. I remember one time you swore you saw a giant, grumpy walrus wearing a tiny top hat. My blood ran cold. The walrus. The grumpy walrus with the tiny top hat. That was it. That was a specific, bizarre image I had conjured up with Barnaby one summer afternoon. No one else knew about the grumpy walrus. No one. My hand started to tremble again. I gripped the edge of the table, digging my nails into the wood. How did you know about the walrus?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He met my gaze, his honey-colored eyes unblinking, that knowing glint more pronounced now. The smile on his face was still gentle, but it had an edge to it, a subtle shift that made it unsettling. "Oh, Sarah," he said softly, his voice a melodic hum. "I know a lot of things about you, more than you could possibly imagine." The air around us seemed to thicken, the sounds of the bustling coffee shop fading into a distant hum. It was just him and me, locked in this horrifying, impossible moment. "You or Barnaby are not you?" I asked, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. My voice was a desperate plea for an answer, for sanity, for anything other than what I was feeling. He did not deny it. He did not even flinch. He just kept looking at me, his smile widening slightly. "Barnaby," he mused, as if tasting the name. "It has been a long time since I've been called that. You always did have a knack for names." Terror, pure and unadulterated, seized me. My mind screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything. But I was frozen, trapped by the impossibility of the moment. "But how?" I stammered, my voice cracking. "Imaginary friends are not real. You are a person. You are Leo." He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his gaze never leaving mine. "Real is a subjective term. Is not it? Sarah, you made me real. You brought me into being. You nurtured me with your thoughts, your dreams, your fears. And I, in turn, nurtured you. I was a child." I whispered, shaking my head. "It was my imagination." "And what a magnificent imagination it was," he said, his voice laced with an almost reverent admiration. "Most children forget. They grow up. They move on. They cast aside their imaginary companions like old toys. But not you. Sarah, you held on to me. You kept me alive in the quiet corners of your mind, in the echoes of your memories. You never truly let me go. He reached across the table, his hand slowly closing over mine. His touch was warm, comforting, yet utterly terrifying. I could not pull away. I was paralyzed. And now, he continued, his thumb gently stroking the back of my hand. Now you are ready. Ready to truly see me. Ready to accept me. Accept you for what? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. A grown man who used to be my imaginary friend. That is insane. Is it, he challenged softly, or is it simply a truth you are not yet comfortable with? I was always there. Sarah, when you were scared, I was there. When you were lonely, I was there. When you wished for someone to understand you, I understood. I saw everything. I heard everything. I was your closest companion. A wave of nausea washed over me. The thought that this entity, this Barnaby, had been privy to my most intimate childhood moments, my secret thoughts, my vulnerabilities, was utterly horrifying. It felt like a profound invasion, a violation of my very being. But why now? I asked, my eyes wide with fear. Why appear now like this? He smiled, a slow, deliberate movement that sent shivers down my spine. You were calling for me. Sarah, you were lonely. You were searching for connection. You were looking for someone who truly knew you, and who knows you better than I do. He squeezed my hand gently. Tinder was simply the most convenient way to reintroduce myself. A modern-day portal, if you will. You swiped right because you recognized me, even if your conscious mind had not caught up yet. You felt that pull, that familiarity. I finally managed to pull my hand away, my skin crawling. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape that drew a few curious glances from other patrons. I did not care. I needed to get out. This is crazy, I said, my voice trembling. I can't do this. He remained seated, his gaze still fixed on me, unwavering. Where will you go? Sarah, you can run, but you can't hide from yourself. And I am a part of you. Always have been. Always will be. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. His words echoed in my head, a chilling truth that felt inescapable. I am a part of you. I turned and fled, pushing past tables, ignoring confused stares. I burst out of the coffee shop and into the cool afternoon air, gasping for breath. I did not look back. I just ran blindly until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I made it back to my apartment, locking the door behind me with shaking hands, double-checking it, then triple-checking it. I leaned against the door, trying to calm my frantic breathing. Every shadow seemed to twist into his face. Every creak of the old building sounded like his footsteps. For days, I was a prisoner in my own home. I unplugged my router, deleted all my social media accounts, and blocked every number I did not recognize. I even deleted Tinder, though I knew it was futile. He was not just a Tinder match. He was something else. Something that had always been there, lurking just beyond the veil of my perception. I tried to convince myself it was a delusion, a breakdown. That Leo was just a stalker who had somehow dug up incredibly specific details about my childhood. But the sheer depth of his knowledge, the uncanny resemblance, the way he spoke, it felt like something far more profound, far more supernatural. I could not eat, could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his knowing smile, those warm, honey-colored eyes that promised both comfort and an unimaginable terror. Then one evening, I was sitting in my living room, huddled under a blanket, the lights on full blast, trying to distract myself with a book. I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, listening. It was subtle, almost like a whisper. Tap, 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 tap. It sounded like it was coming from inside my closet. I slowly got up, my legs feeling like lead. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, but a terrifying compulsion drew me towards a sound. As I approached my bedroom door, the tapping grew a little louder, a little more rhythmic. I pushed the door open, my breath catching. The room was dark, save for the ambient light filtering in from the living room. The closet door, which I had definitely closed and latched, was slightly ajar. My hand trembled as I reached for the light switch. I flipped it on, bathing the room in a harsh fluorescent glow. The tapping stopped. I stared at the closet door. It looked normal, just a wooden door. But I felt it with a surge of adrenaline. I lunged forward and yanked the closet door open. It was empty, just clothes, hanging on hangers, shoes on the floor. Nothing. My shoulders slumped in a mix of terror and exasperation. I was losing it. I was truly, completely losing my mind. As I turned to leave the closet, my gaze fell upon a small, dusty box tucked away on the top shelf, almost hidden behind some old blankets. It was an old shoebox, one I had not seen in years. I remembered it now, my memory box from childhood, filled with sentimental trinkets. With trembling hands, I pulled it down. Inside, beneath a faded ribbon and a dried flower, was a stack of old drawings. My drawings. The ones I would look for before. The ones with Barnaby. I pulled out the drawing of me and Barnaby, the one with the stick figures. I stared at it, my heart pounding. And then I saw it. Scrawled in the bottom corner, in my child's unsteady hand, were two small words. Barnaby's here. And beneath those words, drawn with a child's innocent ignorance, was a crude, smiling face. The same smile. But what made my blood run cold, what sent a shriek tearing through my mind that never quite escaped my lips, was a detail I had never noticed before. The detail I had somehow blocked out or simply dismissed as childish scribbling. Next to the drawing of Barnaby, on the very edge of the paper, barely visible, was a small, crudely drawn keyhole. And through that keyhole, peeking out, was an eye, a warm, honey-colored eye unblinking, looking directly out from the drawing, looking at me. And underneath the keyhole, in tiny, almost invisible letters, were two more words. I am watching. I dropped the drawing as if it were on fire. It fluttered to the floor, the smiling face of Barnaby, of Leo, staring up at me, forever preserved in crayon. The tapping started again. This time, it was not from the closet. It was coming from the window. Tap, 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 tap. I slowly turned my head toward the window, my breath caught in my throat. It was dark outside, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows. And there, pressed against the glass, was a hand. A human hand. And then his face. Leo's face. Barnaby's face. He was smiling. That same gentle, knowing smile. His honey-colored eyes, unblinking, stared directly into mine. He was not trying to hide. He was not trying to scare me. He was just there, present, real. He raised his other hand and slowly, deliberately, he tapped his finger against a window pane. Tap, 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 tap. The sound was faint, almost ethereal, yet it reverberated through every bone in my body. It was a rhythm I knew, a rhythm I had heard countless times as a child, when Barnaby would tap on my bedroom window to get my attention, to invite me to play. He mouthed something to me through the glass. No sound came out, but I read his lips clearly. You can't unmatch me now. Sarah, a profound, bone-chilling terror settled over me. He was not just an imaginary friend. He was not just a Tinder match. He was a constant, an inescapable presence. He had always been there, just waiting for the right moment to step out of the shadows of my mind and into my reality. And now he was here, and he was not leaving. I live with the knowledge now that Barnaby, my imaginary friend, is real. He is not just a memory or a figment of my childhood. He is Leo, the man who lives in my town, who I see sometimes at the grocery store, who smiles at me with those familiar, unblinking eyes. He never approaches me directly in public, but his presence is a constant, suffocating weight. I feel his gaze, even when I do not see him. I hear the phantom tapping, even when I am alone. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a soft whisper just outside my window, or a faint scratching on my door. I never open it. I never will, because I know what is waiting on the other side. My imaginary friend, finally real, finally here to stay. And the horror is not that he wants to hurt me. The horror is that he simply wants to be with me forever, just like he always was. And I can't escape him, because he was born from my own mind. He is, as he said, a part of me. And now, I am a part of him too. And I have a feeling, a cold, sickening certainty, that he is not the only one. The cold hit me like a physical blow, a slap across the face from the dead of night. My breath plumed out in ragged gasps, each one a tiny cloud of panic in the oppressive darkness. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from Maria, away from that predatory smile lurking in her reflection, away from the chilling promise of her voicemail. My cheap duffel bag, hastily packed with a few changes of clothes, a toothbrush, and all the cash I had, felt like a lead weight dragging me down. The streets were empty, save for the occasional distant hum of a car I prayed would not notice me. Every shadow was a lurking threat. Every rustle of leaves a whisper of pursuit. My own reflection in shop windows became an enemy, a constant reminder of the monstrous grins I would seen, a silent accusation that I was still falling for the same trap, over and over again. Emily, Sarah, Maria, how many more would there be? How many more times would I stare into a stranger's eyes and see a flicker of ancient hunger? I walk until my legs burned, until the city lights blurred into a smeared watercolor behind me. Eventually, I found a bus station, a desolate concrete island under the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. I bought a ticket to the furthest place I could afford, a town I would never heard of, somewhere deep in the heartland, hoping anonymity would be my shield. The bus ride was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I tried to sleep, but every time my eyes closed, I saw Maria's smile, impossibly wide, ancient and hungry. I saw Sarah's restaurant, a gaping maw on the earth, ready to swallow me whole. I saw Emily's vacant eyes, the first victim, the first signal of a world far more horrifying than I could have imagined. I was trapped in a loop of terror, a prisoner in my own mind. For weeks, I lived like a ghost. Cheap motels, cash only, no ID if I could help it. I ate canned food, the kind that tasted like metal and regret, because I could not bring myself to trust any food prepared by another human. Every person I saw was a potential threat. The friendly cashier, the quiet old man on a park bench, the smiling woman walking her dog, they all held a potential for that monstrous grin, that iridescent blue glow in their eyes. I avoided mirrors like the plague. I saw no reflections of myself, just in case I saw them instead. The isolation was crushing. It was a different kind of horror, a slow, creeping dread that gnawed at my sanity. I crave human connection like a drug, even as every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay away. My phone, wiped clean and bought with cash, was a constant temptation. I wanted to call someone, anyone, just to hear a normal voice, to talk about normal things. But who? My old friends thought I would lost my mind. The police thought I was a delusional woman making up stories. There was no one. The loneliness became unbearable. It twisted my logic, distorted my memories. Maybe I was going crazy. Maybe Emily and Sarah had just been bad experiences. And Maria, maybe I would imagine the reflection, the glow. Maybe my mind, shattered by trauma, was playing tricks on me. It was a dangerous thought, a desperate lifeline in a sea of terror. But it was a thought I clung to. I needed to prove myself wrong, to find a sliver of normalcy, to convince myself that the world was not entirely populated by grinning monsters. And so, against every instinct, against every scream of my traumatized psyche. I downloaded a different dating app. Not Tinder, not the one I would use before. Something smaller, ostensibly safer, for serious relationships. I chose a new name, a new, generic profile picture, and fabricated a bland life story. I told myself I was being smart this time. I would screen everyone. I would meet in public, always. I would look for the slightest flicker of abnormality, the smallest hint of a predatory nature. I would be a detective of normalcy. That is how I found Mark. His profile was almost comically bland. 34, systems analyst, loved hiking and craft beer. His photos were generic, a selfie with a slightly forced smile, one of him standing awkwardly next to a waterfall, another with a dog that might not even be his. He seemed safe, boring, aggressively normal. He was the antithesis of everything that had come before. He was my attempt at a clean slate, my desperate plea to the universe for a mundane life. Our initial conversations were exactly what I wanted them to be: excruciatingly dull. We talked about the weather, our favorite types of coffee, the merits of different streaming services. He spelled out every word, used proper grammar, and never veered into anything remotely personal or unsettling. My paranoia, still a constant hum beneath my skin, searched for tells, for hidden meanings, for that lurking darkness. It found nothing. He was a blank slate, a beige wall, and for the first time in months, I felt a fragile sense of relief. Our first date was at a coffee shop in the middle of a bustling strip mall. I arrived early, chose a table near the door, and scanned the room like a hawk. When Mark walked in, he was exactly as his photos depicted: average height, slightly rumpled clothes, a hesitant smile. He looked nervous, almost shy. My internal alarm bells, usually deafening, were strangely muted. This was good. Nervous, shy, average, these were human traits, not monstrous ones. We talked for an hour. He told me about his job, which sounded mind-numbingly tedious. He asked about my fabricated life, and listened attentively, nodding at the appropriate moments. He did not pry. He did not ask about my past relationships. He did not even try to hold my hand. It was the most normal, most uneventful date I would have had in years, and it was glorious. I left feeling cautiously optimistic, a dangerous emotion. I knew, but after so long in the darkness, even a flicker of light felt like salvation. We went on a few more dates over the next couple of weeks. Always public places, always short, always mundane. A walk in the park, a matinee movie, dinner at a chain restaurant. Mark was consistently bland, consistently kind, consistently unthreatening. My guard, which had been a towering fortress, began to slowly, imperceptibly lower its drawbridge. I started to believe, against all odds, that maybe I had been wrong. Maybe I was not cursed. Maybe I could actually have a normal life. The thought was intoxicating. Then came the invitation. "Hey," he texted one evening. "I am making lasagna tonight. It is my specialty. Would you like to come over? We could watch a movie." 2. My heart hammered against my ribs. My first instinct was to say no. A private residence. Alone with a man I barely knew. Every fiber of my being screamed danger. But the loneliness, the desperate yearning for normalcy, for a connection that was not tainted by horror, was a powerful force. I thought about the cheap motel room, the canned food, the endless nights staring at the ceiling, haunted by shadows. I thought about Maria's chilling voicemail, the memory of it still making my blood run cold. But then I thought about Mark's awkward smile, his boring stories, his genuine kindness. He was not like them. He could not be. He was just Mark. What movie? I texted back, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the knot of dread tightening in my stomach. "I have a bunch. We can pick one. Or, if you prefer, we can just talk." His general response sealed it. He was not pushing. He was offering. He was being considerate. This was normal. I took a deep breath, pushing down the rising panic, and typed, "Okay, lasagna sounds great. What time?" I spent the next few hours in a state of nervous anticipation. I packed a small bag just in case with my emergency cash, my spare phone, and a small, sharp knife I would bought. It was ridiculous. I told myself I was being paranoid. But the habits of survival, once learned, were hard to break. I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that was comfortable but also easy to move in just in case. Just in case. The phrase echoed in my mind, a dark counterpoint to my desperate hope. Mark lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, in a small, neat house with a perfectly manicured lawn. It looked utterly, aggressively normal. The kind of place where nothing exciting, let alone horrifying, could ever happen. I parked a few blocks away, a habit I would develop, and walked the rest of the way, my senses on high alert. He opened the door with that same hesitant smile. "Hey, come on in," he said, stepping aside. The smell of garlic and tomatoes wafted from the kitchen, a comforting, domestic scent. The living room was cozy, with a plush sofa and a large TV. Everything was tidy, a little generic, but clean. No strange artifacts, no unsettling decor. Just a normal, slightly boring house. "Wow, it smells amazing," I said, forcing a smile, trying to sound genuinely enthusiastic. My eyes, however, were darting around, scanning every detail, searching for the hidden horror. "Thanks. It is almost ready. Can I get you a drink? Water, soda, beer. Water would be great. Thanks." He gestured towards a sofa. "Make yourself comfortable. I will just be a minute." I sat on the edge of the cushion, my hands clasped tightly in my lap. My heart was still thrumming, but a part of me was starting to relax. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was my chance. Maybe I could finally leave the nightmare behind. Mark returned with a glass of water and handed it to me. "So, any preference on movies?" "I have a pretty wide selection." He gestured vaguely toward the shelf filled with DVDs and Blu-rays. "Oh, I am easy. Whatever you like." I took a sip of water, my eyes still scanning the room. My gaze landed on a small hallway that led off the living room, presumably the bedrooms or bathroom. There was a closed door at the end of it. Nothing special. "Okay, great. Let me just check on the lasagna." He disappeared into the kitchen, the sounds of clanking pots and pans filling the silence. This was my chance. I stood up, pretending to stretch. "Do you mind if I, use your bathroom?" I called out. "Oh, no, go ahead. It is just down the hall, first door on the left." His voice was cheerful, unconcerned. I walked down the short hallway, my footsteps muffled by the carpet. The closed door at the end bothered me. It was irrational, but after Sarah and Maria, every closed door felt like a secret. I reached the bathroom, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. It was small, clean, and unremarkable. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to calm my nerves. I looked into the mirror, bracing myself, but saw only my own tired, scared face. No grinning reflection. No ancient eyes. Just me. A wave of relief washed over me. I was being ridiculous. Mark was normal. This was normal. I was finally safe. As I turned to leave the bathroom, my gaze drifted to the closed door at the end of the hall. It was a simple wooden door, but something about it made my stomach clench. A faint, almost imperceptible line of light was visible from beneath it. Curiosity, or perhaps just ingrained paranoia, got the better of me. I hesitated for a moment, then walked towards it, my heart beginning to pound again. I reached the door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing, no sound from inside, just the distant clatter of Mark in the kitchen. I tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. My breath hitched. This was it. This was the moment. where I either walked away and pretended I had not seen anything, or I opened the door and risked everything. The memory of Maria's smile, the iridescent blue, the desperate flight into the night, gave me the courage. I needed to know. I needed to know if I was finally free, or if I was still trapped in this unending nightmare. Slowly, carefully, I turned the knob and pushed the door open just a crack. The room was dark, but the sliver of light from the hallway was enough to illuminate a small portion of what lay within. It looked like a study or an office. There was a desk, a computer monitor, and shelves lining the walls. But it was not the furniture that caught my eye. It was the walls themselves. They were covered, absolutely covered, with photographs. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. I pushed the door open a little wider, my eyes wide with dawning horror, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They were all of me, hundreds of them, thousands. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. My body trembled, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. There were photos of me walking down the street, my head down, lost in thought. Photos of me at the coffee shop, sipping a latte, unaware. Photos of me at the park, sitting on a bench, reading a book. Photos of me getting into my car, leaving the grocery store, even standing outside my old apartment building, looking up at the window. They were everywhere, neatly arranged, meticulously categorized. Some were small, like passport photos, others blown up to fill an entire frame. There were close-ups of my face, my hands, the way my hair caught the light. There were long shots, showing me from a distance, almost like a target. There were sequences of photos, capturing a single moment in time, broken down into a dozen frames. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. How? When I had not seen him. I had not known. But these photos, they were recent. I recognized the sweater I was wearing in one, the distinctive pattern of my scarf in another, the bag I carried, the shoes I wore. These were not old photos. These were from the last few months, even weeks. He had been watching me, stalking me, long before we ever matched on that dating app. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The carefully constructed facade of normalcy, the fragile hope I would clung to, shattered into a million pieces. This was not just bad luck. This was not just a delusion. This was real. And it was far more insidious than anything I would encounter before. Sarah, Maria, they were monsters, overt in their horror. But Mark was human, and that made him, in a way, even more terrifying. He was a predator in plain sight, hiding behind a mask of blandness. My eyes darted around the room, taking in the sheer volume of collection. There were albums stacked neatly on a shelf, clearly labeled with dates and locations. There were maps on the desk, marked with red circles and arrows my routes, my usual haunts. There was a calendar with specific dates circled, notes scribbled in the margins. My schedule, my life, it was all laid out, analyzed, meticulously documented. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt exposed, violated, every private moment dissected and cataloged by the stranger. The thought that he had been watching me, observing me, long before I ever knew he existed, sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. He knew my habits. He knew my patterns. He knew me in a way no one else did, and I knew nothing about him beyond his carefully crafted online persona. Then I saw something else, something that made my blood run cold all over again. On a small table in the corner, next to a high-powered camera with a telephoto lens, was a framed photo. It was a close-up of my face, taken from a distance, but perfectly clear. I was smiling, a genuine, unguarded smile, looking at something off camera. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated joy, captured and stolen. And beneath it, written in elegant script, were two words, my Emily. My Emily. The name echoed in my mind, a chilling whisper. Emily, the first one, the first victim, the one who started it all. He knew about Emily. He knew my past. He was not just a stalker, he was connected. My heart hammered so violently, I thought it would burst through my chest. The world spun. I felt a scream building in my throat, but I could not let it out. I could not. He would hear me. Everything okay in there. Mark's voice, cheerful and calm, suddenly cut through the silence from the kitchen. Panic seized me. I slammed the door shut, too quickly, too loudly. The sound echoed in the small hallway. My mind raced, searching for an excuse, a way to explain away the noise. Yeah, just to drop something. I called back, my voice trembling, barely recognizable. I heard his footsteps approaching. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape, a weapon, anything. The bathroom. No, the front door. It was too far. He was coming. Oh. Everything all right, he asked, his voice closer now, just outside the study door. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My eyes fell on the small, sharp knife in my bag, still slung over my shoulder. It was my only hope. Yeah, just clumsy tonight. I stammered, trying to sound normal, try and keep the terror out of my voice. I could hear him reaching for the doorknob. No, I could not let him see me like this. I could not let him know I knew. As the doorknob began to turn, I lunged to the front door. My hand fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb with fear. It clicked open. I wrenched the door open and burst out into the night, not even bothering to close it behind me. Hey, what is wrong? Where are you going? Mark's voice, no longer cheerful, but laced with confusion, then a hint of something darker, followed me. I did not look back. I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The cold night air whipped past my face, but I barely felt it. All I felt was the icy grip of terror, a cold, suffocating dread that threatened to consume me. I heard the front door slam shut behind me. Then his voice, closer now. Wait, you forgot your bag. My bag. My emergency cash. My spare phone. My knife. I had left it. I had left everything. I did not stop. I could not. The thought of him holding my bag, touching my things, knowing where I was going, what I was doing, it was too much. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, and practically threw myself inside. My hands shook so violently I could barely start the engine. I peeled out of the neighborhood, tires squealing, leaving Mark's perfectly manicured lawn and his house of horrors behind. I drove until the gas tank was almost empty, until the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of orange and purple. I did not know where I was going. Again, always running, always hunted. I pulled into a deserted diner parking lot, my body trembling, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and despair. I had escaped Maria, the monster in the mirror, but Mark was something else entirely. He was a human monster, a methodical predator who had watched me, studied me, and collected me piece by piece without my ever knowing. And he knew about Emily. That was the most terrifying part. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I looked like a ghost. But this time, there was no predatory grin, no ancient eyes. Just my own terror-stricken face. And yet, I still did not trust it. I still did not trust myself. The world was not just full of grinning reflections. It was full of smiling faces that had dark obsessions, of bland personas that masked meticulous horrors. There was no escape. There was no normal. There was no safety. I was alone, truly alone, with nothing but the clothes on my back and a lingering taste of terror in my mouth. My phone was gone. My cash was gone. My knife was gone. I was utterly vulnerable. And somewhere in a quiet suburban house, Mark was probably looking at that framed photo, the one of me smiling, the one labeled my Emily, And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he would not stop looking for his next picture, his next subject, his next Emily. I was running again. But this time, the hunt felt even more pervasive, more inescapable. They were everywhere. The monsters who smiled in reflections, and the monsters who smiled in real life, collecting pieces of you until there was nothing left. I had nowhere to go, no one to trust, and the road ahead stretched into an endless, terrifying darkness. It had been a few months since my last serious relationship imploded, leaving me feeling a mix of jaded and desperately lonely. So, like many people these days, I found myself back on the apps. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, a carousel of filtered smiles, vague bios, and enough red flags to outfit a communist parade. I was not exactly looking for my soulmate, more like a distraction, maybe someone to grab dinner with, or just prove to myself that I had not completely lost my touch. That is where I found Liam. His profile picture was a little blurry, taken outdoors with sunlight filtering through trees, giving him a sort of rugged, mysterious vibe. He had dark hair, a strong jawline, and eyes that, even through a pixelated photo, seemed to hold a quiet intensity. His bio was short and sweet, loves art, good food, and exploring hidden corners of the city. Nothing too wild, nothing too boring. Just enough to pique my interest. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Our initial conversations were easy, flowing. He was witty, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, a refreshing change from the usual "hey, you up?" messages. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure movies to the best coffee shops in town. He had this way of asking questions that made you feel like he truly wanted to understand your answer, not just fill dead air. After a week of back and forth, he suggested we meet up for a drink. I was hesitant, as always. Online dating can be a minefield, and I would have my fair share of awkward encounters. But something about Liam felt different. Safe, even. Our first date was at a cozy, dimly lit bar downtown. He arrived a few minutes before me, already settled at a small table near the back. He stood up when he saw me, offering a warm smile that reached his eyes. He looked even better in person, taller than I expected, with a subtle confidence that was not arrogant. We talked for hours, the conversation never once faltering. He told me about his work as a freelance graphic designer, his passion for photography, and his quiet life in an apartment on the outskirts of the city. He did not have much family. He said, just an aunt he visited occasionally. He was charming, attentive, and genuinely made me laugh. By the end of the night, I felt a lightness I had not experienced in a long time. He walked me my car, and before I could even think about it, he leaned in and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. It was sweet, old-fashioned, and utterly disarming. Over the next few weeks, we went on several more dates. Each one felt better than the last. We explored art galleries, tried new restaurants, and even spent an afternoon volunteering at a local animal shelter, something I would always wanted to do. Liam seemed perfect, almost too perfect. He was thoughtful, remembered small details I would mention, and always made me feel like I was the only person in the room. My friends, usually skeptical of my dating choices, even gave him their seal of approval after meeting him briefly at a casual group dinner. I felt myself falling, slowly but surely. Then, about a month into dating, he invited me back to his place. It was a Saturday night. We had just finished a delicious Thai dinner, and the air was buzzing with a comfortable intimacy. "Hey," he said, catching my eye, "would you like to come back to my apartment for a bit? I have got some new photography prints I would love to show you, and I make a mean espresso." My heart fluttered. This felt like a natural progression, a sign that things were getting serious. I said yes, a little too eagerly. The drive to his apartment was longer than I expected, taking us through neighborhoods I was not familiar with, past older, industrial-looking buildings that gradually gave way to a quieter, more residential area. His building was an old brick structure, probably built in the 70s, with a slightly neglected air. The lobby was dimly lit, smelling faintly of stale cigarettes and something vaguely metallic. I tried to brush off the feeling of unease, reminding myself that not everyone lives in a shiny new condo. His apartment was on the 3rd floor. He fumbled with the keys for a moment, a small, endearing gesture of nervousness. As he pushed the door open, a wave of cool, stagnant air hit me. Sorry, he chuckled. I keep it a bit dark in here. Helps with the photography process. You know. And I tend to leave the windows closed for privacy. The apartment was indeed dark, the only light filtering in from a street lamp outside and a small, flickering table lamp in the living room. My first impression was that it was surprisingly bare for someone who claimed to love art and photography. The walls were mostly empty, a few framed black and white prints leaning against them, not yet hung. There was a simple couch, a coffee table, and a bookshelf filled with what looked like photography books and art tomes. But then my eyes adjusted to gloom, and I started noticing other things. The air in the apartment was not just cool and stagnant, it had a faint, indescribable odor. Not unpleasant, exactly, but earthy, a bit musky, with an underlying sharpness I could not quite place. Like old dust mixed with something organic. And then I saw them. They were everywhere, in the corners of the living room, lining the walls of what I assumed was a dining area, even tucked away in what looked like a small alcove off to the side. Cages, dozens of them, all different sizes, from small, birdcage-like structures to larger, dog kennel-sized enclosures. Some even bigger, like the kind you would see in a zoo for medium-sized animals. Every single one was covered by a thick, dark sheet or blanket, draped meticulously so not even a sliver of what was inside was visible. My breath hitched. My heart, which had been so light just moments before, began to thud in my chest. I tried to keep my expression neutral, turning to Liam with what I hoped was a casual smile. "Wow," I said, trying to sound intrigued, not horrified. "That is a lot of covered things. What exactly do you have here?" Liam smiled, but it did not quite reach his eyes this time. His gaze seemed to linger on the covered objects for a beat too long before he met mine. "Oh, those," he said, a little too quickly. "Just my collection. My unusual hobby, as I mentioned." He gestured vaguely with a hand. "I told you I collect rare things. These are a work in progress. A work in progress." My mind raced. What kind of collection was this? And why were they all covered? The sheer number of them was unsettling, and the smell it seemed to intensify the longer I stood there, making the hairs on my arms prickle. It was a faint, animalistic scent, but also something else, something metallic and vaguely sweet, like overripe fruit left in the sun. "Are they animals?" I asked, my voice a little higher than I intended. Liam chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the quiet apartment. "Something like that," he said, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "They are very shy, and they do not do well with strangers. That is why I keep them covered." He walked over to a small, low table and picked up a heavy-looking, ornate metal box. "Espresso," he offered, his tone perfectly normal, as if we were not standing in a room full of shrouded cages. I swallowed, forcing myself to nod. "Sure, that would be great." I watched him as he moved into a small kitchen area, visible from the living room. He seemed perfectly at ease, humming a tuneless melody as he prepared the coffee. Meanwhile, my eyes were darting around the room, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The sheets were thick, heavy fabrics canvas, old blankets, even some dark velvet drapes. They were all meticulously placed, no wrinkles, no gaps. It was an almost obsessive level of neatness for something so inherently strange. And the cages themselves. I could make out the faint outlines of bars beneath the fabric, some narrow and vertical, others wide and horizontal. The varied sizes were particularly disturbing. What kind of collection required cages ranging from something a small bird could live in to something that could comfortably house a fully grown human? A flicker of movement caught my eye. From the corner of the room, near one of the larger, rectangular cages, the edge of a dark sheet seemed to subtly ripple. just a slight shift, almost imperceptible. My breath hitched again. I froze, staring intently, waiting for it to happen again. Nothing had I imagined it. The dim light, the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. I tried to rationalize it away. Maybe the air conditioning, a draft, but the windows were closed, and the air felt heavy and still. Liam returned with 2 steaming mugs, handing one to me. His fingers brushed mine, and they felt cold, despite the warmth of the mug. "Here you go," he said, taking a sip from his own. "Careful, it is hot." I took a sip, the bitter warmth doing little to calm the growing knot of dread in my stomach. "So, what kind of photography are you working on these days?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation back to something normal, something safe. He leaned back against the counter, crossing his arms. "Oh, the usual, capturing moments, the essence of things. Sometimes the things that are hidden, the things people do not want to see." His gaze drifted back to the covered cages, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. There's a lot of beauty in the forgotten, the overlooked. My mind screamed. Forgotten? Overlooked? What was he talking about? Was he talking about the things in the cages? An icy tendril of fear snaked its way up my spine. I could feel my pulse quickening, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I needed to leave. "Now, these prints you wanted to show me," I asked, trying to keep my voice light, even. "Maybe we could look at them another time. I am actually feeling a little under the weather. I think I should probably head home." Liam's smile dropped, just a fraction, but enough for me to notice. His eyes, which had seemed so warm and inviting on our dates, now held an unreadable depth. "Oh," he said, his voice losing some of its earlier warmth. "That is a shame. I was really looking forward to showing them to you. And I just made this espresso." He took another slow sip, his gaze unwavering. "Are you sure you would not want to stay for just a little while longer? We have not even really talked about anything important yet." Important? What could possibly be more important than my sudden, overwhelming urge to get out of this apartment? My gaze flickered to the door. It was closed, of course. I had not noticed him locking it. But then again, I had not been paying attention. "No, really. I should go." I insisted, forcing myself to stand up. My legs felt shaky. It is getting late, and I have an early start tomorrow. Liam pushed himself off the counter, moving slowly, deliberately, between me and the door. "But you just got here," he said, a hint of something sharp in his voice. "And it is not safe to drive when you are feeling under the weather, is it? Why do not you just relax? For a bit. Maybe we can put on some music." As he spoke, a soft, almost imperceptible scratching sound emanated from one of the larger cages near the far wall. It was faint, like fingernails on wood or claws on metal. My eyes darted to it. The sheet did not move this time, but the sound was undeniably there. And then a low, guttural whimper. It was quickly stifled, as if whatever made the sound had been instantly silenced. My blood ran cold. It was not a draft. It was not my imagination. There was something alive, something imprisoned under those sheets. And it was not a cat or a dog. The sound was too raw, too human-like, yet too animalistic at the same time. "Liam," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what is in those cages?" He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on mine. The charming facade had completely vanished, replaced by an expression of cold, calculating intensity. "I told you," he said, his voice flat. "My collection, my friends, they are very special, very rare, and they need to be protected." He paused, a chilling smile slowly spreading across his face. "And sometimes they need new friends." My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. New friends. Was he implying what I thought he was implying? Was I going to be one of them? The smell in the room suddenly seemed overwhelming. A sickening cocktail of dust, musk, and something else, something metallic and rotten, like old blood. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone in my purse. I need to go. Liam. I repeated, my voice trembling. Let me out. His smile widened, showing a flash of teeth that seemed a little too sharp in the dim light. Oh, but you can't leave yet, he said, his voice dripping with a terrifying sweetness. We have barely begun. And my friends, they are so eager to meet you. He lunged. It was not a fast, aggressive lunge, but a surprisingly fluid, almost graceful movement. I screamed, dropping my mug, the ceramic shattering on the wooden floor. Hot coffee splattered my shoes, but I barely registered it. I turned and ran, not toward the door, but towards the kitchen, thinking there might be another exit, a back door, anything. He was faster than I expected. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, digging into my flesh. Where do you think you are going? He hissed, his voice no longer charming, but laced with chilling menace. I struggled, twisting my arm, trying to break free. Panic surged through me, a primal, overwhelming terror. Let go of me. I screamed, kicking out wildly. My foot connected with his shin, and he grunted, loosening his grip for a split second. It was all I needed. I yanked my arm free, stumbling backwards, my eyes frantically searching for an escape. My gaze fell on the heavy, ornate metal box he had picked up earlier, the one he used to make espresso. It was still on the counter. Without thinking, I snatched it, its weight surprisingly substantial. I swung it wildly, aiming for his head. He ducked, but the corner of the box caught his shoulder with a sickening thud. He cried out, a sound of pain mixed with rage. You should not have done that, he snarled, clutching his shoulder. His eyes were blazing now, no longer just intense, but utterly feral. I did not wait. I bolted for the front door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fumbled with the knob, twisting, pulling, but it was locked. My fingers scrabbled for the deadbolt, my nails scraping against the cold metal. It would not budge. He must have locked it from the outside, or it had some kind of security mechanism I was not familiar with. Behind me, I heard him moving, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. I could feel his presence, cold and menacing, drawing closer. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, a desperate prayer forming on my lips. Then, I opened them, my gaze sweeping the small entryway. There was a small decorative table with a vase on it, and next to it, a coat rack. And hanging from the coat rack, a set of keys. His keys. My mind worked with lightning speed. He must have hung them there after opening the door. I lunged for them, my fingers closing around the cold metal. As I snatched them, he was right behind me, his breath hot on my neck. I heard a low growl, and then a hand, not his, but something else, a clawed, rough hand, emerged from under one of the nearby sheets, reaching towards me. It was pale, thin with long, yellowed nails. My blood froze. I did not look. I did not dare. I just twisted the key in the deadbolt, the satisfying click echoing like a gunshot in the silent apartment. I threw the door open, not even bothering to close it behind me, and sprinted into the dimly lit hallway. I did not stop running until I reached the stairwell, flying down the 3 flights of stairs, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I burst out of the building's main entrance, gasping for air, my eyes frantically searching for my car. It was parked a block away, under a sputtering street lamp. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a sound that had never been so sweet. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking spot, not even bothering to look in my rear view mirror. I just drove, faster and faster, putting as much distance as I possibly could between me and that apartment, between me and Liam, between me and whatever unspeakable horrors lurked beneath those sheets. I did not stop driving until I reached the highway. The familiar glow of city lights a welcome beacon of sanity. It was only then, as the adrenaline slowly began to recede, that the full weight of what had happened crashed down on me. I pulled over the side of the road, burying my face in my hands, sobbing uncontrollably. The image of that pale, clawed hand reaching out from under the sheet was burned into my mind, an indelible nightmare. I called the police, of course. I told them everything, or at least as much as I could articulate through my hysterical sobs. They took my statement, listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in their voices. Cages, madam. What kind of animals? You say, he tried to keep you there. They promised to send a patrol car to check it out. I waited for hours, huddled in my car, shaking, watching the road, half expecting Liam to appear, his terrifying smile back on his face. Eventually, a police officer called me back. Madam, he said, his voice flat, we checked the address you gave us. The apartment is empty. No one answered. And there were no cages, no sheets, nothing like you described. My blood ran cold again, a different kind of cold this time. A chilling, disorienting cold. Empty. No cages. I insisted, pleaded, swore that I was not making it up, but they had no evidence. No signs of forced entry. No strange smells. Just an empty apartment. I went home, but home no longer felt safe. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of terror through me. I scrubbed my skin raw in the shower, trying to wash away the lingering scent of that apartment, the feel of Liam's cold hand on my arm. But the smell, the feeling, the memory, it clung to me like a shroud. I deleted all my dating apps, blocked Liam's number, scrubbed any trace of him from my digital life. But I could not scrub him from my mind. I still see his face sometimes, his charming smile slowly morphing into that predatory grin. I still hear the faint scratching, the stifled whimper. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I swear I can smell it again, that faint, earthy, metallic scent. I never found out what was in those cages. Part of me is terrified to know, and another part of me is consumed by a horrifying curiosity. Was he a collector of the truly macabre, a serial killer keeping trophies? Or was it something else entirely, something far more ancient and monstrous, something that preyed on human loneliness and vulnerability? I often wonder if the police really checked, or if they just dismissed me as another hysterical woman. I wonder if Liam simply packed up his collection and moved on to another unsuspecting city, another lonely woman swiping through profiles, looking for connection. I wonder if he is out there right now, charming someone new, inviting them back to his apartment. The same chilling smile on his face, the same unspeakable horrors waiting, covered by dark sheets, eager to make new friends. And sometimes, when I am alone, I hear it, a faint, almost inaudible rustle, a soft, desperate scratch. And I can't help but wonder if one of his friends did not just stay behind that empty apartment, but somehow, subtly, found a way to follow me home. Always waiting, always watching, forever reminding me of the night I almost became part of Liam's collection. You know, I would always consider myself pretty level-headed, not easily spooked. I mean, sure, I would see my share of weird stuff online, heard the creepy stories, but I always figured there was a rational explanation for everything. A trick of the light, a misunderstanding, or just some kid with too much time and a good camera. That was until I met Serafina. And by met, I mean until I matched with her on Tinder and she suggested we meet in an abandoned hospital. Yeah, I know. Red flags, right? Bright, flapping crimson banners in a hurricane. But let me back up a little. It was a Tuesday night, probably around 10, and I was doing what most single guys in their late 20s do, scrolling through Tinder, half-heartedly swiping left on profiles that looked too perfect or too generic, and occasionally swiping right on someone who seemed remotely interesting. The whole thing was a grind, honestly. Endless small talk, awkward first dates that went nowhere, the constant feeling of being judged and judging others. I was about ready to delete the app and just embrace my future as a crazy cat man. But then I saw her profile. Serafina. Her profile picture was different. Not a selfie at a bar, not a group shot, not even a filtered glamour shot. It was a black and white photo, slightly blurry, of her standing in what looked like an old, overgrown garden. Her back was mostly to the camera, but she was looking over her shoulder, a faint, almost mischievous smile playing on her lips. Her eyes, even in black and white, seemed to hold a depth that was captivating, unsettling even. Her hair was dark, long, and seemed to ripple around her. And her bio, it was just 3 words: seeker of forgotten places. No job, no interests, no witty one-liners. Just that. It was enough to pique my curiosity. She was not trying too hard, was not trying at all. Really, she just was. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. My phone buzzed, and I felt a weird little jolt, like static electricity. I messaged her, something generic like, "Hey, great photo. What kind of forgotten places do you seek?" Her reply came almost immediately. "The ones that whisper secrets. The ones that remember." Okay, a little cryptic, but still intriguing. We exchanged a few more messages over the next couple of days. She did not really talk about herself, not in the usual way. "No, what do you do?" or "What are your hobbies?" Instead, she asked me about my dreams, about things I regretted, about the strangest thing I would ever seen. It was intense and a little unnerving, but I found myself drawn in. Her messages were always perfectly phrased, almost poetic, and she never used emojis. It felt less like texting and more like corresponding with someone from another era. Then she suggested we meet. My stomach did a little flip. Finally, a real date. I suggested a coffee shop, maybe a casual drink. You know, normal stuff. Her reply was swift and, well, memorable. "No," she wrote. "We should meet somewhere that truly remembers. Somewhere forgotten. The old ST. Jude's hospital on the edge of town. Midnight." I stared at my phone. SD. Jude's. The abandoned hospital. The one everyone knew about. The one with all the local legends. The one where kids dared each other to spend the night, usually chickening out within the first hour. It had been closed for decades, left to rot, a crumbling monument to forgotten suffering. My first thought was, is this a joke? Is she testing me? My second thought was, absolutely not. This is insane. My third thought, the one that really bothered me, was, but what if it is not? I tried to push back. Midnight at SD. Jude's. Is not that a bit extreme for a first date? How about that new gastropub downtown? Great cocktails. Her response was simple: if you want to meet me, that is where I will be. If you are afraid, I understand. That last part hit me. If you are afraid. It felt like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down. And I, being the stubborn, slightly arrogant idiot I am, could not let that stand. I was not afraid. Not really. Just cautious. Right? I typed back. Okay. SD. Jude's it is. Midnight. And then I immediately regretted it. The next few days were a blur of nervous anticipation and morbid curiosity. I did some research on SD. Jude's. It had a pretty typical story for an old hospital. Built in the 1920s, served the community for 50 years, then fell into disrepair and was eventually closed down in the late 70s. The official reason was funding issues and outdated facilities. The unofficial reasons were a lot more interesting. Rumors of malpractice, neglected patients, strange experiments, and, of course, ghosts. Lots of ghosts. Nurses who never left. Patients still screaming in pain. Doctors still pacing the halls. It was all pretty standard urban legend stuff, but reading it late at night, alone in my apartment, sent a few shivers down my spine. I told my buddy, Mark, about it. He just laughed. Dude, she is messing with you. Or she is a total psycho. Either way, probably not a good idea. I know, I know. I said, but she is different. And I said I would go. I can't back out now. Mark just shook his head. All right, just text me when you get there, and text me when you leave. And if you do not text me by, say, 2 a.m., I am calling the cops and telling them you are in an abandoned hospital with a girl who sounds like she moonlights as a Victorian seance medium. I promised I would. I even charged my phone extra, just in case. I packed a small flashlight, a pocket knife because, abandoned hospital, and a bottle of water. I tried to convince myself it was just an adventure, a unique first date story. Something to tell my grandkids, assuming I made it to that point. The night of the date arrived, and I was a bundle of nerves. It felt less like a date and more like a clandestine mission. I drove to the outskirts of town, the streetlights growing sparser, the houses giving way to overgrown fields, and then, finally, a dense patch of woods. And there it was, looming out of the darkness, silhouetted against a sliver of Moon SD. Jude's. It was even more imposing than I remembered. A massive, decaying brick structure, windows like empty eyesores staring out at nothing. Vines snaked up the walls, clutching at the crumbling masonry. The main entrance was boarded up, but I knew from my research that there were plenty of other ways in. Most of the local kids use a broken window on the ground floor around the back. I parked my car a little ways down the road, hidden among some trees, just in case I needed a quick getaway. The air was still and heavy, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. A faint metallic tang, too, like old rust and something I could not quite place. I checked my watch. 11:50 p.m. 10 minutes early. I sat there for a bit, engine off, windows down, just listening. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves in a non-existent breeze. And then, a sound that made me jump the distant howl of a coyote. It echoed through the stillness, a mournful, wild cry that seemed to perfectly encapsulate the eerie atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight and got out of the car. The silence pressing on me the moment I closed the door. It was not just a lack of sound, it was an active, oppressive silence, as if the very air was holding its breath. I walked slowly toward the hospital, my footsteps crunching on fallen leaves and broken glass. The closer I got, the more the building seemed to grow, to absorb the light around it. It felt less like a structure and more like a sleeping giant, waiting to be disturbed. I found the broken window easily. It was on the side, partially obscured by a thick tangle of thorny bushes. The glass was long gone, leaving a gaping, jagged hole. I shone my flashlight inside. Dust motes danced in the beam, illuminated against a backdrop of utter darkness. The smell was intense now, mildew, dust, something sweet and sickly, like old medicine and stale air. Serafina. I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the vast silence. No answer. Of course not. She said midnight. I checked my watch again. 11:58 p.m. 2 minutes. I squeezed through the window, careful not to cut myself on the remaining shards of glass. My boots landed softly on a thick layer of debris. I was in what looked like an old storage room. Shelves lined the walls, mostly empty, but a few rusted metal trays and glass bottles lay scattered on the floor. I shone my light around. Cobwebs hung like tattered shrouds from the ceiling, and the walls were streaked with grime and what looked like water damage. I stepped out into a long, dark corridor. The air here was even colder, carrying a palpable chill that seeped into my bones. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. revealing peeling paint, cracked plaster, and more dust. The floor was littered with debris, fallen ceiling tiles, shattered light fixtures, and what looked like old patient files, yellowed and brittle. Hello. I tried again, my voice a little louder this time, trying to project some confidence I did not feel. Then a whisper, so faint, I almost thought I imagined it. You came. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. The flashlight beam danced wildly, illuminating empty walls, open doorways leading to more darkness. Serafina, and there she was, standing in one of the doorways, just a few feet away, perfectly still. She had not been there a second ago. She was wearing a long, dark coat that seemed to absorb what little light there was, and her dark hair framed a face that was even more striking in person. Her eyes, those deep, dark eyes from her profile picture, seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. They held an ancient, knowing quality that sent a shiver down my spine. I told you I would. I managed, my voice a little shaky. She smiled, a slow, deliberate movement that did not quite reach her eyes. Most people do not. They are afraid. I am not afraid. I lied, feeling a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. Of course not, she said, her voice soft, melodic, but with an underlying current that was impossible to place. You are a seeker, too. Are not you? Daniel. My blood ran cold. I had not told her my name. It was not on my Tinder profile, just my first initial. I definitely had not told her my full name. How did you know my name? Her smile widened, just slightly. Oh, I know many things. Follow me. The best whispers are on the upper floors. She turned and began to walk, her footsteps making no sound on the debris-strewn floor. I hesitated for a moment, then, against every sane instinct, I followed. My flashlight beam bobbed behind her, trying to catch up, but she moved with an unnerving grace, almost gliding through the darkness. We navigated through a maze of corridors, past empty patient rooms with beds long gone, past what looked like an old nurse's station, its counter covered in a thick layer of dust. The silence was broken only by the crunch of my own boots and the occasional drip of water, somewhere in the distance. Serafina seemed completely at ease, her presence a strange anchor in the overwhelming desolation. What exactly are we doing here? Serafina, I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice still had an edge of nervousness. She stopped at the bottom of a wide, grand staircase, its wooden banister long since rotted away, leaving only the bare, dusty steps. We are listening, she said, looking up into the cavernous darkness above. This place it breathes. It remembers every cough, every cry, every whispered prayer, every last breath. I shone my light up the stairs. They seemed to stretch endlessly into the blackness, each step a potential trap. It is a bit much for a first date, do not you think? She turned to me, her eyes seeming to pierce through the darkness. Is it simply honest? Most dates are a performance, a careful curation of who we want to be. Here, there are no pretenses, only truth and echoes. We ascended the stairs, the old wood groaning under my weight, though Serafina seemed to float effortlessly. On the second floor, the atmosphere shifted. It felt heavier, colder. The air was thick with a palpable sense of sorrow. This was the children's ward. Serafina whispered, leading me down a narrower corridor. The walls here were still adorned with faded, cartoonish murals, smiling suns, fluffy clouds, animals that looked more grotesque and friendly in the dim light. Small, empty rooms lined the hall, each one a stark reminder of the young lives that had passed through here. They say the laughter never truly left this floor, she continued, her voice barely audible, and neither did the tears. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I could almost hear it faint, distant whimpers, a child's cough. I knew it was just my imagination, but the power of suggestion in this place was overwhelming. Have you been here before? I asked, trying to distract myself from the phantom sounds. Many times, she replied, without looking at me. It calls to me. We reached the end of the corridor, where a larger room lay open. It was an old playroom. Judging by the faded remnants of toys scattered on the floor, a headless doll, a rusted rocking horse, a stack of wooden blocks covered in dust. In the center of the room, a small, overturned tricycle lay on its side, its wheels still faintly spinning. My flashlight beam caught something else. On the far wall, scrawled in what looked like faded red crayon, was a child's drawing. A stick figure of a girl, holding hands with another, taller stick figure. And above them, a single word, forever. That is unsettling. I murmured, feeling a profound sense of sadness mixed with dread. Serafina walked over to the drawing, tracing the word with her finger. Some promises are meant to last, no matter what. Then, I heard it clearly. A soft, almost imperceptible giggle, coming from one of the small, empty rooms. My head snapped towards the sound. Did you hear that? Serafina turned slowly, her eyes fixed on me. Hear what? Daniel. A giggle from that room. I pointed to the doorway next to us. She just stared at me, her expression unreadable. Perhaps the whispers are growing louder for you. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to get out, to run. This was not a date. It was an exploration of my deepest anxieties. But I also felt a strange, almost magnetic pull towards her, a desperate need to understand. So, what do you usually do on these expeditions? I asked, try to regain some control of the situation. We listen. We remember. Sometimes we become part of the memory, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. She began to walk towards the next floor, heading for another set of stairs, darker and narrower than the last. This way, the operating theater. It is where the most profound transformations occurred. I followed her, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The stairs creaked ominously with every step. The air grew colder still, and the smell of decay intensified, now mixed with something sharper, like antiseptic and old blood. The third floor was different. The corridors were wider, the rooms larger. This was clearly where the serious medical procedures happened. We passed what looked like an old recovery room, its walls stained with dark, irregular patches that made my stomach churn. Serafina stopped in front of a heavy wooden door, half rotted off its hinges. Here, she said, her voice now filled with a strange, almost reverent tone. The heart of SD. Jude's. I pushed the door open, my flashlight beam cutting into the darkness. It was the operating theater. A large, circular room, dominated by a rusted, skeletal operating table in the center. Old surgical instruments lay scattered on the floor, glinting dully in my light. The room was chillingly silent, yet I could almost hear the ghosts of screams, the frantic whispers of doctors, the rhythmic beeping of long-dead machines. They say this room absorbed all the pain. Serafina said, stepping over the threshold, all the fear, all the despair. It is a sponge for human suffering. She walked over to the operating table, running her hand along its cold, metallic surface. Imagine the stories this table could tell. I stood rooted to the spot, a cold dread seeping into my very bones. This was too much. This was beyond quirky or intriguing. This was malevolent. Serafina, I began trying to keep my voice steady. I think I have had enough. This is a lot. Maybe we should go. She turned to me, her face illuminated by the faint glow reflecting off the table. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and held an intensity that made me gasp. Her smile was gone. Her expression was utterly blank, yet terrifyingly focused. Go, she repeated, her voice flat. But we have only just begun. The best part is always the end, is not it? The transformation. A chilling realization washed over me. She was not talking about the hospital's history anymore. She was talking about me. What are you talking about? I demanded, my voice rising. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the pocket knife I would brought, though I knew it would be useless. The whispers, she said, taking a step towards me. They have been telling me about you. Daniel, for a long time, you have been searching for something, have not you? Something real. Something that truly remembers. Something eternal. My mind raced. How could she know this? My Tinder profile was practically empty. Our messages were about forgotten places. But she was talking about my internal struggles, things I had not even consciously articulated. You are wrong. I stammered, taking another step back. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. Am I? She asked, her voice growing softer, yet infinitely more powerful. She was closer now, too close. I could feel the unnatural cold emanating from her. You think you are alone. Daniel, that your fears are just your own, but they are shared. They are collected. And this place is hungry for them. Her eyes, those deep, dark eyes, seemed to swirl, becoming blacker, deeper, like twin abysses. I felt a strange pressure in my head, a buzzing sound starting to build in my ears. The air in the room grew heavy, thick, almost suffocating. You are not real. I whispered, trying to convince myself. You are just a girl. A weird girl. She laughed then, a sound that was less human and more like dry leaves skittering across a gravestone. Oh, Daniel, I am as real as the pain this hospital remembers. As real as the fear you feel right now. And I am here for you. She reached out a hand, long, slender fingers, unnaturally pale. As her fingertips grazed my arm, a searing cold shot through me, not just on my skin, but deep into my bones, into my very soul. It was a cold that spoke of ancient places, of things that had never known warmth or life. I screamed. It was a raw, primal sound, ripped from my throat. I tore my arm away from her touch, stumbling backwards, my flashlight clattering to the floor. The beam spun wildly, briefly illuminating the horrific truth. Her face, for a split second, was not human. Her eyes were entirely black, and her mouth stretched into a rictus of a smile, too wide, too full of sharp, needle-like teeth. And behind her, in the shadows, I saw them, shapes, shifting, indistinct forms, like smoke given malevolent purpose. They seemed to writhe and pulse, drawn to her, drawn to me. No, I yelled, scrambling to my feet. The buzzing in my head intensified, a cacophony of whispers and screams that were not my own. The air itself seemed to vibrate with unseen presences. I turned and ran. I did not care where, just away. Away from her, away from the operating table, away from the shadowy things in the corners of the room. I burst through the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, and blindly plunged into the dark corridor. The hospital became a labyrinth of terror. Every doorway looked the same. Every corridor stretched into an endless void. I could hear her voice, a soft, seductive whisper, echoing from everywhere at once. You can't leave. Daniel, we have been waiting for you. Forever. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of forgotten patients, of dying children, of desperate doctors. They seemed to claw at my mind, tearing at my sanity. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, coalescing into fleeting forms: a child's face, a nurse's cap, a doctor's grim profile. I stumbled down the stairs, tripping over debris, scraping my hands on the rough plaster walls. The cold was relentless, biting deep, making my muscles ache. I could feel eyes on me, hundreds of them, unseen but undeniably present, watching my frantic flight. I finally reached the ground floor, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I could dimly see the faint outline of the broken window I had entered through. It looked impossibly far away. As I ran, a sudden, sharp pain shot through my ankle. I cried out, falling to my knees. I must have twisted it. Panic seized me. I tried to push myself up, but the pain was excruciating. And then a voice right behind me, so close I felt her breath on my neck. There is no escape. Daniel, not from what you carry within you, not from what this place wants to remember. I did not dare look back. I crawled, dragging my injured leg towards a window. Every inch was an agony. Every second felt like an eternity. The whispers were deafening now, a swirling vortex of sound and despair. I reached the window, pulling myself up, gritting my teeth against the pain. I squeezed the jagged opening, tearing my clothes, scraping my skin. I fell out onto the damp earth, gasping for air, gulping in the fresh, cold night. I did not stop. I pushed myself up, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle, and limped, stumbled, ran toward my car. I did not look back at the hospital, not once. I just kept moving, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a blessed sound. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away from SD. Jude's, leaving the crumbling edifice and its malevolent inhabitants behind. I did not stop driving until I was halfway home, pulling over onto the shoulder of a well-lit highway, my body shaking uncontrollably. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, trying to calm my ragged breathing. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still trembling, and opened my text to Mark. I needed to tell him. I needed to tell someone. But as my thumb hovered over the keyboard, I saw it. A new message from Serafina. My heart plummeted. How? How could she have messaged me? I had not given her my number. And even if I had just escaped a literal haunted hospital where she had tried, I do not even know what. Possess me. Kill me. I opened the message. It was just one word. Forever. And beneath it, a picture. It was a black and white photo, slightly blurry, just like her profile picture. But this was not of her. It was of me. Me, standing in the operating theater, my back mostly to the camera, looking over my shoulder, a faint, almost mischievous smile playing on my lips. My eyes, even in black and white, seemed to hold a depth that was captivating, unsettling even. I stared at the photo, my blood running cold. It was me, but it was not me, not the me who had just fled in terror. It was a version of me that looked perfectly at home in that horrifying place. A version of me that looked like I had been there for a very, very long time. And then I noticed a detail I had not seen at first. In the background, partially obscured by shadow, was a faded red crayon drawing on the wall. The one from the children's ward. The stick figures. And the word, forever. I dropped the phone, my hands clammy with sweat. The implication was clear, horrifyingly clear. She had not just been waiting for me at the hospital. She had been waiting for me in the hospital. And now, it felt like a part of me was still there, trapped in that photo, trapped in that place. I never went back to SD. Jude's. I never contacted Serafina again, though her message still sits on my phone, a constant, chilling reminder. I deleted Tinder, deleted all my social media. I even moved cities, trying to escape the lingering dread, the feeling that I would brought something back with me, something that had attached itself to me in that cold, decaying place. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks in the corners of my room, I hear it, a faint whisper just at the edge of hearing, a child's giggle, or the distant mournful howl of a coyote. And I see her face, those deep, dark eyes and that unsettling smile. And I know, with a certainty that chills me my core, that I did not just meet a strange girl for a Tinder date. I became part of Forgotten Place, and a forgotten place became part of me. And some promises once made are meant to last. Forever. The world tilted. then snapped back into a sickeningly sharp focus. Sarah's words, "Welcome, subject number 5," echoed in the sudden silence, a cruel, final note to the symphony of my unraveling sanity. My breath hitched, caught somewhere between my throat and my lungs, refusing to move. The doors of the car, which had seemed so innocently locked moments ago, now felt like the steel plates of a coffin. Ethan and Chloe emerged from the deeper shadows, their faces devoid of the familiar expressions I would once known. Ethan's eyes, once warm and kind, were now flat, almost glassy like a doll's. Chloe, my friend, my confidant, wore a faint, unsettling smile, a predator's satisfaction. And then Alex, who had found me on a dating app, his arm bearing my full name, a horrifying premonition that had festered into a full-blown nightmare. He stepped forward, his eyes, those captivating blue eyes, now held a cold, possessive gleam. He was the architect of this specific torment, the one who had confirmed my deepest fears were not delusions. No, I whispered, the sound barely audible, a pathetic plea against an unyielding reality. My mind, desperate for an escape, tried to rationalize, to find a hidden camera, the elaborate prank. But the dilapidated compound, the silent figures watching from the periphery, the chilling certainty in Sarah's voice, there was no escape, no hidden joke. This was real. Sarah, her hand still resting on the car door, her cult symbol now clearly visible on her forearm, a twisted knot of interlocking lines, gave a small, almost empathetic sigh. "It is time. My name," she said, her voice now completely devoid of the warmth it had held just an hour ago. It was a practiced, clinical tone. Time to understand. Alex opened my door. The air that rushed in was cold and smelled of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly chemical, a scent that prickled the back of my throat. My legs felt like lead, but a primal urge to flee surged through me. I tried to push past him, but his grip on my arm was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands. He did not hurt me, not physically, but the sheer force of his hold communicated an absolute control. "Do not make this harder than it needs to be," Alex murmured, his voice low, a chilling parody of reassurance. He guided me out of the car, and the other figures, silent and unmoving until now, began to stir. They were dressed in dark, simple clothes, their faces obscured by the deepening twilight, but I could feel their collective gaze, heavy and scrutinizing. I was an exhibit, a specimen. They led me towards the largest building in the compound, a structure that looked like a forgotten factory or an abandoned asylum. Its windows were mostly boarded up, and the few that remained were dark, like vacant eyes. The door creaked open, revealing a cavernous interior that swallowed the last vestiges of natural light. Inside, the air was colder, heavier, filled with an oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of our footsteps on the grimy floor. No interrogation room, no immediate torture. Not yet. Instead, they led me down a long, dimly lit corridor, the walls stained and peeling, towards a single, heavy steel door. Alex opened it, revealing a small, stark room. It was bare save for a cot pushed against one wall and a single, flickering fluorescent light overhead. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant and something else, something I could not quite place, but it made my stomach churn. "This will be your space for now," Alex said, his voice flat. "Rest. We will talk in the morning." He did not wait for a response. He simply closed the door, the heavy thud echoing through the small room, followed by the metallic click of a lock. I was alone, utterly, completely alone, in a place I did not recognize, surrounded by people who knew my name, who called me Subject Number 5, and who had systematically dismantled my life and my sanity. The first few days blurred into a haze of fear and disorientation. They brought me food bland, unappetizing meals that I picked at, convinced they were drugged, though I never felt any specific effects beyond a constant dull headache. My water tasted faintly metallic. Sleep was a battleground, a desperate attempt to escape the waking nightmare, only to be dragged back into recurring whispers of Chloe and the vacant stare of Ethan. I screamed. I cried. I begged, but no one came. Or if they did, they remained unseen, unheard. I was being watched. I knew it, but always from a distance, always in silence. The silence was the worst. It pressed in on me, amplified every creak of the old building, every rustle of the wind outside. It forced me into my own head, where the fear grew, fed by the unknown. What did they want? What was subject number 5? Was this a cult? A twisted experiment? My mind cycled through every horror movie scenario, every conspiracy theory I would ever heard, each one more terrifying than the last. Then, one afternoon, the routine changed. The heavy door clicked open, and it was not one of the silent, dark figures. It was Sarah. She stood there, a faint, almost pitying smile on her face. "We thought you might be getting lonely," she said, her voice soft, almost normal. "Alex wants to have dinner with you tonight. In the main house." My heart hammered against my ribs. Dinner. With Alex. The man who had lured me into this trap, whose arm bore my name like a brand. The loneliness she mentioned was a cruel jab, a direct weaponization of the very thing that had driven me to Sarah in the first place. They knew my weaknesses. They had studied me. Why? I managed to choke out, my voice hoarse from disuse. Sarah's smile widened slightly. "To get to know you better, of course. To understand. And for you to understand us." She paused, her eyes sweeping over my disheveled appearance. "We will send someone to help you freshen up. We want you to be comfortable." Comfortable. The word felt like a slap. There was no comfort here, only a suffocating dread. But a flicker of something, a desperate, foolish hope, sparked within me. Maybe this was a chance to gather information, to understand their motives, to find an opening. Or maybe, I thought, it was just another layer of their psychological torture. Later, a different woman, silent and unsmiling, brought me a clean change of clothes, a simple, dark dress that felt strangely elegant for this desolate place. She watched me as I changed, her gaze unwavering, making me feel utterly exposed. She even offered a small, cracked mirror and a brush for my tangled hair. It was a bizarre, unsettling parody of normalcy. When they came for me, it was Alex himself. He stood in the doorway, impeccably dressed in dark trousers and a crisp white shirt, a stark contrast to the grime and decay around us. He looked disturbingly handsome, like the man from the dating app, the one who had seemed so perfect. My stomach lurched. "Ready?" "My name," he asked, his voice smooth, almost gentle. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. He offered me his arm, a gesture of old-world chivalry that felt utterly grotesque in this context. I hesitated, then slowly, reluctantly, took it. His touch was firm, cold. He led me through a different set of corridors, ones that seemed slightly less decrepit, though still imbued with that same oppressive silence. We finally arrived at a large, heavy wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed disturbingly familiar, the same interlocking lines I would seen on Sarah's arm. Alex pushed the door open, revealing a room that was, against all odds, almost beautiful. It was a dining room, large and elegantly furnished, with a long, polished wooden table set for two. A crystal chandelier, though dusty, hung from the high ceiling, casting a soft, warm glow from its many candles. A roaring fire crackled in a stone hearth at one end of the room, chasing away the chill. It was an oasis of bizarre luxury in the heart of the compound's decay. Sarah and Ethan were already seated at the table, along with Chloe. They looked equally formal, almost celebratory. They smiled at me, their expressions unreadable. This was not a dinner. This was a performance. "Welcome," Sarah said, gesturing to the empty chair opposite Alex. "Please sit." I moved to the chair, my eyes darting between their faces. Ethan's vacant stare was still there, but now, under the candlelight, it seemed even more pronounced, more unsettling. He looked through me, not at me. Chloe, however, met my gaze, a flicker of something I could not decipher in her eyes' triumph. Pity? Alex pulled out my chair, another absurdly polite gesture, and I sat, feeling like a puppet in their twisted play. He took his seat opposite me, his gaze unwavering, almost hypnotic. We apologized for the unconventional introduction. Alex began, his voice calm, measured. But sometimes, directness is necessary for clarity. Clarity? I scoffed, the word tasting bitter. You kidnapped me. You stalked me. You ruined my life. Chloe leaned forward, her smile softening, becoming almost maternal. We did not ruin it. My name. We saved it. Your life was a distraction, a facade. We are offering you truth, purpose. Subject number 5. I challenged, looking directly at her. What does that mean? A silence descended, heavy and expectant. Alex met my gaze, his eyes intense. It means you are special. You are chosen. You are the culmination of a long and arduous process. The one who will complete the work. Before I could press further, a new figure entered the room, a tall, gaunt man in a chef's apron, his face obscured by the shadows. He carried a large, covered silver platter. The aroma that wafted from it was strangely complex, earthy, metallic, and faintly sweet. A smell that made my stomach clench with a mix of curiosity and dread. The chef placed the platter in the center of the table and then, with a flourish, lifted the lid. My breath caught in my throat. My eyes widened, refusing to believe what they were seeing. It was not raw meat. It was something far, far worse. The platter was heaped with a quivering, pale mass. It looked like a cluster of glistening, translucent organs, but they were moving, not subtly, not just jiggling from the removal of the lid. They were actively, sickeningly, pulsating. Small, vein-like tendrils, a dark, bruised purple, snaked across the surface, contracting and expanding with a slow, rhythmic beat. Some of the individual components, shaped like elongated, fleshy pods, twitched and subtly shifted, as if trying to burrow deeper into the pile. A faint, almost imperceptible slime coated them, reflecting the candlelight in a sickening sheen. It was not food. It was life, a grotesque, alien life, laid out on a platter. My mind screamed in protest. My stomach heaved, threatening to empty its meager contents onto the pristine table. I clamped a hand over my mouth, my eyes fixed on the abominable spectacle, unable to tear them away. The faint, earthy metallic sweet smell was stronger now, cloying and sickening. Alex, however, seemed completely unfazed. He picked up a serving utensil, a silver spoon, and gestured toward the platter. Tonight, we partake in the true sustenance, the nourishment that connects us to the source, the very essence of the project. He looked at me, his gaze unwavering, a strange, almost ecstatic light in his eyes. This is for you. My name, a special dish, prepared only for those who are ready to truly awaken. Ethan, who had been silent until now, slowly, deliberately, reached out with his own spoon. His movements were slow, almost robotic. He scooped a portion of the quivering mass onto his plate. His vacant eyes never left the plate as he brought the spoon to his mouth. He chewed slowly, methodically, without any discernible expression. He seemed utterly devoid of disgust or even pleasure, just consumption. Chloe, on the other hand, watched me, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She did not eat, but her eyes held a predatory curiosity, waiting for my reaction. Sarah, too, was observing me, her expression a mix of expectation and a faint, almost scientific interest. What is that? I finally managed to croak out, my voice trembling, barely a whisper. The words felt inadequate, pathetic in the face of the horror before me. Alex looked at me, a patient, almost condescending expression on his face. It is what you need. Subject number 5. It is the catalyst, the bridge. It allows us to shed the limitations of our former selves and embrace the true potential of our consciousness. He paused, then added, with a chillingly calm tone, "It is a living organism, yes, specially cultivated. It helps facilitate the connection. To them. I whispered, my mind reeling. My gaze flickered to Ethan, still methodically eating, his eyes still vacant. Was this what had happened to him? Was this the cause of his empty stare? Alex nodded slowly. The architects, the true consciousness behind our existence, the ones who guide us toward a higher plane. You have felt their presence, have not you? The whispers in your dreams, the sense of being watched. That was them, calling to you. My nightmares. Chloe's whispers of subject number 5. Ethan's vacant stare. It was not just fear. It was a connection. A horrifying, insidious connection. You want me to eat that? I asked, my voice rising in a desperate plea. The pulsating mass on the platter seemed to mock me, its sickening movements a silent testament to its grotesque vitality. It is not a request. My name, Alex said, his tone hardening slightly. It is a necessity for your transformation, for the project. He scooped a generous portion onto my plate. The pale, fleshy pods landed with a soft, squelching sound, still twitching, still pulsing, right there, inches from my face. One of the purple tendrils stretched, then slowly retracted, as if testing the air. A wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than anything I would ever felt. My body rebelled, every fiber of my being screaming in disgust and terror. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of wood on the floor echoing loudly in the suddenly silent room. I can't. I choked out, shaking my head violently. I won't. This is insane. Chloe's gentle smile vanished. Her eyes narrowed. Insane. Or simply beyond your current understanding. You crave connection. My name. You sought meaning. This is it. This is the ultimate connection, the ultimate meaning. The loneliness, it was a test. I realized, a cold dread seeping into my bones. You knew I would break. You knew I would seek someone, anyone. Alex leaned forward, his voice a low, dangerous growl. We know everything about you. Subject number 5. Your hopes, your fears, your vulnerabilities. We have been preparing you, guiding you. This is the next step, the final step before true integration. He picked up my spoon, his fingers brushing mine as he handed it to me. His touch was electric, not with attraction, but with a horrifying sense of power and control. Eat it. My name. The words were a command in absolute, unyielding order. My hand trembled, the spoon feeling impossibly heavy. My gaze was fixed on the pulsating horror on my plate. It seemed to expand and contract with a life of its own, an obscene parody of a meal. My mind screamed at me to refuse, to fight, to run. But where would I run? And what would be the consequences of refusal? Ethan's vacant stare flashed in my mind. Was this the alternative? To be broken, to be emptied? The cult members watched me, their faces a tableau of expectation. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that made the grotesque food seem to writhe even more. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the faint, squelching sound of the thing on my plate. My hand, as if acting independently, slowly lifted the spoon. It hovered over the pale, twitching mass. My stomach churned, bowel rising in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to stop. But the fear, the absolute, paralyzing fear of what they would do if I refused, was a more potent force. My eyes met Alex. His gaze was unblinking, unyielding. He was not just watching, he was willing me. He was commanding me. With a shuddering breath, I plunged the spoon into the quivering mass. It offered no resistance, the texture soft and yielding, like raw egg whites, but with a strange, almost viscous quality. A small, fleshy pod attached, still twitching faintly, clinging to the spoon. I brought it closer to my mouth. The smell was overpowering now, a sickly sweet metallic odor that made my eyes water. The thought of putting this living, pulsating thing into my mouth, of feeling its alien texture against my tongue, was almost enough to make me vomit. But Alex's stare, the silent, terrifying pressure from the others, held me captive. My lips parted. My hand shook violently. I closed my eyes, a silent prayer forming in my mind, a desperate plea for this to be a dream, for me to wake up. Then, I forced it. I put the spoon into my mouth. The sensation was beyond anything I could have imagined. It was slimy and slick, yet also had a strangely firm, almost cartilaginous core. It tasted like nothing I had ever experienced, earthy and metallic, yes, but with an underlying bitterness that seemed to cling to my tongue, and a faint, electric tang that made my teeth ache. And it was moving inside my mouth. I could feel the faint, rhythmic pulse, the subtle twitching of the tendrils. It felt alive, actively struggling against my teeth, trying to escape. My gag reflex kicked in instantly. My eyes flew open, tears streaming down my face. I clamped my mouth shut, fighting the urge to spit it out, to scream. The metallic taste coated my entire mouth, mixing with the sickening sweetness. I could feel it sliding down my throat, a living thing, squirming its way into my body. I swallowed. It was a monumental effort, a violent contraction of my throat muscles, forcing the abhorrent thing down. It felt like a slimy slug, wriggling as it descended. A burning sensation flared in my stomach as it landed. Alex smiled a slow, satisfied smile. Good. My name. Very good. A wave of dizziness washed over me, followed by an intense, buzzing sensation that started in my stomach and spread rapidly throughout my entire body, a strange, internal vibration. My vision blurred at the edges, and the candle flame seemed to dance with an unnatural intensity. The sound of the room, the crackling fire, the faint breathing of the cult members, all seemed distant, muted, as if I were underwater. Then the whisper started. Not Chloe's whispers, but new ones. A chorus of faint, indistinct voices, not in my ears, but inside my head, a cacophony of alien sounds, like distant chimes and static. They were unintelligible, yet somehow I understood them. They were calling. My body felt heavy, yet strangely weightless at the same time. The world around me seemed to shimmer, the edges of reality blurring. I looked at Alex, at Sarah, at Chloe, and their faces seemed to shift, their features elongating, their eyes darkening, becoming something ancient and vast. Ethan, still eating methodically, seemed to glow with a faint, internal light, his vacant stare now holding a terrifying, knowing depth. I had eaten the moving food, and now something inside me was moving too. Something was awakening, and I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep into my bones, that this was only the beginning. My nightmares had become real, and now they were becoming me. I was no longer just subject number 5. I was becoming a part of the project, a vessel for the architects, a pawn in their horrifying game. And the thought of what I was becoming, what they had unleashed inside me, was a horror far greater than any fear of death. All right, so this happened to me a few years back, and honestly, I still get chills just thinking about it. It was one of those long, mind-numbing drives, the kind where the white lines on a highway start to blur into a single, hypnotic streak. I was on my way from Cincinnati to Denver, a 20-hour haul I would decided to tackle solo to save on gas and hotel costs. Big mistake, as it turned out. I would have been on the road for what felt like forever, pushing through the night. The sun had dipped below the horizon hours ago, and the moon was just a sliver, barely lighting up the vast, empty stretches of interstate. My eyes were burning, my back ached, and my stomach was practically eating itself. I would skip dinner, figuring I could grab something at a truck stop, but those had thinned out the deeper I got into Kansas. It was probably around 2 in the morning when I started to feel that familiar wave of exhaustion wash over me, the kind that makes your eyelids heavy and your thoughts sluggish. I knew I needed to pull over, grab a coffee, and maybe some greasy food to jolt myself back to life. That is when I saw it. A neon sign, flickering erratically, just a faint beacon in the overwhelming darkness. It spelled out the Oasis Diner. Kinda cliche. I know, but at that moment, it looked like a mirage in the desert. I signaled, exited the highway, and followed the crumbling asphalt road for about half a mile before the diner finally materialized out of the gloom. It was a standalone building, a classic chrome and red vinyl affair, probably a relic from the 50s or 60s, plopped down in the middle of nowhere. There were only two other cars in a small gravel parking lot, an old pickup truck caked in mud, and a beat-up sedan, both looking like they would seen better decades. The neon sign buzzed and crackled, one letter in Oasis stubbornly refusing to light up, making it read the Ass's Diner for a brief, unsettling moment before flickering back to its full glory. I killed the engine, the sudden silence of the night pressing in around me. A shiver ran down my spine, but I chalked up to the late hour and the chill in the air. I stretched, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and headed for the entrance. The door was heavy, made of dark wood, and it creaked open with a groan that echoed a little too loudly in the quiet night. The first thing that hit me was the smell of a potent mix of stale coffee, sizzling grease, and industrial strength cleaner. It was not a bad smell, exactly, just overwhelming. The diner itself was small, maybe 10 booths lining one wall, and a long counter with swivel stools on the other. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, sterile glow on everything. And that is when I saw them. There were maybe 7 or 8 people scattered around the diner. 2 men in work jackets sat in a booth by the window, nursing mugs of something dark. A couple, older, sat close to the counter, their hands clasped over a single menu. And then there were a few more individuals alone, spread out at various points along the counter. A waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Brenda, was wiping down the counter near the far end. I stepped inside, letting the heavy door swing shut behind me with another groan. The air felt thick, heavy, almost viscous. And then I noticed it. They were all looking at me. Every single person in that diner had their eyes fixed on me the moment I walked in. It was not a quick glance, the kind you get when a new person enters a quiet space. This was different. Their gazes were unwavering, intense. I am not a shy guy, but I am also not usually the center of attention. I managed a weak, awkward smile, a little nod, hoping someone would return the gesture, or at least break eye contact. No one did. Their faces were impassive, unreadable. They just stared. My smile faltered. My heart started to do a slow, uneasy thump against my ribs. I tried to tell myself it was just a small town thing. Maybe they do not get many strangers passing through. Or maybe I look like a mess after hours of driving. But even as I tried to rationalize it, a prickle of unease started to crawl up my neck. I walked toward an empty booth, tried to act normal, trying to ignore the collective weight of their stares. As I slid into the booth, the worn vinyl sign beneath me, I glanced around again, still staring. The 2 men in the work jackets had not moved an inch, their mugs untouched. The couple by the counter still held their menu, but their eyes were locked on me, not the laminated page. The solitary figures at the counter might as well have been statues. And then I noticed the most unsettling thing of all. They were not blinking. Not a single one of them. Their eyes were wide, fixed, unmoving, like dolls. Or something worse. Their pupils were dilated in the dim light, black voids that seemed to swallow the light around them, reflecting nothing. A cold dread began to coil in my stomach. This was not normal. This was not small-town curiosity. This was something else entirely. I cleared my throat, trying to generate some noise, some sign of life. "Excuse me." I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the overwhelming silence. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to have quieted. Brenda, the waitress, slowly turned from the counter she was wiping. Her movements were unnaturally smooth, almost robotic. Her eyes, I realized with another jolt of terror, were just like theirs. Wide, unblinking, fixed on me. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of any warmth or inflection. It was like a recording. "Yeah, could I get a coffee? And maybe a menu." I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could feel a tremor in it. My palms were sweating. She did not reply immediately. She just stared at me for another long, agonizing moment. It felt like she was looking through me, not at me, assessing, analyzing. Finally, she nodded a slow, deliberate movement. "Coffee. Menu." She walked toward the coffee machine, her steps silent on the linoleum floor. No shuffling, no squeak of her shoes. Just a smooth, gliding motion. She poured a mug of coffee, the dark liquid steaming, and then placed it on a small, round tray. Next, she picked up a laminated menu from a stack near the register. Her fingers were long, pale, and moved with a strained precision. As she approached my booth, I could not tear my eyes away from her. Her face was pale, almost translucent under the harsh light, and there were dark circles under those unblinking eyes. She looked exhausted, but not in a human way, more like a machine running on fumes. She placed the coffee and menu in front of me with a soft clink. "Anything else?" she asked, her voice still that unnerving monotone. No, not yet. I will just, look this over." I stammered, trying to avert my gaze, but finding it impossible. It was like a morbid curiosity had taken root in my brain, forcing me to stare back, to understand. She nodded again, that slow, deliberate movement, and then went back to her spot by the counter, resuming her silent wiping. But I knew, without having to look directly, that her eyes were still on me. All of their eyes were still on me. I picked up the menu, my hands trembling slightly, and pretended to read it. The words blurred on the page. My mind was racing, trying to come up with an explanation, any explanation, for this bizarre scene. Was it some kind of prank? A hidden camera show? But the atmosphere was too heavy, too genuinely unsettling for a joke. There was no mirth, no hint of amusement in their expressions. Just that blank, unblinking stare. I risked another glance around the diner. The two men in the booth by the window had not touched their coffee. The couple had not opened their menu. The solitary figures at the counter were perfectly still. They were all frozen in place like a photograph, except for the unnerving fact that their eyes were drilling into me. My coffee sat untouched. I could not bring myself to drink it. What if it was drugged? What if this was some kind of trap? My imagination, fueled by exhaustion and growing panic, started to run wild. Cult, alien encounter, some kind of mass hypnosis. I knew I had to get out of there. My gut was screaming at me. Every instinct I possessed was telling me to run. But I could not just bolt. That would draw even more attention. And who knew what these people were capable of? I decided to try and appear calm. I put the menu down, took a deep breath, and tried to catch Brenda's eye again. "Excuse me," I said, trying to project a little more confidence this time. She stopped wiping, her hand frozen mid-stroke on the counter, and slowly turned her head. Her eyes, of course, were already on me. I think I just need to use the restroom first. Long drive, you know." I managed a weak chuckle, hoping it sounded natural. She did not react to the chuckle, just stared. "Restroom is in the back," she said, pointing a pale, slender finger toward a door at the rear of the diner. "Thanks." I mumbled, pushing myself out of the booth. My legs felt a little wobbly, and I had to force myself to walk at a normal pace. Every step felt like I was wading through quicksand. The stares intensified. I could feel it, like a physical pressure on my back. I could almost hear the collective hum, of their unblinking attention. I reached the restroom door, my hand shaking as I fumbled for the doorknob. I pushed it open and practically dove inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The sudden darkness was a relief, even if it was just for a moment. I flipped the light switch, revealing a small, dingy bathroom with chipped tiles and a faint smell of disinfectant. I leaned against the sink, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But the image of those unblinking eyes was burned into my mind. It was not my imagination. Something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong in that diner. I looked at myself in the cracked mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with fear. I looked almost as freaked out as those people looked dead. Dead, but watching. I knew I could not stay in there forever. I had to come up with a plan. I needed to get back to my car, get back on the highway, and put as much distance between myself and this place as humanly possible. But how? Walking out seemed impossible. They were all waiting. For what? My mind raced. I could try to make a dash for it. But what if they reacted? What if they were not just staring? What if they were predatory? I decided I would go back out, act like I was going to pay, and then make a run for the door. It was risky, but I did not see any other option. Staying was not an option. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I pushed open the restroom door. The harsh fluorescent light of the diner hit me again, and with it, the palpable weight of their collective gaze. They were all still there, still in their positions, still staring, and still not blinking. I walked toward the counter, trying to keep my head up, trying to avoid looking directly at any of them. But I could feel their eyes on me, following my every move. It was like walking through a gauntlet of silent, unblinking judgment. As I approached the register, Brenda was already there, standing perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her. Her eyes, those terrifying, vacant eyes, were locked onto mine. I think I am just going to pay for the coffee, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Something came up. I gotta go. She did not say anything. She just reached for the ancient cash register, her movements slow and deliberate. The machine whirred to life with a mechanical groan. "One coffee," she stated, her monotone voice cutting through the silence. $2.50. I fumbled in my wallet, pulling out a $5 bill. My fingers felt numb. I placed it on the counter, trying not to make eye contact. She took the bill, her pale fingers brushing against mine. Her skin felt unnaturally cold. As she made change, I risked a quick glance around the diner. That is when I saw it. The two men in the booth by the window had shifted. Just slightly. Their heads were still facing me, but their bodies were now angled toward the aisle, as if preparing to stand. The couple by the counter had dropped their menu, their hands no longer clasped, but resting on the table, their fingers splayed. And the solitary figures at the counter, they seemed to be leaning forward just a fraction of an inch. They were not just staring anymore. They were tensing. My blood ran cold. This was not just a weird social interaction. This was a prelude. They were waiting for me. They had been waiting for me all along. Brenda placed my change on the counter. "Thank you," she said, her voice still flat, but there was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in her tone. A hint of something beneath the surface. Expectation. "Thanks." I practically croaked, snatching the change. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I knew I had to go. Now, I turned, my eyes darting toward the front door. It felt miles away. I took a step, then another, tried to walk quickly without breaking into a full run. The air in the diner felt heavy, suffocating. I could feel their eyes on my back, burning into me. I heard a faint creak. I did not dare look back. I just focused on that heavy wooden door. Another creak, a shuffle, It was not just in my head. They were moving. I broke into a run, my feet pounding on the linoleum floor. The door was right there, just a few more feet. As I reached for the handle, I heard it, a collective guttural sound. Not a scream, not a shout, but a low, sustained groan. It filled the diner, a chorus of inhuman voices that sent a fresh wave of primal fear washing over me. My hand closed around the cold metal of the door handle. I twisted it, pushed. The door did not budge. I pushed harder, panic clawing at my throat. It was locked. It had to be. But I had not heard a lock click when I came in. I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, and too many of them. I twisted the handle again, frantically pulling and pushing, throwing my weight against a heavy door. It was like it had been welded shut. The groaning intensified, closer now. I could feel a presence right behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. Brenda was standing there, just a few feet away. Behind her, spread out across the diner, were all the other patrons. They had risen from their seats. They were no longer frozen statues. They were moving slowly, deliberately, forming a semicircle, closing in on me. Their faces were still impassive, their eyes still wide and unblinking. But now, their mouths were slightly agape, the source of that terrible, low groan. And there was something else in their eyes now, not just vacantness. Something hungry, something ancient. Brenda took a slow step toward me. Then another. The others followed suit, their movements synchronized, like puppets on invisible strings. The groaning filled the air, a terrifying symphony of dread. "You are not leaving," Brenda said, her voice still flat, but with a chilling finality that turned my blood to ice. "You are exactly what we have been waiting for." My mind screamed. I scrambled back, bumping into the locked door. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. I looked into Brenda's unblinking eyes, and in that moment, I saw it. A flicker of something deep within those black pupils. Not a reflection of me, but a vast, empty darkness. A void that stretched on forever. And I realized that these were not just people staring at me. They were something else entirely. Something that had worn human skin. Something that had waited in this desolate diner, patiently, silently, for the right person to walk through that door. And that person was me. I was their match. I do not know what happened next. My memory gets hazy here, fragmented by pure, unadulterated terror. I remember a surge of adrenaline, a desperate, animalistic cry tearing from my throat. I remember pushing, kicking, fighting. I remember the cold touch of their skin, the strength in their unyielding grip. I remember a sense of overwhelming, suffocating dread as they closed in, their unblinking eyes fixed on me, the groaning filling my ears until it was the only sound in the universe. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up in my car, parked on the shoulder of the highway, miles and miles away from the Oasis Diner. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and orange. My head throbbed, my body ached as if I had been in a wrestling match, and my throat was raw. My clothes were torn, and there were faint bruises on my arms, like someone had grabbed me with incredible force. I had no idea how I got there. No memory of getting back to my car, no memory of driving away. It was like a chunk of my life had been ripped out, replaced by a black void. I never stopped at another roadside diner on that trip, or any trip since. I drove straight through to Denver, barely stopping for gas, constantly checking my rearview mirror. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that diner. Was it a nightmare? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion? I try to tell myself that, but the bruises were real. The torn clothes were real. And the memory of those unblinking eyes, that flat, monotone voice, that terrible, hungry groan that feels realer than anything else. I still look over my shoulder sometimes, especially when I am driving late at night. And every now and then, when I am alone in the dark, I can still feel the weight of those unblinking stares, the chilling certainty that I walked into something I was never meant to find, something that was waiting, something that chose me, and I still wonder, what exactly were they waiting for? And what did they do to me in that missing chunk of time? I do not know if I truly escaped that night, or if a part of me is still back there, trapped in the harsh fluorescent glow of the Oasis diner, forever held captive by those unblinking eyes. You know, sometimes I wish I could go back in time. Not to change anything monumental, like some big historical event or a personal regret I had when I was a kid. No, I would just go back a few months, to the moment my thumb hovered over Ethan's dating profile, and I would just not swipe right. Just let it pass. Let his picture fade into the endless stream of faces I would never meet. Because what happened after that, what he did, it broke something inside me that I do not think will ever fully heal. It has been weeks since that night. Weeks since I scrambled through a broken window. Weeks since I drove for hours, shaking, trying to outrun a terror that was already burned into my mind. Weeks since I called my friend, then the police, only for them to find nothing. An empty apartment, a vanished profile, a story they clearly did not believe, chalking it up to disorientation, a bad dream. But I know what I saw. I know subject number 4 was real. And I know Ethan was real, even if he vanished like smoke. The nightmares, they are relentless. Every time I close my eyes, I am back in that eerily clean apartment. The metallic smell thick in the air, the covered shapes looming in the living room. I see the mannequin, its eyes hollow, staring. I hear Ethan's voice, calm and chilling, explaining his project. And then I am running, the window glass tearing at my skin, the thorns below biting deep. I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced he is outside my door, or worse, already inside. I am constantly looking over my shoulder now. Every shadow seems to hold a shape. Every creak of the floorboard sounds like footsteps. I have changed my locks, added a security system, even bought a baseball bat I keep by my bed. My friends try to be supportive, but I can see the pity in their eyes, the unspoken question of whether I am truly okay. I tell them I am, but it is a lie. I am a wreck. I jump at loud noises. I flinch if someone touches me unexpectedly, and I can't stand being alone in silence. The silence, for some reason, is the worst. It reminds me of his apartment. My friend, Mark, bless his heart, he has been trying to get me out of the house, trying to get me to live again. He says I can't let one bad experience ruin my life. He keeps suggesting I try dating again, just to prove to myself that not everyone out there is a monster. I would scoff at the idea for weeks. The thought of trusting someone new, of letting my guard down even for a second, it felt impossible. But the loneliness, the crushing weight of isolation, it was starting to get to me. I was tired of just existing, of being trapped in my own head. So, when Mark told me about a friend of a friend, a woman named Chloe, who was really sweet and looking for something casual, I found myself hesitating. Then, against every fiber of my being, against the screaming voice in the back of my mind that still whispered Ethan, I said yes. Maybe Mark was right. Maybe I needed to try. Maybe I needed to see that there were normal people out there, people who did not keep human-sized cages in their living rooms. We agreed to meet at a relatively busy gastropub downtown. I chose it specifically because it was lively, with enough background noise to make me feel less exposed. I got there a little early, ordered a beer, and found a table near the window. My hands were shaking slightly as I gripped the cold glass, my eyes darting around the room, scrutinizing every face, every movement. Old habits die hard, especially when those habits were forged in terror. Chloe arrived a few minutes later, and I have to admit, she was striking. Long, dark hair, bright, intelligent eyes, and a smile that seemed genuinely warm. She was wearing a simple, elegant black dress, and she carried herself with an easy confidence. She looked normal, refreshingly normal, A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. Maybe this was not such a bad idea after all. "Hi, you must be Alex," she said, her voice soft and pleasant. She extended a hand, and her grip was firm, not overly strong, but not weak either. "Chloe, right? Nice to meet you." I managed, trying to sound casual, try to ignore the way my heart was still thumping a little too fast. We settled into conversation easily enough. She worked as an archivist at a local museum, and she had a passion for old books and forgotten histories. She talked about her cat, her love for hiking, and a recent trip she would take into the coast. I found myself relaxing, just a tiny bit. I told her about my job in marketing, carefully omitting any details about my recent experiences. It felt good, just talking, laughing even, without the constant gnawing fear. The pub was getting busier, the chatter of voices and clinking of glasses creating a comfortable hum. We ordered some food, and the conversation flowed. I even started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could get past this. Maybe I could move on. That is when it started. We were talking about a local art exhibit, something abstract she had seen recently. She was mid-sentence, describing a particularly perplexing sculpture when I heard it. A faint whisper, almost imperceptible, just beneath the surface of her words. "Michael." It was so soft, so quick. I almost dismissed it. I thought it was just the ambient noise of the pub, a trick of my ears, or perhaps my own paranoia playing tricks on me again. I would have been hyper-vigilant for weeks, listening for anything out of place. It was probably just that. I blinked, shook my head subtly, and tried to refocus on her. Chloe did not seem to notice anything. She continued talking about the sculpture, her expression animated. "Sorry, I interrupted. Did you say something?" She looked at me, a slight frown on her brow. "About the sculpture." I was just saying it reminded me of a tangled mess of emotions. No, before that. I thought I heard "never mind." Must have been the music. I forced a smile, feeling a flush creep up my neck. I sounded crazy. She just smiled back, a little quizzically, then continued. The moment passed. I told myself it was nothing, just my overactive imagination. But then, about 10 minutes later, as I was telling her about a ridiculous client meeting I would had that week, I heard it again. This time, it was a little clearer, a little closer. "Sarah." My breath hitched. I stopped mid-sentence, my eyes fixed on her. She was looking at me, her smile still in place, waiting for me to finish my story. Her lips were not moving. Not for the whisper, anyway. It was like the sound was coming from around her, or perhaps through her. But it was undeniably her voice, or a version of it. A phantom echo. "Chloe," I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. Are you feeling all right?" She tilted her head. "Of course. Why do you ask?" "No, it is just I keep hearing things. Like whispers." "I thought it was you." Her smile widened, but it did not quite reach her eyes. "Oh, you must be hearing things." "Alex, this place is quite loud, is not it?" She laughed, a light, airy sound, and took a sip of her wine. I watched her, my heart starting to pound again. It was not the loudness of the pub. I knew what I heard, and it was not me going crazy. Not this time. The rest of our main course passed in a blur of forced smiles and internal panic. I tried to focus on her words, tried to engage, but my mind was screaming. Every fiber of my being was on high alert, just like that night at Ethan's. I felt the familiar cold dread creeping into my veins. And the whispers continued. They became more frequent, sometimes just a name, sometimes accompanied by a chilling, almost poetic descriptor, as she talked about her love for hiking trails. David, he loved the Hemlock Ridge Trail, too, as she mentioned her cat. Emily, her cat. Mittens waited by the window for weeks, as she described a local coffee shop. Jessica, she always ordered the lavender latte there. Each name, each soft, spectral utterance sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. They were barely audible to anyone else. I was sure the pub was still bustling, the music still playing, but to me, the whispers cut through everything else, sharp and clear. I kept glancing around, wondering if anyone else heard it, but everyone was engrossed in their own conversations. No one seemed to notice the spectral chorus emanating from my date. I started doing something I had not done since that night with Ethan. I started subtly checking my phone under the table. Not for messages, but for something else. I typed in the names, one by one, into a search engine, along with missing. What I found made my blood run cold. Michael, missing from a nearby town 3 months ago. Last seen leaving a bar. Sarah, disappeared 6 months ago from a popular hiking trail. Her car was found abandoned at the trailhead. David, a hiker, yes, from Hemlock Ridge, vanished without a trace almost a year ago. Emily, a young woman, confirmed missing. Her cat, Mittens, was mentioned in the news articles, a small detail that had stuck with the community. Jessica, yes, she was a barista at that specific coffee shop, missing for 2 years. My hand was shaking so hard, I almost dropped my phone. These were not random names. These were real people. People who had vanished. And Chloe, my date, was whispering their names, sometimes with details that only someone intimately familiar with their cases would know. My mind raced. Was she a detective? No, she would said she was an archivist. Was she a psychic? A medium? The thought was almost laughable, but the alternative was far, far worse. I looked at her across the table. She was smiling, recounting a humorous anecdote about a particularly dusty old manuscript. Her eyes sparkled. Her smile was warm. She looked entirely, perfectly normal. And yet, the whispers continued, a ghostly litany of the lost. Thomas never made it home from his night shift. Lisa, her red scarf was found by the river. Daniel, he left a note saying he would be back soon. Each whisper was a dagger, twisting deeper into my already frayed nerves. The terror from Ethan's apartment came flooding back, a suffocating wave. That same feeling of being trapped, of being in a situation that was utterly surreal and horrifying, but nobody else seemed to see it. I had to get out. Now, I put my phone back in my pocket, my fingers clammy. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. Chloe, I said, cutting her off mid-sentence again. This time, I did not care if I was rude. She stopped, her smile faltering just slightly. Yes, Alex, I am so sorry, but something just came up. A family emergency. I really need to go. The lie felt clumsy, transparent, but I could not think of anything better. Her expression changed. The warmth in her eyes dimmed, replaced by something I could not quite place. It was not anger, not exactly. More like disappointment. A deep, unsettling disappointment. Oh, she said, her voice dropping a register, becoming almost a purr. But we were just getting to know each other. Alex, the evening is still young. She reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on my forearm. Her touch, which moments ago would have been comforting, now felt like a brand, cold and possessive. I flinched, pulling my arm back slightly. I really do have to go. I insisted, my voice cracking a little. I started to push my chair back. Her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. Are you sure? Alex, because I was just about to tell you something very interesting. About you. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The whispers, for a moment, seemed to stop. The pub noise faded into a dull roar. All I could focus on was her. What do you mean? I managed, my voice barely a whisper. She leaned forward, her dark hair falling around her face, obscuring part of it. Her voice was now barely audible, a low, intimate murmur meant only for my ears. "I know about Ethan," she said. The world spun. The air left my lungs. The terror, which had been building like a slow, agonizing tide, now crashed over me, overwhelming and absolute. How could she know? No one knew. The police had dismissed it. My friend knew the bare bones, but not the name, not the details. Her gaze was fixed on mine, unwavering. And then she whispered again, her lips barely moving, her voice a chilling breeze against my ear, even though she was across the table. "You were so brave that night. Alex, squeezing through that window, the thorns." And then another name, clearer than any before, a name that made my blood freeze in my veins. Ethan, he was quite disappointed. You know, subject number 5 escaped. I did not wait. I did not think. I scrambled out of my chair, knocking it over with a loud clang that drew a few curious glances from nearby tables. I did not care. I bolted. I ran past startled diners, past confused waiters, out the door and into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran. My car was parked a few blocks away. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. I finally got the engine to turn over, slammed the car into reverse, and peeled out of the spot, leaving a screech of tires in my wake. I drove, just like last time, miles and miles, until the city lights were a distant glow in my rearview mirror. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. Chloe, the whispers, the missing people, and then Ethan. She knew about Ethan. She knew about me. Who was she? Was she connected to him? Was she another one of his researchers? Or was she something else entirely? Something even more terrifying? A predator who collected the names of the lost, perhaps even contributed to their numbers. And why me? Was this another test? Another project? I finally pulled over on a deserted stretch of highway, my chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, trying to rationalize, try and make sense of the incomprehensible. But there was no sense to be made. I tried calling Mark, but my voice was too choked with sobs to explain. I tried calling the police again, but what would I say? My date whispered the names of missing people, and then told me she knew about my previous traumatic experience with a vanishing kidnapper. They would section me for, sure. They already thought I was unhinged. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still trembling, and searched for Chloe. I typed her name into the dating app, into social media, into a general search. Nothing. Her profile was gone, just like Ethan's. No trace. No digital footprint. It was as if she had never existed. The names, though, the names were real. Michael, Sarah, David, Emily, Jessica, Thomas, Lisa, Daniel, and the details the Hemlock Ridge Trail. Mittens a cat, the lavender latte. Those were real, too. And the terrifying knowledge she possessed about my escape from Ethan. I spent the night in my car, parked in a remote rest stop, watching the sunrise paint the sky with colors I could not appreciate. I felt hollowed out, utterly broken. The Ethan incident had shattered my trust in people, in the world. This new encounter, this phantom woman, and her ghostly whispers, had taken what little hope I had left and pulverized it. Now, weeks later, the whispers are still with me. Not from Chloe, but in my own head. Every time I see a news report about a missing person, every time I pass a flyer taped to a lamppost, I hear her voice, soft and chilling, uttering their names. I am living in a self-imposed prison now. I rarely leave my apartment, and when I do, I am constantly scanning, searching, half expecting to see Chloe's face in crowd, her knowing smile, her eyes holding that unsettling glint. I had become a recluse, a ghost haunting my own life. The terror is not just about Ethan anymore. It is about Chloe, too. It is about the names, the lost ones, who seem to be calling out to me through her, through the silence. It is about the realization that there are things out there, people out there, that defy all logic, all reason. And they know things. They know about you. They know about your past. They know about the secrets you thought were buried. I do not know who Chloe was, or what she wanted. I do not know if she was a victim, a perpetrator, or something else entirely. But I know this are whispers, those ghostly litanies of the lost. They have become a permanent part of the soundtrack of my life. And every day, I hear them, echoing in the quiet moments, reminding me that the world is far more terrifying than I ever imagined, and that some scars once inflicted never truly heal. I wish I had never, ever swiped right. And I wish I had never, ever gone on that second date. Because now, the names of the missing are whispering to me, and I can't make them stop. The world blurred into a smear of gray highway and dying yellow lines. My hands were clamped around the steering wheel, knuckles white, the cheap plastic digging into my palms. I drove until the sun started to bleed across the horizon, painting the sky in colors that felt like a cruel joke. Orange and pink, beautiful and serene, while my insides were not a pure, unadulterated terror. Mark. God. Mark. The name tasted like ash in my mouth. I would thought I was running from the ancient, hungry things, the reflections that twisted and fed on human sorrow. I would thought Maria, Emily, Sarah, they were the end of it, the paranormal, the supernatural, the things that should not exist. But Mark was human, and that was almost worse. He was not a shadow in a mirror, a whisper from the void. He was a man with a house, a job, a normal-looking life, and he had collected me. Piece by piece, photo by photo, map by map. He would meticulously document my existence, turning my desperate attempts at anonymity into a perverse hobby. And that picture, the one framed on his wall, labeled my Emily. He knew. He knew about Emily, the first one. The first time the reflections had taken someone I loved. How could he know? Was he connected to them? Or was he just another monster, drawn to the same well of pain? My mind raced, spinning in circles of panic and exhaustion. There was no pattern, no logic to any of this anymore. I would spend years avoiding mirrors, avoiding people, trying to become invisible. Then the loneliness had become its own kind of monster, gnawing at me until I would crack. I would reach out, desperate for a normal connection, and found Mark. Found a human predator who hunted not with teeth and claws, but with a camera and a chilling, patient obsession. I drove until the car's fuel light blinked a frantic orange. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. I had not eaten in what felt like days, and the last coherent thought I would had was about lasagna. Lasagna. The irony was a bitter taste. I pulled off the highway, the tires crunching on gravel. The exit sign was faded, almost a legible Maple Creek, 12 miles. Another nameless town in an endless string of nameless towns. I needed gas, and more importantly, I needed to get something in my stomach before I passed out cold. My paranoia was a constant companion, a buzzing fly in my ear, telling me every shadow was a threat, every person potential danger. But my body was screaming for fuel, for a moment of respite, no matter how brief or ill-advised. The town of Maple Creek was exactly what you would expect. A blink, and you miss it Main Street, a scattering of old brick buildings, a gas station with a flickering neon sign. And across from the gas station, almost hidden behind a couple of overgrown oak trees, was a diner. The Daily Grind. The sign read, the letters peeling in places. It looked like it had been there for 100 years, a relic from a simpler time. Yellow light spilled from its windows, promising warmth and a temporary escape from the cold, indifferent world outside. It was late, past midnight, but the lights were on, and I could just make out a few cars in the small parking lot. A truck, an older sedan, nothing too flashy. Nothing that screamed marks here. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the car door handle. Every instinct screamed at me to keep driving, to find a motel, to eat a granola bar in the dark. But the hunger was a hollow ache, and exhaustion was a heavy blanket, threatening to smother me. Just a quick meal, I told myself. In and out, no mirrors in a greasy spoon diner, right? And people would not be staring, not in a place like this. People in diners at this hour were usually just trying to get through their shift or their lonely night. They had their own things to worry about. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the car door. The crisp night air hit me, a welcome shock. I walked across the lot, my eyes scanning, always scanning. The gas station attendant was inside, looking bored. A couple of figures sat in booths in the diner, their backs mostly to the window. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a quiet, sleepy town. I pushed open the heavy glass door of the daily grind. A small bell above the door jingled, a surprisingly cheerful sound. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale coffee, fried onions, and something vaguely sweet like old syrup. It was a classic diner setup, a long counter with swivel stools, a row of booths along the far wall, a jukebox in the corner that looked like it had not worked since the 70s. The yellow light was warmer inside, casting long shadows. I stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind me. The jingle of the bell seemed to echo a little too long in the sudden silence that fell. My eyes swept the room. There were maybe 6 or 7 other people inside. A couple sat in a booth near the front, an older man in a worn baseball cap hunched over the counter, a younger guy with a beard nursing a coffee in another booth. And then there was a woman, probably in her late 50s, with faded floral apron tied over a checkered shirt, standing behind the counter, wiping it down with a damp cloth. The waitress, I figured. As I took a step further and looking for an empty booth, I noticed something. Everyone was looking at me, not just a casual glance. The kind you get when someone new walks into a quiet place. This was more. Their heads were all turned, their eyes fixed. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. My usual paranoia. I tried to tell myself. Just my brain playing tricks. I was tired, jumpy. I forced a small, awkward smile, the kind you get when you realize you're being stared at and you want to pretend it is perfectly normal. No one smiled back. No one even acknowledged it. They just kept looking. Their faces were still, unmoving. Their eyes, though, their eyes were wide open, fixed on me with an intensity that made my stomach clench. And they were not blinking. I swear to God, not a single one of them blinked. The waitress, her hand frozen mid-wipe on the counter, stared. The old man at the counter, his fork halfway at his mouth, stared. The couple in the booth, their coffee cups still, stared. The bearded guy, his head tilted slightly, stared. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was not normal. This was not just my paranoia. This was wrong. I cleared my throat, trying to break the spell. Table for one, please. I managed, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the overwhelming silence. The waitress did not move. Her gaze was unwavering, her eyes dark and depthless. I could not read anything in them, no curiosity, no hostility, just observation. Pure, unadulterated observation. Like I was a specimen under a microscope. I took another tentative step, my eyes darting from face to face. The stillness was unnerving. No one shifted in their seats. No one made a sound. It was like they were mannequins, frozen in the middle of their mundane activities, all programmed to fixate on me. I tried to force a laugh, a nervous, shaky sound. Long drive. I mumbled, mostly to myself, just looking for some coffee. Still nothing, just the stares, unblinking. A deep chill settled over me, colder than the night air outside. My flight instinct, usually so finely tuned, was screaming, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. It was like I was caught in a spotlight, completely exposed. Every flaw and fear lay bare under their collective gaze. I decided to try and break the tension by acting normal. I walked to an empty booth, near the back, sliding in with a forced sense of casualness. The red vinyl was cracked, the table sticky. I picked up the laminated menu, pretending to read it, but my eyes kept flicking up, checking. They were still staring. Every single one of them. Their heads had not moved an inch. Their eyes had not wavered. It was like I was the only moving thing in a room full of statues. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to check my reflection, to see if there was something wrong with me, something on my face, something that would explain this terrifying tableau. But I clamped down on the thought. Mirrors. No, not here, not ever, especially not now. My hands trembled as I put the menu down. My throat was dry. Hello. I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Anyone working here? The waitress slowly, almost imperceptibly, pushed herself off the counter. Her movements were stiff, unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. She glided towards my booth, her eyes still locked on mine. She did not walk so much as she floated, her feet making no sound on the checkered linoleum floor. She stopped at my table, a small pad of paper and a pen held in her hand. Her expression was utterly blank. Her eyes, those unblinking eyes, they were starting to make my skin crawl. They seemed to hold an ancient weariness, a knowledge that went far beyond what any human eye should convey. "What can I get for you, honey?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of any warmth or inflection. It was a practice phrase, delivered without feeling. I stared back at her, trying to find some flicker of humanity, some sign that this was all a very elaborate, very disturbing prank. But there was nothing, just the blankness, the unblinking gaze. "A coffee," I stammered, "and a cheeseburger, with fries." I hated how my voice shook. She did not write anything down. She just kept staring. Then, slowly, she turned and started to float back towards the counter, her gaze never breaking contact with mine until she reached the kitchen door, where she finally disappeared. As she vanished, the room seemed to exhale. The stares of the other patrons, however, remained, unwavering, unblinking. I pulled out my phone, a desperate attempt to create a barrier, to distract myself, to pretend I was somewhere else. No signal. Of course. Why would there be signal in a place like this? I put it back in my pocket, feeling even more isolated. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. Gas leak. Some kind of mass hysteria. A cult. Was this another one of them? The reflections. Had they found a new way to manifest? To draw me in? The old man at the counter, his fork still suspended in the air, seemed to be breathing. I could see the slight rise and fall of his chest. The couple in the booth, their chests rose and fell too. They were not dead. They were just unnervingly still. I tried to focus on my breathing. In, out, in, out. My heart was still hammering. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a fly caught in a spider's web. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to get out, to drive as far away from this place as humanly possible. But something held me there. A morbid curiosity, a terrifying fascination, a desperate need to understand what the hell was happening. Maybe it was the exhaustion. Maybe I was finally losing it. All the running, all the fear, all the paranoia, maybe it had finally broken something inside me. The kitchen door swung open again, and the waitress reappeared, carrying a plate with cheeseburger and a basket of fries and a mug of coffee. She moved with the same unnatural glide, her eyes fixed on me the entire time. She placed the food in front of me with a soft clatter, the mug of coffee steaming gently. "Enjoy," she said, her voice still flat. Then she turned and floated back to her spot behind the counter, resuming her unblinking vigil. I looked down at the food. It looked normal. A perfectly average cheeseburger, a pile of golden fries. The coffee smelled like coffee. My stomach rumbled, a stark reminder of my hunger. But I could not bring myself to eat. The thought of putting anything from this place into my body made my gorge rise. What if it was not food? What if it was some kind of trap? Some kind of offering? I picked up the mug, my hand shaking slightly. The ceramic was warm against my fingers. I took a tentative sip of the coffee. It was hot, black, and tasted like coffee. Just regular diner coffee. Nothing special, nothing strange. But the stares, they were still there, relentless. I slowly raised my head, looking directly at the old man at the counter. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, fixed. I could see the tiny capillaries, the slight yellowing in the whites. He had not blinked, not once since I had walked in. How was that possible? I tried to blink rapidly, just to see what it felt like. My eyes watered. It felt unnatural to hold them open for so long. These people, they were defying basic biology. A new wave of fear washed over me. This was not just weird. This was impossible. This was something else. Something beyond my understanding, beyond the reflections, beyond Mark. Something that felt colder, more ancient, more deeply wrong. I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my chest, like an invisible hand squeezing my lungs. I could not breathe. My vision started to tunnel. I had to get out. Now, I slammed the mug down on the table, the ceramic clattering loudly. The sound echoed in the silent diner, jarring and out of place. It was the first sound other than my own voice or the waitresses that had broken the eerie stillness since I had entered. Did they react? No, not a twitch, not a flicker, just the stares. I pushed myself out of the booth, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. Every movement felt amplified, every sound a thunderclap in the oppressive silence. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move. My eyes darted to the door. It suddenly looked miles away. I gotta go. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Something came up. No response. Of course not. I started to walk towards the door, my pace quickening with every step. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst through my chest. The stairs felt like physical weights on my back, pushing me down, trying to hold me in place. I could feel their collective gaze burning into my skin, 1,000 invisible needles. As I reached the door, my hand outstretched for the cold metal handle. I heard something, a sound. It was a soft, almost imperceptible click. I froze, my hand inches from the handle. I slowly turned my head, my eyes wide with terror. The old man at the counter. He had lowered his fork. It rested on his plate, making that soft click. And now, slowly, deliberately, he was turning his head, not just his eyes, but his entire head, following me. And then, one by one, the others started to move. The couple in the booth, the bearded guy, the waitress behind the counter. Their heads began to turn, slowly, in unison, their unblinking eyes still locked on me. It was like watching a horrific, slow-motion ballet. Their movements were stiff, like rusty gears grinding into motion. A low hum started in the room. Not a sound from any specific person, but a collective vibration, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to come from the very walls of the diner. It grew louder, a sound that felt like it was inside my head, vibrating my teeth. Panic finally broke through the paralysis. I wrenched the door open, the bell above it jingling frantically, a discordant, mocking sound. I stumbled out into the cool night air, gasping, my lungs burning. I did not look back. I did not dare. I just ran across the gravel parking lot, fumbling for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it, and the engine sputtered to life with a roaring cough. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of space. I did not bother to put in drive properly, just floored the accelerator, tearing out of the parking lot and onto the empty road. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The daily grind. It stood there, a beacon of yellow light in the darkness. And in every window, every single window, I could see them, their faces, their eyes, all staring, unblinking, even from a distance. I could feel it, their gaze. It was like a physical tether, pulling at me, trying to drag me back. I swerved onto the highway, my foot pressed hard on the gas pedal. The car sped up, eating up the miles. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them, all of them, pouring out of the diner and chasing me down the road. But there was nothing, just a receding yellow glow and the unblinking dots of their eyes, shrinking with distance, but never quite disappearing. I drove until the sun was fully up, until the world was bathed in harsh, unforgiving daylight. I drove until I was miles and miles away from Maple Creek, until the image of those unblinking eyes was seared into the back of my eyelids. I pulled over on the shoulder of a deserted road, the car ticking and groaning as it cooled down. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, my body racked with tremors, gasping for breath. What was that? I whispered into the silence of the car. What the hell was that? It was not the reflections. It was not Maria. It was not Mark. It was something else. Something colder, more collective, more fundamental. It felt like the world itself was watching me now, that the very fabric of reality was aware of my presence, and it did not like it. My Emily. Mark's words echoed in my head. He knew. He knew about the first one. And now this collective, unblinking awareness. I was no longer just running from specific monsters. I was running from the world, from a reality that seemed to be closing in on me, tightening its grip, showing me that there was no normal, no safety, no escape. I was utterly alone, utterly vulnerable, and I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that the hunt was far, far from over. The diner was just another stop on a road that led only deeper into the terrifying darkness. And I had a feeling that the match I would met was not just the people in that diner, but the understanding that everywhere I went, every place I tried to hide, the world was waiting, watching, unblinking. Maple Creek. The name itself still makes my blood run cold. I drove for hours after that. The image of those unblinking eyes burned into my retina, reflected in every window, every dark patch of road. They were not just staring, they were watching. Like the world itself had turned its gaze on me, and I was the only thing in focus. It was different from Mark, different from the reflections. This felt primal, ancient, like I would stumbled into a place where the rules of reality were thinner than tissue paper, and something older than time had taken notice. I kept driving until the sun came up, then kept driving some more. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, not with that feeling of omnipresent observation clawing at my back. I crossed state lines, bought burner phones, paid cash for everything, and tried to disappear. I changed my hair, my clothes, my whole persona. The hunt for Mark faded into a low hum of background noise, replaced by a new, more insidious dread. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of unblinking eyes. Every quiet moment felt like a prelude to a collective hum. I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly alone. Eventually, the sheer physical toll of constant flight forced me to slow down. I found a small, isolated cabin way up in the mountains, rented it online using a fake ID and a VPN, hoping the digital breadcrumbs would be too convoluted for anyone or anything to follow. For a few weeks, it was quiet, too quiet. The only sounds of the wind through the pines and the distant cry of some wild animal. I spent my days staring at the trees, my nights staring at the ceiling, wondering if I would ever truly be safe again. The paranoia was a constant companion, a heavy blanket I could not shake off. But slowly, imperceptibly, A different kind of loneliness began to creep in. A human loneliness. I know, I know, it sounds insane. After everything, after running for my life from supernatural horrors and human monsters, why would I open myself up to, well, anything? But that is the thing about isolation. It starts to warp your perception. You crave connection, even a superficial one. You want to feel normal, even for a second. So one night, fueled by a bottle of cheap wine and an overwhelming sense of despair, I downloaded Tinder. I told myself it was just to feel human, to see if there were other people out there who were not trying to kill me or stare at me with vacant eyes. A terrible idea. I know, but when you are teetering on the edge of sanity, sometimes you do terrible things just to feel something else. I put up a heavily filtered picture, used a fake name, Sarah, and kept my bio vague. I swiped through faces, mostly out of boredom, a grim amusement. Most of them blurred together. A sea of generic smiles and gym selfies. Then, I saw him. Daniel. My thumb froze. My breath hitched. The wine-induced haze instantly evaporated, replaced by a jolt of pure, unadulterated shock. His profile picture showed him smiling, a slight dimple in his left cheek, light brown hair falling just so over his forehead, eyes a warm, intelligent hazel. He was handsome, in a kind, approachable way, but it was not his attractiveness that stopped me. It was a familiarity. It was him. Pip, my childhood imaginary friend. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. It could not be. It was impossible. Imaginary friends are not real. They do not grow up. They do not have Tinder profiles. But the resemblance it was not just similar. It was exact. The same slightly crooked nose, the same way his lips curved when he smiled, the subtle freckle just under his right eye that only I had ever noticed. Even the way his hair fell was identical to how I would always pictured Pip. I closed my eyes, took a deep, shaky breath, and opened them again. Daniel was still there, still smiling. My mind raced back years and years to a time when the biggest threat I faced was a scraped knee or a missed bedtime. I was an only child and often lonely. My parents were loving but busy, and I spent a lot of time in my own head. That is where Pip came from. He just appeared one day. I was 6 years old, playing alone in the backyard, building a fort out of old blankets and patio chairs. I remember feeling a presence, a warmth beside me. I looked up, and there he was, a boy, about my age, maybe a little older. He had the same light brown hair, the same hazel eyes, the same gentle smile. He wore clothes that seemed a little indistinct, like they were made of mist, but I never questioned it. He just was. Pip was my confidant, my playmate, my protector. He would sit with me for hours, listening to my childish woes, inventing elaborate games, whispering secrets only I could hear. He was always there. Sometimes, my parents would ask who I was talking to, and I would just say, Pip. They would smile, indulge in my imagination, never seeing him. To them, he was just a phase, a coping mechanism for a lonely kid. To me, he was as real as the grass beneath my bare feet. He knew things only I knew, like the time I stole a cookie from the jar and hid the evidence, or the secret spot in the woods where I would bury a time capsule. He would bring them up, always gently, always with a knowing glint in his eye. It never felt creepy, then it felt like he truly understood me, better than anyone. Pip was always kind, always supportive. He would tell me I was brave when I faced a scary dog, or smart when I figured out a puzzle. He made me feel special. Then, when I turned 10, he started to fade. Slowly, imperceptibly. One day, he just was not there anymore. I remember feeling a profound sense of loss, a gaping hole in my world. I cried for days, but my parents just told me I was growing up, that imaginary friends eventually go away. I tried to bring him back, to conjure him, but it was like trying to remember a dream the edges were fuzzy, the details elusive. Eventually, the memory of him became just that, a memory. A sweet, comforting, slightly sad fragment of my childhood. Until now, until Daniel. I scroll through his other pictures. A selfie with a dog. A picture of him, hiking. Another one at a coffee shop. Every single one, it was Pip. The same posture, the same genuine smile, the same way his eyes crinkled at the corners. It was unnerving. It was terrifying. Was it a coincidence? A genetic doppelganger? The universe playing some cruel, elaborate joke on my already frayed nerves? Or was it something else? I felt a profound sense of dread settle over me, heavier than any fear I would feel from Mark or the unblinking eyes. This was different. This was personal. This was my childhood, twisted and resurrected. My finger hovered over the swipe right button. Every instinct screamed at me to swipe left, to delete the app, to burn my phone, to never look back. But another part of me, a morbidly curious, deeply terrified part, needed to know. I had to know. I swiped right. A second later, it is a match. Banner flashed across the screen. My stomach dropped. He messaged me almost immediately. "Hey, Sarah, you have really kind eyes." My hands trembled as I read it. Kind eyes. Pip always told me I had kind eyes. I stared at the message, paralyzed. What do I say? "Hey, you look exactly like my childhood imaginary friend who vanished when I was 10. That was a surefire way to get unmatched and probably reported. I took another deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to be careful. I needed to investigate. "Hey, Daniel. Thanks. You too." I typed, trying to sound casual, normal. It felt like a lie. Every word felt like a lie. We exchanged a few more messages. He asked about my interests. I gave vague answers. He was charming, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested. He asked what I did for a living, and I invented a freelance graphic design job. He said he was a software engineer working remotely. Everything seemed perfectly normal, perfectly mundane, except for his face, and the way his words echoed memories I had not thought about in decades. He mentioned that he loved hiking. Pip and I used to pretend to hike through the woods behind my childhood home, even though it was just a small patch of trees. He asked if I liked old movies. Pip and I would spend rainy afternoons watching classic black and white films with my grandmother. Coincidence? Or something more? The dread grew with each message. It was like a slow-moving tide, steadily rising, threatening to drown me. I found myself obsessively checking his profile, looking for any clue, any hint that this was not just a man who happened to look like my imaginary friend. One night, after a particularly unsettling exchange where he somehow referenced a specific, obscure detail about my childhood dog that I was certain I would never share with anyone, not even my closest friends, I decided I had to meet him. I needed to see him in person. I needed to confirm, one way or another, if my mind was finally breaking, or if something truly impossible was happening. We agreed to meet for coffee at a small, independent shop in the nearest town, about an hour's drive from my cabin. I chose a public place, just in case. My paranoia, honed by weeks on a run, was screaming at me, but my morbid curiosity was louder. The day of the date, I was a wreck. I changed outfits 3 times, fussed with my hair, tried to appear calm and collected, even though my hands would not stop shaking. I drove to the coffee shop, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I arrived early, found a table in the corner, and ordered a black coffee, hoping the caffeine would sharpen my senses, not just my anxiety. I watched the door, every new person making my stomach clench. Then he walked in. It was him. No doubt. The pictures had not lied. He looked exactly like Pip. He even had that same slightly hesitant, yet warm, smile as he scanned the room. When his eyes landed on me, they lit up. He walked over, graceful and confident, and extended a hand. Sarah, it is great to finally meet you. His voice. It was not exactly Pip's voice, which had been a child's whisper, but it had the same cadence, the same gentle lilt. A shiver ran down my spine. Daniel, you too. I managed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. We sat down. He ordered a black coffee too, just like me. Another coincidence. Or was he mirroring me? We started talking, small talk at first. He was charming, intelligent, and easy to talk to. He asked about my freelance graphic design and listened intently. He talked about his software engineering, making it sound interesting even to my non-tech brain. But the whole time, my mind was racing. I was looking for tells, for cracks in the facade. I was trying to reconcile the handsome man across from me with the spectral boy who'd been my best friend. You know, I said, trying to keep my voice light, you look incredibly familiar. Have we met before? He chuckled, a pleasant sound. Not that I recall, though I often get that. Maybe I just have one of those faces. No, I pressed. It is more than that. You remind me so much of someone I knew a long time ago. He met my gaze, his hazel eyes warm, but something in them seemed to deepen, to hold a hidden knowledge. Oh, who was that? My imaginary friend. I blurted out, then immediately regretted it. My cheeks flushed. I know it sounds crazy, but you really do look like him. He did not laugh. He did not look uncomfortable. He just smiled a soft, understanding smile. An imaginary friend. Huh. What was his name? Pip. I said, the name feeling strange on my tongue after so many years. Pip, he repeated, his voice a low murmur. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. That is a nice name. What was he like? I described Pip carefully, watching his face for any reaction. I talked about his kindness, his wisdom, the games we played. I even mentioned the secret spot in the woods. As I spoke, his smile grew a little wider, a little more knowing. He sounds like a wonderful friend, he said, his voice almost a purr. Did you miss him when he left? Terribly, I admitted, a wave of childhood sadness washing over me. It felt like losing a part of myself. He reached across the table, his hand covering mine. His skin was warm, real. Sometimes, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, friends do not truly leave. They just change form. My blood ran cold. My heart slammed against my ribs. I pulled my hand back instinctively. What do you mean? He chuckled again, a soft, almost conspiratorial sound. Just a thought. People change. Experiences change them. Maybe your friend just grew up, too. The conversation shifted after that, but the unease did not. It grew, festered, blooming into full-blown terror. Every word he spoke, every gesture he made, felt imbued with a double meaning. He seemed to know things that I had not explicitly told him. Small details about my personality, my preferences, things only Pip would have known from years of silent observation. He asked if I still liked to draw. Pip knew I loved to draw. He asked if I still preferred the window seat in a car. Pip always sat beside me, looking out the window. He even mentioned, offhand, how much I disliked the taste of carrots. I had not eaten a carrot in years. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had mentioned these things in our Tinder messages, subconsciously. Maybe he was just a good guesser, a skilled conversationalist. But deep down, I knew this was not coincidence. As the date wound down, he asked if he could walk me to my car. My stomach churned. I wanted to say no, to run, to disappear again. But I felt a strained compulsion, a terrifying magnetism. I needed to see this through. I needed to know the truth, no matter how horrifying. Sure, I said, my voice barely a whisper. We walked out into the crisp afternoon air. The sun was shining, birds were singing, but the world felt muted, unreal. It felt like a stage set for a terrifying revelation. As we reached my car, he stopped, turned to face me. His smile was gone, replaced by an expression I could not quite decipher, a mixture of tenderness, longing, and something profoundly unsettling. Sarah, he began, his voice low and serious. You know, do not you... My breath caught in my throat, my vision blurred. No, what? I whispered, my voice trembling. You know who I am, he said, his hazel eyes locking onto mine, no longer warm, but deep, ancient, and knowing. You always knew. You just forgot. A cold dread spread through me, numbing my limbs. No, I choked out, shaking my head. You are Daniel. You are a Tinder match. He chuckled, a dry, mirthless sound. Daniel is just a name, a convenient form. I have had many names, many forms, over the years, but I am always me, and I am always with you. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, pressing myself against the side of my car. You thought I was imaginary, he continued, his voice softer now, almost mournful. But I was never imaginary. Sarah, I was always real. I was always yours. And you were always mine. No, I cried, pushing away from the car, trying to create distance. You are wrong. You are a stranger. His face hardened, the gentle smile replaced by something cold and possessive. A stranger. After all these years. After everything we shared. You think I just left you? No, my dear. I simply stepped back, waited, watched you grow, watched you forget. It was painful, I assure you, to be so close yet unseen, to hear your thoughts, your fears, your loneliness, and not be able to comfort you. My mind reeled, the unblinking eyes in Maple Creek. Mark, the reflections just felt like a different kind of horror, one that had been woven into the fabric of my life since childhood. This was not an external threat. This was something I had invited, something I had created. You are not real, I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. You can't be real. Imaginary friends are not real adults who stalk you on dating apps. He laughed, a genuine, booming laugh that made people at nearby tables glance over. Oh, but I am. And stalk. Is that what you call it? I prefer to think of it as reconnecting. You needed me. Sarah, you always need me. Especially now, with all these unpleasantries you seem to attract. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mark, the reflections, those watchers in the diner. You are a magnet for trouble, are not you. But do not worry. I am here now. I won't let anything happen to you. Not again. My blood ran cold. He knew about Mark, about the reflections, about Maple Creek. How? How do you know? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He tilted his head, a playful, yet utterly sinister glint in his eyes. I told you. Sarah, I am always with you, always watching, always listening, even when you can't see me, especially then. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I could feel his warmth, smell a faint, earthy scent from his clothes. He was solid, real, and terrifying. I have been waiting for you to be ready, he continued, his voice dropping to a low, hypnotic tone. Ready to remember, ready to accept. And now you are. You are alone, you are scared, and you need someone. Just like you did when you were 6. And I am here. He reached out, his hand gently cupping my cheek. His touch was warm, but it felt like a brand. I tried to pull away, but I was frozen, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my ability to move. We are going to be together again. Sarah, he whispered, his thumb stroking my cheek. Forever. No more running. No more hiding. No more forgetting. Just you and me, like it was always meant to be. His eyes, those beautiful, familiar hazel eyes, now held an ancient, hungry gleam. They were not unblinking like the diner patrons. but they held a similar depth of unnatural observation, a terrifying, possessive knowledge. I finally found my voice, a ragged scream tearing from my throat. Get away from me. I wrenched myself free, fumbling for my car door handle. My fingers were numb, clumsy. He did not move to stop me, just watched, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. I yanked the door open, scrambled inside, and locked it with a frantic click. My hands shook so violently I could barely get the key in the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. In my rearview mirror, I saw him standing there, in front of the coffee shop, hands in his pockets, watching me go. His smile was wider now, a silent, triumphant grin. He did not chase me. He did not need to. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. I drove back to the cabin, pushing the car to its limits, tears streaming down my face. The isolation I had sought now felt like a cage. There was no escape. Not from Mark, not from the reflections, not from the unblinking world. And now, not from Pip. He was not imaginary. He was a patient, ancient entity that had latched onto me in my most vulnerable childhood, nurtured my belief in him, and then receded, only to resurface when I was at my weakest, most desperate. He had been a part of me, a shadow, a silent observer, all along. I pulled into the cabin's dirt driveway, the setting sun casting long, ominous shadows through the trees. I stumbled inside, locking the door, drawing the blinds, trying to barricade myself from the world. But I knew it was useless. He was inside my head. He always had been. I sank to the floor, my back against the door, clutching my knees to my chest. My childhood imaginary friend. The kind, gentle Pip. He was real, and he was coming for me. The cabin, once my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like a footstep. I knew he would not just show up at the door. That was not his style. He was subtle, insidious. He would weave his way back into my life, slowly, surely, until I could not tell where I ended and he began. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? My imaginary friend from childhood is now a real man on Tinder who knows all my secrets and says he has always been watching me. They would lock me up in a psychiatric ward. I thought about running again, but where would I go? He knew everything. He knew my past, my present, probably my future. He was inside my memories, a living, breathing part of them. He had been there for every significant moment, every secret fear, every whispered wish. And then I remembered something else. Something Pip had said to me when I was a child, a memory that surfaced with chilling clarity. We were sitting by the creek, and I was complaining about being lonely. "Do not worry," he would whisper, his small hand patting mine. "You will never truly be alone. I will always be with you, even when you can't see me. I will be right here." He would tap my temple, "Right here, in your head. And when you are ready, I will come back for you." The memory was so vivid, so real, it felt like it had happened yesterday. He was not just a figment of my imagination. He was a parasitic entity, a psychic leech, feeding on my loneliness, growing with me, waiting for the opportune moment to manifest. And that moment was now. I looked around the cabin, at the flickering shadows, at the silent, oppressive air. I was alone, but I was not. He was here. He was everywhere. I pulled out my phone, my fingers shaking as I opened Tinder. Daniel's profile was still there. His smiling face, those warm, intelligent hazel eyes. But now, they seemed to hold an ancient, predatory hunger. I scrolled down to his bio, something I had not paid much attention before, dismissing it as generic dating app filler. It was short, only a few lines. Just looking for a genuine connection. Someone who understands me. Someone who remembers. And then, at the very bottom, a single cryptic phrase in a font that looked slightly different, almost handwritten. "Always with you. always watching. My heart seized. It was not just a phrase. It was his signature, his promise, his curse. I did not delete the app. I could not. It felt like severing a limb or trying to erase a fundamental part of myself. He was intertwined with my very being, a shadow made flesh, a memory come to life. I was trapped with monster I had invited into my life, into my mind when I was an innocent child. And the hunt, it was not just out there anymore. It was in here, with me, forever. I heard a soft tap at the window. My head snapped up. Nothing, just the wind. I told myself, just the wind. But I knew better. He was waiting, and the world, still unblinking, was watching us both. The world tilted, spun on an invisible axis, and then slammed back into place with a sickening lurch. My stomach roiled, a burning cauldron where the alien, pulsating mass of food had landed. It was not just a burn, it was a cold, spreading fire, prickling my insides, making my skin feel too tight, too thin. The dizziness was a vortex, pulling me down, and the buzzing, that incessant high-pitched hum, vibrated not just in my ears, but deep within my skull, echoing in the hollows of my bones. The whispers, oh, God, the whispers. They were not words, not yet. They were a cacophony of ancient sounds, like wind rushing through impossible canyons, or the grinding of tectonic plates under a primordial sea. They were not outside me, they were inside, a chorus of unseen entities awakening, stirring, making themselves at home in the very sanctuary of my mind. My vision swam, the ornate dining room blurring, the faces of Alex, Sarah, Ethan, and Chloe shifting, elongating, their features stretching into something grotesque and primordial, then snapping back into their disturbingly human forms. It was like watching a glitching video, a brief, horrifying glimpse behind the curtain. He is adjusting. Alex's voice, calm and clinical, cut through the internal din. He might as well have been discussing the weather. His eyes, though, they held a glint of something I could not quite decipher triumph. Obsession. The deep, unsettling satisfaction of a scientist watching a successful experiment. Sarah, her face a mask of detached interest, leaned forward slightly. The initial assimilation is always tumultuous. Assimilation. The word hit me like a physical blow. They were not just feeding me, they were changing. Me, I was being consumed from the inside out. My mouth open, a desperate, silent gasp for air, for an answer, for anything that made sense. But no sound came out. My throat felt constricted, my tongue thick and clumsy. Then the movement. It started small, a tremor deep within my gut, like a trapped bird fluttering against a cage. But it grew, spreading outward, a slow, deliberate crawl. It was not my muscles spasming, it was something else, something foreign, exploring the landscape of my own body. It coiled, it stretched, it pulsed, a living entity mapping its new territory. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the invading rhythm within me. I was a puppet, and the strings were being pulled by an unseen, internal master. They watched me, their expressions unreadable, as if I were a particularly interesting exhibit. There was no pity, no remorse, just a cold, calculating gaze. It was a performance, just like Alex had said, and I was the star of their horrifying show. Finally, the world went black. Not a peaceful fade, but an abrupt, violent plunge into darkness, a desperate mercy for my overwhelmed senses. I awoke to the familiar, sterile silence of my cell. The cold concrete floor pressed against my cheek, the rough texture a grounding sensation in the swirling chaos of my mind. My body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. As if I would run a marathon I did not remember starting. But the physical pain was a distant echo compared to the internal landscape of my terror. The buzzing was still there, a constant hum, a white noise in my head that never faded. And the whispers they had evolved. They were not just chaotic sounds anymore. Now, There were fragments, broken pieces of thought, like radio static occasionally resolving into a partial word. Ancient purpose vessel awakening they were not in English. Not exactly, but my mind, somehow, was translating them, or perhaps they were directly implanting their meaning into my consciousness. It was like hearing a language I would never learn, yet understanding its core message with chilling clarity. The movement inside me was also more pronounced. It felt like a knot of snakes, slowly untangling, shifting, growing. Sometimes it was a dull ache, sometimes a sharp, piercing pain that made me gasp. I pressed my hands against my abdomen, desperate to feel something familiar, something mine. But beneath my fingers, I could feel a subtle, unsettling ripple, a phantom wave passing through my flesh. It was like my body was no longer entirely my own, but a shared space, a cohabitation. Days blurred again. I lost track of time, of sunrises and sunsets, of the mundane rhythms of life. My existence was reduced to the four walls of my cell and the monstrous symphony playing out inside my head. The bland food they slid under the door tasteless gruel. Stale bread felt like an insult. How could they offer me this when my very being was being rewritten with alien sustenance? I barely ate. The thought of adding anything else to the churning horror within me was repulsive. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were vivid, terrifying tapestries woven from the whispers and the internal movements. I saw shifting landscapes, impossible geometries, and vast, empty spaces where unseen forces stirred. I saw towering figures, their forms indistinct, yet radiating immense power, their eyes like distant galaxies. They were the architects. I knew, the true masters of this horrifying game, and I was their latest toy. One morning, or what I assumed was morning based on a faint light filtering through the tiny, barred window high on the wall, the door creaked open. I flinched, my heart leaping into my throat. It was not Alex this time. It was Sarah. She stepped inside, her usual carefully neutral expression in place. She wore a simple, dark jumpsuit, practical and clinical, a stark contrast to the elegant dress she would worn at the dinner. In her hand, she held a small, silver tray. On it was a steaming mug and a single, perfectly ripe AP bow. Alex thought you might need some sustenance, she said, her voice soft, almost gentle. It was a tone I had not heard from her since before the betrayal, a tone designed to lull, to disarm. It only made me more wary. I did not move from my corner, my eyes fixed on her. The whispers inside my head flared, a sudden surge of ancient fury, a warning. Deceiver puppet. Do not worry, she continued, taking a step closer. It is just an AP bow. No additional ingredients. She even managed a small, almost sympathetic smile. I scoffed, a dry, rasping sound. You think I will believe anything you say. My voice was weak, hoarse from disuse, but the anger gave a surprising edge. What do you want? Sarah, what is this? What have you done to me? She paused, her smile faltering slightly. She set the tray down on the floor a few feet from me, then straightened up. Her gaze swept over my emaciated form, lingering for a moment on my stomach, as if she could see the turmoil beneath my clothes. You are a part of something grander than you can possibly comprehend, she said, her voice losing its feigned gentleness, regaining its usual cold, measured tone. A necessary step, the culmination of a long process. As Alex said, she took another step closer, her eyes scanning my face, searching for something. How are the whispers? The movement? The sheer audacity of her question, the casual way she discussed the horror she would inflicted, sent a jolt of pure rage through me. You know how they are. I spat, trying to push myself up, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. You did this. What are you doing to me? What is inside me? She knelt down, bringing her face closer to mine. Her eyes, usually a placid blue, now seemed to hold a flicker of something ancient, something that mirrored the shifting faces I would seen at the dinner. It is a beginning, she murmured, her voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate with the whispers in my own head. The architects are awakening within you. You are becoming a bridge, a conduit. My breath hitched. A conduit, a vessel, just as I would feared. What does that mean? I whispered, the fear a cold knot in my stomach. She did not answer directly. Instead, she reached out, her hand moving slowly, deliberately, towards my face. I instinctively recoiled, but she was faster. Her cold fingers brushed against my cheek, then gently, unervingly, traced a line of my jaw. Her touch was unsettling, devoid of warmth, yet strangely precise, like a sculptor examining clay. You are changing, she said, her voice a near whisper, her eyes fixed on mine. The process is accelerating. As she spoke, her face was close, too close. I could see the tiny imperfections in her skin, the faint lines around her eyes, the way her pupils seemed to dilate slightly as she stared at me. And then, I saw it. Behind her, embedded in the rough concrete wall, was a small, cracked shard of mirror. It must have been part of an old, broken fixture left behind in the dilapidation. It was barely bigger than my palm, its surface grimy and distorted, but it was enough. In the reflection, Sarah's face was still close to mine, still tracing my jawline with her fingers. Her eyes, in the distorted glass, were a flat, lifeless black, and her mouth was stretched into a smile, so wide it was grotesque, a rictus of pure, predatory joy that went far beyond the human capacity for expression. It was a smile that did not fit her face, a smile that belonged to something else entirely. Something ancient, something hungry. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. I stared, mesmerized and horrified, at the reflection. The smile in the mirror was impossibly wide, revealing teeth that seemed too long, too sharp, glinting in the dim light. It was an expression of pure, unadulterated malice, utterly devoid of any human empathy. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I blinked, my eyes darting back to Sarah's actual face. Her lips were still curved in that small, almost sympathetic smile she had adopted earlier. Her eyes still a placid, if unsettling, blue. The reflection in the mirror's shard, though still distorted by the grime and cracks, showed her face as it was, no monstrous grin, no black eyes. Had I imagined it, had the internal buzzing, the whispers, the constant fear, finally broken my mind. My heart pounded, a frantic rhythm against the internal thrum of the architects. I wanted to scream, to point, to demand an explanation, but the words felt trapped behind a wall of sheer terror. Sarah's fingers lingered on my jaw for another moment. Then she slowly withdrew her hand. Her gaze was still fixed on me, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on her lips. You saw something, did not you? She asked, her voice a low murmur, almost conspiratorial. A glimpse of what lies beneath, what truly is. My eyes darted back to the mirror shard, then to her face, then back to the shard. The reflection was normal. My mind was reeling, trying to reconcile what I had seen with what was in front of me. Was it a trick of the light? A hallucination brought on by starvation and terror? Or was it the truth, a momentary slip in their facade, a window into the monstrous reality of my captors? The whispers inside my head surged, a deafening roar of fragmented thoughts. Vision, truth, perceived essence. It was as if the architect themselves were confirming my horrifying perception, validating the brief, terrifying glimpse of Sarah's true nature. The architects, they show you things. Sarah continued, her voice unervingly calm, as if she were discussing the weather. They are expanding your perception, allowing you to see beyond the veil of your limited human senses. Soon, you will see them everywhere. The world will reveal its true form to you. My blood ran cold. See them everywhere. The world's true form. Was she saying that they were everywhere? That the world I knew was a lie, and these monstrous entities were the true inhabitants, merely masquerading as humans? The thought was enough to send a fresh wave of nausea through me. Why me? I choked out, the question tearing at my throat. Why subject number 5? What makes me so special? Sarah tilted her head, a gesture that was almost childlike, yet utterly devoid of innocence. Your unique genetic markers, your specific psychological profile, your resilience. You are an ideal host, a perfect bridge. She picked up the AP bow from tray, examining its smooth red skin. The architects require a conduit, a living vessel to fully manifest in this dimension. Previous attempts, they were not as robust as you. She took a bite of the AP bow, the crisp crunch echoing in the silent cell. You have a remarkable capacity for adaptation, for survival. Her words were a chilling confirmation. They were not just experimenting on me, they were preparing me for something unspeakable. The movement inside me intensified, a rhythmic pulsing that felt like a second heart beating in my gut. It was growing stronger, more defined, less like a knot of snakes and more like a coherent, developing entity. What happens when I am ready? I asked, dread coiling in my stomach. She smiled then, a genuine human smile, but held no warmth, only a chilling, almost predatory glee. Then, subject number 5, you will truly understand your purpose. You will become more than human. You will become one with the architects. And through you, they will reclaim what is theirs. Reclaim what is theirs. The phrase echoed the whispers in my head. What did they mean? What did they want to reclaim? The earth. Humanity itself. The implications were staggering, terrifying. I was not just a subject. I was a living gateway, a biological key to unlock something ancient and horrific upon the world. Over the next few days, the changes accelerated with terrifying speed. The whispers became clearer, more insistent. They were no longer just fragmented thoughts, they were direct messages, flowing into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. They spoke of vastness, of cosmic energies, of a time before humanity, when the architects reigned supreme. They spoke of banishment, of being driven from this dimension, and of their patient, millennia-long plan to return. And I, subject number 5, was the linchpin. My body began to change in subtle, yet deeply unsettling ways. My senses heightened dramatically. The faint scent of mold in the compound became an overpowering stench, the distant hum of machinery a deafening roar. My vision sharpened, colors becoming more vibrant, details I would never notice before springing into stark relief. But it was not just my human senses being enhanced, it was something else entirely. I started to perceive subtle shifts in the air, faint currents of energy, patterns woven into the fabric of reality that were invisible to the normal eye. It was like seeing the world through a new, alien lens. The internal movement, once a source of terror, became a constant, almost integral part of my being. It no longer felt like a foreign entity, but like a deeply embedded organ, growing, expanding, intertwining with my very essence. Sometimes, I would feel a strange, cold tingling in my fingertips, a sensation that felt like nascent power, like something within me was reaching out, attempting to manipulate the world around me. One evening, Alex himself came to my cell. He did not bring food or offer cryptic explanations. He simply stood there, observing me with that same clinical intensity. The integration is proceeding ahead of schedule, he stated, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Your resilience is truly remarkable. I looked at him, my eyes now seeing something more than just a man. I saw the subtle distortion around his form, a shimmering aura that hinted at the non-human entity beneath the skin. The whispers surged, confirming my perception. Puppet lesser host temporary Alex, too, was a vessel, but a different kind, a temporary placeholder, not a true conduit like me. What happens when it is complete? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. The fear was still there, a cold knot, but was now laced with strange, almost attached curiosity. as if part of me was already observing my own demise from a distance. Alex's lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. Then, subject number 5, you will no longer be merely you. You will be the gateway. The architect will manifest through you, and the world will finally know its true masters. He turned to leave, but I called out to him. What about you? Sarah, Ethan, Chloe, what happens to you when they manifest? He paused at the door, his back to me. We are merely their humble servants, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. We have facilitated their return. Our reward is to witness their glory, to be absorbed into their collective consciousness, a fate far grander than any human could ever hope for. The door clanged shut, plunging me back into the echoing silence of my cell, a silence now filled with the deafening roar of the architects within me. Absorbed, that was their reward. Not freedom, not power, but assimilation, a complete loss of self into the collective of these ancient cosmic horrors. My fate was even worse. I was not just being absorbed, I was becoming the physical vessel, the living portal for their re-entry into this world. The whispers intensified, no longer just communicating, but commanding. They urged me to focus, to reach out with the nascent powers stirring within me. They showed me visions of the compound, of the world outside, of vast, empty spaces between stars. They showed me their true forms, not the fleeting glimpses I would see in my dreams, but the full, terrifying reality, colossal, amorphous beings of pure energy and impossible geometry, their presence warping the very fabric of space and time. My body began to ache with an intensity that went beyond anything I had ever experienced. It was a deep, bone-shattering agony, as if my very molecular structure was being torn apart and reassembled. I felt my skin ripple, my bones shift, my internal organs rearrange themselves to accommodate the growing entity within. I curled into a fetal position on the cold concrete, biting back screams, my mind teetering on the brink of madness. I saw my reflection again, this time in a puddle of water on the floor, spilled from my neglected water cup. My face was gaunt, my eyes wide and bloodshot, but there was something else. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around my pupils, like tiny, swirling galaxies. And for a fleeting moment, as I stared at my own reflection, my lips stretched into a smile. Not my smile. Not a human smile. It was wide, impossibly wide, revealing a glimpse of teeth that seemed too long, too sharp, too numerous. It was the same smile I had seen in Sarah's reflection, the smile of the architect. The whispers became a single, coherent thought, resonating through every fiber of my being, no longer an external voice, but my own internal monologue, yet undeniably alien. We are here. We are awake. We are ready. My body convulsed, a final, agonizing spasm. The pain was unbearable, transcendent. My vision blurred, then sharpened, showing me the world in a kaleidoscope of new, terrifying perceptions. The walls of the cell seemed to shimmer, revealing faint, glowing patterns beneath the concrete. The air itself throbbed with unseen energies. And then, the internal movement ceased. Not a calm, peaceful cessation, but chilling, absolute stillness. I felt complete, but it was not my completeness. It was a completeness of something else, something ancient and vast, finally settling into its new home. I pushed myself up, slowly, deliberately. My limbs felt stronger, more coordinated, yet subtly alien, as if they were not entirely my own. I walked to the door of my cell, my footsteps light, almost silent. My hand, now feeling strangely elongated, reached out and pressed against the cold metal. The door, which had always been a barrier, now felt like a mere suggestion. The whispers, now a constant, harmonious chorus within me, guided my hand. I felt a surge of energy, a cold, vast power emanating from my core. The metal of the door began to glow faintly, then shimmer, then slowly, silently, dissolve into dust, revealing the dark corridor beyond. I stepped out of the cell, no longer subject number 5. The world outside, the dilapidated compound, the vast, indifferent universe, awaited. And I, the culmination of a long process, the perfect bridge, was ready to open the gate. This was not the beginning of the end. This was the end of the beginning. And through me, the architects would finally reclaim their world. All right, so I guess you could say I have always been a pretty open-minded person. Not naive, not exactly, but I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. It is a trait that has got me into some awkward situations, sure, but nothing that ever felt life-threatening. Until now, this whole experience, it still feels like a bad dream I can't quite wake up from, a nightmare that keeps replaying in my head every time I close my eyes. And sometimes, even when they're open, I am talking about dating apps. Mostly, like a lot of people my age. I would have been on and off them for years. Swiping through endless profiles, the same bios, the same gym selfies. It gets old fast. But every now and then, you would stumble across someone who seemed different. Someone who actually wrote a profile that was not just a list of their hobbies, or a vague demand for good vibes only. And that is how I found Ethan. His profile was pretty sparse. Actually, which should have been my first red flag. No group photos, just one decent headshot handsome, dark hair, kind eyes, a slight, almost shy smile. His bio simply said, creative, curious, looking for genuine connection. No job, no hobbies, no travel plans. Just those 3 short sentences. Usually, I would swipe left on something so minimal, but there was something about his eyes in that picture, something earnest, and I was feeling particularly optimistic that day. I guess. So I swiped right. We matched almost instantly. His first message was simple, not a cheesy pickup line, which was a refreshing change. Hey Sarah, glad we matched. Your profile caught my eye. We started chatting, and he was surprisingly engaging. He asked thoughtful questions, listened more than he talked, and had a dry wit that I found genuinely charming. He did not overshare, but he also was not evasive. He just seemed like a normal, decent guy. We talked for about a week, mostly through text, before he suggested meeting up. I would love to take you out, he typed. But I have actually been working on a project at my place, and it is kind of taking up all my free time right now. Would you be open to coming over for a casual dinner? I make a mean pasta. Now, normally, a first date at someone's apartment is a hard no for me. Call me old-fashioned, but there is a certain protocol. Public place coffee. Drink something low stakes and easy to escape from if things go south. But Ethan had been so polite, so respectful, and he explained himself. The project sounded a little vague, but I figured he was an artist or musician, something creative, which aligned with his profile. And I was curious. Plus, I would have been so busy with work myself that the idea of a relaxed evening at someone's home, without the pressure of a crowded restaurant, actually sounded kind of nice. I told myself I was being adventurous, that I was finally letting my guard down a little. Looking back, that was the second biggest mistake I made. The first was swiping right in the first place. I agreed. He gave me his address, a set of directions to an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. It was not exactly rural, but it was not bustling either. A quiet, older neighborhood with a mix of brick apartment buildings and small, single-family homes. The kind of place you would not really notice unless you lived there. The day of the date, I felt a mix of nerves and excitement. I picked out a cute but comfortable outfit, something I could move in just in case. I did all the usual safety precautions, shared my location with my best friend, told her where I was going and who I was meeting, and promised to text her when I was safely back home. I even charged my phone to 100, just in case. I tried to push away the little voice in the back of my head, the one that whispered this is a bad idea. I told it to shut up. Ethan seemed nice. What was the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? I pulled up to his building a few minutes before our agreed time, around 7 p.m. It was an older, 3-story brick structure, a bit run down, with peeling paint on the windowsills and overgrown bushes in front. The kind of place that had seen better days, but was not exactly a slum. There was a faint smell in the air, something metallic and earthy, but I dismissed it as the city air mixed with damp soil from the recent rain. Parking was easy enough, which was a plus. I texted Ethan that I was outside, and a minute later, he buzzed me in. The lobby was dimly lit, with a faded carpet and a stale smell that reminded me of old books and dust. The elevator was clunky and slow, making unsettling groaning noises as it ascended. I tried to take a deep breath to calm my nerves, but my heart was already doing a little anxious flutter. When I stepped out on the third floor, Ethan was waiting for me, leaning against the doorframe of apartment 3B. He was even better looking in person tall, with a lean build and those same kind eyes. He smiled a genuine warm smile, and my anxiety eased a fraction. "Sarah, hey, come on in." He led me into his apartment. The first impression was clean. Almost too clean. Sparse. There was not much furniture, a simple sofa, a coffee table, a flat-screen TV on a minimalist stand. No personal touches, no photos, no books, no knickknacks. It looked less like a home and more like a hotel suite that had not been fully furnished yet. It was eerily quiet, too. Not even hum of a refrigerator or the distant sound of traffic. The windows were covered with thick, dark curtains, blocking out any natural light, and making the space feel even more enclosed. "Sorry it is not more lived in," he said, noticing me looking around. "I just moved in a few months ago, and I have been so focused on this project. I have not really had time to decorate." He gestured vaguely towards a closed door at the end of a short hallway. "Kitchen's this way. Dinner's almost ready." He seemed perfectly normal, even charming. We made small talk as he put the finishing touches on the pasta sauce. He offered me a glass of wine, which I accepted. I tried to relax, to tell myself I was overthinking things. Maybe he was just a minimalist. Maybe he genuinely had not had time to decorate. But still, that nagging feeling, that low hum of unease persisted. As we ate, the conversation flowed easily. He asked about my work, my interests, my family. He was a good listener, and he seemed genuinely interested in my answers. He talked a little about his project, vaguely mentioning it involved research and experimentation. But he quickly changed the subject when I pressed for details, say it was too complicated to explain over dinner. I found myself trying to rationalize his evasiveness. Maybe he was just shy about his work, or maybe it was something confidential. But then, I started to notice other things. The apartment had a faint, almost imperceptible smell. It was not unpleasant, exactly, but it was metallic, like old blood or rust. I kept sniffing, trying to place it, but it was so subtle that I wondered if I was imagining it. And then there was the sound, or rather, the lack of it. This apartment was so unervingly silent. No sound from neighbors, no creaks, no groans in the old building. It was as if the entire floor was empty or soundproofed. After dinner, we moved to the living room. Ethan put on some background music, a soft instrumental jazz, which helped a little to cut through the oppressive silence. We talked for a while longer, and I found myself almost forgetting my initial apprehension. He was genuinely captivating when he spoke, intelligent and articulate. I started to think maybe I had been overreacting. Then, I saw them. They were in the corner of the living room, mostly obscured by the sofa and the low lighting. A stack of things, covered in dark, heavy sheets. There were several of them stacked too high, maybe 3 wide. They were roughly rectangular, but with a slight curve to the tops, and they seemed to be made of metal. My eyes kept drifting to them, trying to make sense of what they were. They were too small to be furniture, too numerous to be storage boxes. And why were they covered so meticulously? "What are those?" I asked, trying to sound casual, gesturing vaguely with my wine glass. Ethan followed my gaze, and for a split second, His easy smile faltered. His eyes, those kind eyes, seemed to darken just for a flicker. It was so quick. I almost thought I imagined it. But then he recovered, his smile returning, a little too wide, a little too fixed. Oh, those, he chuckled, a nervous sound. Just some equipment for my project. It is a bit messy, so I keep it covered. Do not want to bore you with the details. Equipment. I pressed, my curiosity overriding my better judgment. What kind of project is that? He stood up, walking over to the covered objects. He placed a hand on one of the sheets, his fingers tracing the outline of whatever was beneath. It is a study on behavior, how certain stimuli affect responses. He paused, then turned back to me, his smile firmly back in place. But enough about that. How about a movie? Or maybe some dessert? He was clearly trying to change the subject, and the abruptness, combined with a strange explanation, and his almost too eager smile, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. The metallic smell seemed to intensify slightly, or maybe I was just more attuned to it now. And those forms under the sheets, they looked like cages. Animal cages. But why would someone have so many cages? And why were they covered? I tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe he had a bunch of pets. Maybe he fostered animals. But the silence in the apartment, the total lack of any sound that would indicate animals, contradicted that. No scratching, no soft whines, no rustling. Nothing. My mind started racing, piecing together the subtle red flags, the sparse apartment, the vague project, the metallic smell, the unnerving silence, his sudden shift in demeanor. My gut was screaming at me. This was not right. Not at all. You know what? Ethan, I said, forcing a smile. I actually just remembered I have an early morning meeting tomorrow. I should probably get going. His smile did not falter, but his eyes, they were different now. Colder. Oh, really? That is a shame. I thought we were having a nice time. We are, I assured him, standing up. But I really do need to get some sleep. Thank you so much for dinner. It was delicious. I walked toward the door, trying to act casual, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every fiber of my being was telling me to get out now. He did not move from the corner, just watched me with that unblinking, chilling gaze. You know, Sarah, he said, his voice softer now, almost a whisper, you are very perceptive. Most people do not even notice them. I stopped at the door, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Notice what? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out a little too strained. He took a slow step towards the closest covered object, then another. The jazz music was still playing softly in the background, a bizarre counterpoint to the growing terror in my chest. He reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of the sheet. My project, he said, his voice still that unnerving whisper. You were right, it involves cages. And a study of behavior. My breath caught in my throat. My mind was screaming at me to run, to just open the door and bolt. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the slow, deliberate way he was pulling back the sheet. The cover came off, revealing not an animal cage, but something far, far worse. It was a cage, yes, but it was designed for something human-sized. Made of thick, dark metal bars with a heavy, padlocked door. Inside, there was a thin, stained mattress on the floor and a single rusted bucket. But what truly made my blood run cold, what made me almost gag, was what was in the cage. It was a mannequin. A life-sized, incredibly realistic mannequin. Except it was not entirely a mannequin. It was wearing tattered clothes, and its skin was a sickly, pale yellow with dark, bruised patches. Its hair was real, matted and greasy, and its eyes, wide and staring, were clearly glass, but they held an expression of frozen terror that was so convincing, so utterly horrifying, that for a split second, I actually thought it was a real person, dead and propped up. I stifled a scream, my hand flying to my mouth. What is that? I choked out, my voice barely audible. Ethan smiled a slow, predatory smile that stretched his lips, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp. That, Sarah, is subject number 4. A lovely young man I met on a dating app. Actually, he was also very curious. My blood ran cold. My entire body went numb. Then a burning wave of adrenaline washed over me. I was not just scared anymore, I was in pure, unadulterated terror. This was not a joke. This was not a misunderstanding. This man was a monster. You are insane. I whispered, finally finding my voice, though it was weak and trembling. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Perhaps, but effective. You see, I am trying to understand the limits of human resilience. How long can someone maintain their sanity in isolated conditions? What happens when hope is slowly, meticulously stripped away? He gestured around the room, to the other covered cages. Each one a different variable, different stimuli, different outcomes. My eyes darted to the door, then back to him. He was standing between me and the exit, blocking my path. My mind was racing, trying to find an escape route, any escape route. The windows were covered, probably locked, and even if they were not, it was 3 stories up. I need to go. Ethan, I said, try to sound firm, try and project a confidence I absolutely did not feel. I really do. My friend is expecting me to text her. If I do not, she will know something's wrong. It was a bluff, but a desperate one. He tilted his head, his smile unwavering. Oh, I am sure she will. Eventually. But by then it will be too late. He took another step towards me, slowly, deliberately. You see, Sarah, you are very special. Very observant. Most people would have just left, dismissed the cages as some eccentric hobby. But you notice. You ask questions. That makes you a perfect candidate for my next experiment. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back. No, I whispered, shaking my head. Please, no. He lunged. It was surprisingly fast, a blur of motion. I reacted purely on instinct, a primal surge of fight or flight. I sidestepped, narrowly avoiding his grasp, and scrambled towards the door. My fingers fumbled with the doorknob, twisting, pulling, but it would not budge. He must have locked it from the inside. It is no use. Sarah, he said, his voice calm, almost amused. I always lock it when I have guests. I turned, my eyes wide with terror. He was advancing on me, slowly, like a predator stalking its prey. I looked around desperately for anything, a weapon, a distraction. My eyes landed on the wine bottle we had shared earlier, still on the coffee table. Without thinking, I grabbed it, my fingers wrapping around the neck. It was heavy, solid glass. As he closed in, I swung it, putting all my fear and adrenaline into the blow. It connected with his shoulder with a dull thud. He grunted, stumbling back a step, but he did not fall. He just looked at me, his eyes blazing with a chilling mix of anger and something else, admiration. Feisty, he murmured, rubbing his shoulder. I like that. It will make the process more interesting. I did not wait. I did not hesitate. I saw an opening, a sliver of space between him and the hallway. I bolted, running past him, down the short corridor, past the kitchen, toward what I assumed was the bedroom or bathroom. Anywhere but the living room, anywhere but him. I burst into a small bathroom. It was pristine, almost sterile. No window. Dead end. Panic flared, hot and suffocating. I slammed the door shut, fumbling for the lock. It was a simple slide bolt, a flimsy thing that would not hold him for long. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to explode. I could hear his footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate, on the other side. Sarah, His voice was calm, muffled by the door. There is no escape. You are just making it harder on yourself. I looked around the bathroom, my eyes darting frantically. The shower curtain, a towel rack, a small mirror. Nothing I could use. My gaze fell on a small, mirrored cabinet above the sink. Maybe something inside. I ripped it open. Toothpaste, a toothbrush, a bottle of mouthwash. And then, at the back, a small, heavy glass bottle. Prescription pills. Maybe. No, it looked like a bottle of cologne. I grabbed it, my fingers trembling. It was solid, heavy, better than nothing. The door shuttered. He was pushing against it. The flimsy lock groaned under pressure. I could hear him breathing a low, steady sound. He was not even straining. This was just a game to him. Come out. Sarah, he purred. We can talk about your transformation. You will be so much more comfortable if you cooperate. The door started to crack near the lock. Splinters of wood flew off. I knew I only had seconds. I had to do something. I looked at the toilet. The tank. It was porcelain, heavy. Maybe. No time. My eyes darted to the small window above the toilet. It was frosted glass, but I could see the faint outline of the outside world beyond it. It was tiny, maybe a foot by a foot and a half. Too small for me to fit through. But maybe. The door splintered again, a loud crack echoing in the small room. He was going to break through any second. I looked at the bottle in my hand, then at the window. It was a desperate, insane idea, but it was the only one I had. I gripped the cologne bottle, took a deep breath, and swung it with all my might at the frosted glass. It shattered with a deafening crash, shards flying everywhere. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the faint metallic smell from outside, confirming that it was not just in the apartment. Ethan roared, a sound of frustrated rage, as the door finally gave way. He burst into the bathroom, his eyes wild. But I was already moving. The window was small, jagged with broken glass. I did not care. I did not think. I squeezed through, scraping my arms and shoulders on the sharp edges, tearing my clothes, feeling the sting of blood. My legs dangled for a moment, then I dropped, hitting something soft and overgrown below. I landed in a thorny bush, pain shooting through my body, but I barely registered it. All I knew was I was out. I was outside. I scrambled out of the bush, my body screaming in protest, and did not look back. I just ran, down the side of the building, across the patchy grass, toward the street where my car was parked. I could hear sounds from above, shouts, the clatter of something falling, but I did not dare glance back. My car, my beautiful, life-saving car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. The engine roared to life, and I jammed it into reverse, peeling out of the parking spot. I did not even care about traffic laws. I just needed to get away. Fast. I drove and drove and drove, not knowing where I was going, just putting as much distance as possible between me and that apartment, between me and Ethan. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, blurring my vision. My heart was still hammering, my body trembling uncontrollably. I eventually pulled over on the side of a deserted highway, miles away from the city. I slumped against the steering wheel, sobbing, the adrenaline finally starting to recede, leaving me weak and hollow. My arms and legs were bleeding, my clothes were torn, and the metallic smell seemed to cling to my skin, my hair, my very soul. I called my friend, my voice hoarse and broken, barely able to explain what had happened. She was horrified, of course, and immediately told me to go to the police, which I did. The police investigated. They went to the apartment. They found nothing. That is what they told me. MS. Hayes, we found no evidence of any illegal activity. The apartment was empty. No cages, no mannequins, no signs of forced entry. It looks like the tenant moved out recently. Empty. They said it was empty. I felt like I was losing my mind. I described everything in vivid detail. The cage, the mannequin, his words, the metallic smell, the broken window in the bathroom. They looked at me with pity, with a hint of skepticism. They suggested I might have been disoriented, that perhaps I had misinterpreted the situation. They saw my torn clothes, my scrapes and bruises, and they attributed it to a panic escape from what I thought I saw. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. The terror was real. The metallic smell was real. The broken window, that was real. They told me the tenant, an Ethan Miller, had given notice a week prior and had indeed moved out 2 days before my incident. No forwarding address, no trace. Just gone, like he was never there. I tried to tell him about the dating app, but his profile was gone too. Deleted. It was like he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind but the scars on my body and the indelible terror etched into my mind. Now, weeks later, I am still dealing with it. I can't sleep without nightmares. Every shadow looks like him. Every unexpected sound sends me jumping. I have moved apartments, changed my number, deleted all my social media. I look over my shoulder constantly. I see those kind, yet chilling eyes in every stranger's face. I know what I saw. I know what he was. And I know he is out there somewhere, looking for his next subject. And sometimes, late at night, when the silence is too loud, I can almost hear his whisper, calm and cold, telling me that I was perceptive. And that makes me wonder if, despite my escape, he still considers me part of his study, a variable that got away, and whether one day he might come back to finish his experiment. The thought alone is enough to make me wish I had never, ever swiped right. So, there I was, swiping through Tinder, probably for the 100th time that week. You know how it is. Another Friday night. Another night of staring at the ceiling, wondering if I should just delete the app and embrace my destiny as a crazy cat person. I was not looking for anything serious, just a distraction, maybe a casual coffee, or, if I was really lucky, a decent conversation that did not involve someone's astrological chart or their opinion on kale. That is when I saw her profile. Willow. No last name, just Willow. Her main picture was a little blurry, taken from an odd angle, like she was caught mid-laugh, her hair dark and messy, falling across her face. Her eyes, though they stood out, bright, almost too bright, with this mischievous glint. Her bio was even stranger. It just said, seeking adventure, not for the faint of heart. If you are boring, swipe left. No job, no hobbies, no travel pics. Just that. It was either a red flag the size of Texas or genuinely intriguing. My thumb, probably fueled by a combination of boredom and a touch too much caffeine, swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. Immediately, like she had been waiting, a little notification popped up. Willow wants to send you a message. Okay, this was new. Usually it was crickets or a generic hey. Her first message was, so, you are not faint of heart. I chuckled, typed back, guess we'll find out. What kind of adventure are we talking about? She replied almost instantly, the kind that makes your skin tingle. The kind that makes you question everything. All right, this was definitely not a coffee date. I was intrigued, though. It was different. Most people on Tinder were so predictable. She was not. We chatted for a bit, not long, maybe an hour. She was witty, quick, and had this way of subtly challenging everything I said. She never really answered my questions directly, always deflecting with another question or a cryptic remark. When I finally suggested we meet up, she paused. A regular place? No, that won't do. We need somewhere with atmosphere. Somewhere. Forgotten. My stomach did a little flip. Forgotten. Like an old bookstore. I tried to joke. No. Silly. She typed back, a laughing emoji following. Somewhere truly forgotten. Somewhere with history. Somewhere spooky. I stared at my phone. Spooky. What was this? A horror movie? My mind immediately went to the local haunted house attraction. But something told me she was not talking about a tourist trap. You are not serious, are you? Oh, I am very serious, she responded. There's an old abandoned hospital. SD, Augustine's Asylum. Ever heard of it? My blood ran cold. SD, Augustine's. Everyone in our town knew about SD. Augustine's. It was the stuff of urban legend. The place teenagers dared each other to visit on Halloween. Built in the late 1800s, it had been a mental institution with a truly grim reputation. Stories of unethical experiments, patient abuse, mysterious disappearances. It had been shut down decades ago, boarded up, but the stories persisted. People swore it was haunted, that you could hear screams, see shadows in the windows. I would always scoff at them, but I would also never gone near the place. SD, Augustine's. I typed, my fingers suddenly clumsy. That place is dangerous and probably illegal to enter. Oh, Alex, where's your sense of adventure, she wrote, and I could almost hear her playful tone, like she was teasing me. Danger is just part of the thrill. And besides, the best stories are not found on a well-lit path. They are in the shadows. I hesitated. A part of me, the rational part, was screaming to just unmatch her and block her number. This was insane. Meeting a stranger from Tinder in an abandoned, possibly dangerous, and definitely illegal to enter asylum. What was I thinking? But another part, the part that was tired of the mundane, the part that was a little bit lonely and a lot bit curious, was intrigued. Willow was not like anyone I would ever met. She was a mystery, a challenge, and maybe, just maybe, this was the kind of story I needed to tell. All right, I typed, a nervous laugh escaping my lips even though I was alone in my apartment. You are crazy, but okay, when and where? She gave me directions to a spot just off a deserted country road, a few miles from the asylum's main gate. Meet me there at 10 p.m. Bring a good flashlight. And your courage. The next day was a blur of nervous anticipation. I tried to research SD. Augustine's online, beyond the usual ghost stories. There was not much, just old newspaper clippings about its closure, a few grainy photos of the imposing brick structure, and forums filled with amateur ghost hunters sharing their experiences. The common thread was always the same profound sense of dread, unexplained noises, and the feeling of being watched. One post mentioned a section of the asylum, the children's ward, where the most disturbing phenomena were reported. Apparently, the screams of the child patients, locked away and forgotten, still echoed there. My stomach tightened. What was I getting myself into? I almost bailed a dozen times. I drafted text messages to Willow, making up excuses sudden emergency, feeling sick, my cat needs surgery. But I never sent them. There was something about her, a pull, a strange allure that kept me from backing out. Maybe it was the thrill of the unknown, or maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that I was not faint of heart. As 10 p.m. approached, I felt like a character in a bad horror movie. I grabbed my most powerful flashlight, checked the battery twice, and even threw a small multi-tool into my pocket, just in case. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I drove down the winding, unlit country roads. The only sound was the crunch of my tires on the gravel and the too loud beating of my own pulse. The meeting spot was exactly as she described, a pull-off next to a dense patch of woods, barely visible in the moonlight. I parked my car, killed the engine, and plunged into silence. My headlights had illuminated a single figure leaning against a tree, shrouded in shadow. Willow. She stepped into the faint glow of my parking lights as I got out. She looked even more striking than in her profile picture. Taller than I expected, with an athletic build. She was wearing dark jeans, sturdy boots, and a thick, dark hoodie. Her eyes, those bright, mischievous eyes, seemed to glow in the dim light. She was not smiling, but there was an intense, almost predatory glint in them. She carried a professional-grade headlamp, its beam a stark contrast to my handheld. "You came," she said, her voice a low murmur, surprisingly calm. It was not accusatory, just an observation, but it held a hint of something else, like she expected me to chicken out. Would not miss it. I lied, my voice a little shaky. "So this is it." I gestured vaguely toward the dark woods. "Through here," she said, already turning and heading into the trees. "The main gate's too obvious. There's a break in the fence around back." I followed her, my flashlight beam dancing nervously ahead. The air was colder here, damp and heavy with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the silence broken only by the rustling of our feet and the distant chirping of crickets. Every snapping twig, every hoot of an owl made me jump. Then, through a clearing in the trees, I saw it. SD, Augustine's. It was even more imposing up close. A massive, derelict brick structure, 3 stories high, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the darkness. Many were broken, jagged shards reflecting the sliver of moon. Vines snaked up its walls, reclaiming it bit by bit. It looked less like an abandoned building and more like a decaying monster, sleeping in the shadows. "Impressive, is not it?" Willow whispered, her voice barely audible. So much history, so many stories trapped inside these walls. We found a break in the fence, a jagged hole large enough to squeeze through. Willow went first, effortlessly sliding through. I followed, snagging my jeans on a rusty wire. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. We were inside the perimeter. The ground was overgrown with weeds and thorny bushes. We picked our way toward the back entrance, a service door that looked like it had been pried open years ago. The door hung ajar, revealing a gaping black maw. "Ready?" Willow asked, turning to me, her eyes reflecting the beam of my flashlight. There was no trace of humor in her expression now, just a serious, almost reverent intensity. "As I will ever be." I mumbled, trying to sound braver than I felt. She pushed the door open further, and a wave of stale, cold air washed over us. It smelled of mildew, dust, and something else. Something metallic, like old blood or rust. The kind of smell that clings to your clothes and makes your throat feel tight. We stepped inside. The darkness was absolute, broken only by our flashlights. The beam from Willow's headlamp cut through the gloom, revealing a narrow, decaying hallway. Plaster peeled from the walls, exposing the lathing beneath. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, fallen ceiling tiles, and what looked like old medical charts, yellowed and brittle. "Welcome to SD. Augustine's," Willow said, her voice echoing unervingly in the silence. "Try not to make too much noise. We do not want to disturb the residents." I swallowed hard. "Residents?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She gave me a sideways glance, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "The ones who never left." We moved slowly, our flashlights sweeping the desolate corridors. Every creak of the building, every distant drip of water, sounded amplified. The cold seeped into my bones. We passed what looked like old examination rooms, their doors hanging open, revealing rusted metal tables and shattered glass cabinets. In one room, a single, forlorn wheelchair sat tilted on its side, like a forgotten sentinel. This was the intake ward, Willow explained, her voice surprisingly knowledgeable, where they would bring new patients, evaluate them, decide their fate. She pointed her beam at a faded mural on the wall, barely visible beneath layers of grime. It was a childish drawing of a sun and some flowers, probably meant to be comforting. But now, in this oppressive darkness, it looked grotesque, a cruel joke. We ascended a grand, decaying staircase, the banister long gone, leaving only splintered wood. Each step groaned under our weight, sending shivers down my spine. On the second floor, the layout was similar, but the atmosphere felt heavier, more oppressive. This floor, Willow explained, was where the more challenging patients were kept. They used to perform lobotomies here, she said casually, pointing her flashlight at a room with a heavy, reinforced door. Its window a small, grimy square of thick glass. And electroshock therapy. Sometimes they would just lock patients in padded cells and leave them. I felt a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. How do you know all this? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She turned to me, her eyes glinting in the dark. I have done my research. And besides, she paused, a strange smile playing on her lips. Some things you just feel. We continued our exploration. In what looked like an old common room, dust-covered wooden chairs were overturned, scattered like fallen dominoes. A tattered book lay open on the floor, its pages brittle. My flashlight beam caught something gleaming under a pile of debris, a small porcelain doll's head, its painted eyes staring blankly upwards. I quickly averted my gaze. Suddenly, a distinct scraping sound echoed from somewhere above us. My head snapped up. Did you hear that? Willow did not react. Her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Hear what? That scraping sound, like something dragging. She finally looked at me, a faint smile playing on her lips. Probably just the building settling. Old places make noises. But her eyes, they held something else. Something that told me she knew it was not just a building. We reached the third floor. This was the most unsettling yet. The air was noticeably colder, and a palpable sense of despair seemed to cling to everything. This was the children's ward I had read about. The hallways were narrower, the rooms smaller. Faded drawings, similar to one downstairs but more numerous, adorned the walls stick figures, distorted animals, childish scrawls that now seemed menacing. This is where the real stories are. Willow whispered, her voice barely audible. The ones that haunt you long after you leave. My flashlight beam swept across a small room. In the center, a rusted metal crib stood, its bars bent and twisted. A tiny shoe, worn and faded, lay on the dusty floor next to it. My breath hitched. This was too much. This was not an adventure, it was a desecration. Maybe we should go, I said, my voice hoarse. This is intense. Willow turned to me, her expression unreadable. Go. We have only just begun. The best part is yet to come. She took a step closer, her eyes locked onto mine. How about a game? Alex, a game. I asked, my heart pounding. Yes, hide and seek. A little more. Immersive. You go down to the second floor. I will stay here. We will count to 60. Then we search for each other. First one to find the other wins. Her tone was light, playful, but her eyes were still intense, unblinking. Willow, I do not think that is a good idea. I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This place is huge and it is dark. We could get lost. Oh, you won't get lost, she said, her smile widening, showing a flash of white teeth in the gloom. Not really. Besides, it is more fun that way. Do not you want to truly experience this place? To feel its heartbeat? I wanted to say no. I wanted to grab her hand and drag her out of this decaying monument to human suffering. But there was something in her eyes, a challenge, an expectation, that made me hesitate. And a part of me, the stupid, thrill-seeking part, still wanted to impress her, to prove I was not faint of heart. All right, I said, my voice barely a whisper. But if I get truly lost, you have to find me. Oh, I will find you, she said. Do not worry about that. She turned her back to me, facing the wall, and started counting. Her voice, clear and steady, echoed through the ward. 1, 2, 3. I did not waste any time. I practically ran down the creaking staircase, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The second floor felt even colder, even more desolate, now that I was truly alone. I ducked into what looked like an old office, shoving myself behind a rusted metal desk, trying to control my ragged breathing. Willow's voice, counting, faded into the distance. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by my own pounding heart and the occasional creak of the old building. I tried to focus my thoughts, to calm myself, but every shadow seemed to twist. Every distant sound became a phantom whisper. 60 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Then silence. A profound, unsettling silence. Willow. I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin in the vast emptiness. No answer. I waited, my flashlight clutched in a white knuckle grip. I listened for footsteps, for any sign of her. Nothing. The silence stretched, becoming oppressive. It was not just quiet, it was the kind of quiet that felt like it was listening back. After a few minutes, I decided to start my search. I cautiously emerged from my hiding spot, my flashlight beam sweeping the hallway. The shadows seemed to lengthen, to deepen, as if the darkness itself was alive. Willow. I called out again, a little louder this time. This is not funny. Still no answer. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not a game anymore. The playful thrill had evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I moved down the corridor, checking each room. Empty. Just decaying furniture, medical waste, and dust. The air grew heavier, colder. I felt an inexplicable pressure, like something was pressing down on me, trying to suffocate me. Then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, coming from somewhere ahead. It was not Willow's voice. It was too soft, too ethereal. It sounded like a child. My blood ran cold. I froze, my flashlight beam fixed on the empty hallway. Hello, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The whisper came again, closer this time, clearer. It sounded like a name. My name, Alex. My heart hammered against my ribs. My mind screamed, at me to run, to get out of this place. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and a morbid curiosity. I forced myself to move, to follow the sound. It led me deeper into the second floor, to a section I had not explored yet. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. They were not just my name now, they were fragmented phrases, whimpers, cries. They sounded like they were coming from behind a heavy, metal door at the end of the hall. As I approached, the whispers intensified, merging into a cacophony of small, distressed voices. I could almost make out individual words: cold, alone, hurts. I lifted my flashlight to the door. It was solid steel with a small, barred viewport. This had to be one of the padded cells Willow mentioned. I peered through the viewport, my heart in my throat. The room inside was pitch black, darker than anything I had seen so far. My flashlight beam cut through it, revealing nothing but peeling padding on the walls. But the voices, they were definitely coming from inside. And then, I saw it, a fleeting shadow, too quick to properly register, darting across the far wall. It looked small, no bigger than a child. A cold dread washed over me. This was not some urban explorer's thrill. This was real. This was a place of suffering. And whatever was left behind here, it was not friendly. Willow, I shouted, my voice cracking. Where are you? The voices inside the cell suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the whispers. It was a watchful, waiting silence. Then, from behind me, a low, guttural growl. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly. Standing at the end of the hallway, bathed in the faint glow of my light, was a figure. It was not Willow. It was tall, gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, and its eyes, Its eyes were twin points of glowing red in the darkness. It was wearing what looked like a tattered, old patient gown, stained and ripped. My blood ran cold. My mind could not process what I was seeing. It was like something out of a nightmare, a twisted caricature of a human. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its joints creaking audibly. A low, raspy sound, like dry leaves being dragged across concrete, escaped its throat. I did not wait. I screamed a primal, terrified sound that tore through the silence of the asylum, and I ran. I did not care where I was going, just away from that thing. I scrambled back the way I came, my feet pounding on the dusty floor. I could hear behind me, its shuffling, dragging footsteps growing closer. The growl was louder now, a constant, chilling rumble. I burst out into main stairwell, tripping on a loose piece of debris. I caught myself, my hand scraping against the rough brick wall. I glanced back. The red eyes were at the top of the stairs, watching me. I practically flew down the steps, two at a time, my heart a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I had to get out. I had to find Willow. Where was she? Was this part of her game? I reached the first floor, disoriented, my sense of direction completely gone. Every corridor looked the same, a maze of decay and darkness. I could still hear the shuffling steps, closer now, echoing from the stairwell. I ducked into a side room, a former waiting area, hoping to hide. I squeezed behind a large, overturned cabinet, trying to control my ragged breathing. My flashlight beam trembled in my hand. The shuffling sounds grew louder, passing right by the door of the room I was in. Then they stopped, right outside. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. I could hear a faint, wet sniffing sound, like an animal tracking prey. It was right there. A low, raspy whisper pierced the silence. Playing hide and seek, are we? Alex. It was not the monster's voice. It was Willow's. My blood ran cold for a different reason this time. I slowly, cautiously, peered around the edge of the cabinet. Standing in the doorway, her headlamp illuminating the dust-filled air, was Willow. But she was not alone. The gaunt, red-eyed creature was right behind her, its long, skeletal hand resting on her shoulder. Its glowing red eyes were fixed on me. Willow was smiling. It was not her mischievous smile anymore. It was wide, unnatural, stretching her lips too far, showing too many teeth. Her eyes, usually so bright, were now dull, lifeless, almost glazed over. And her skin, it was pale, almost translucent, like the creature's. "You are not very good at hiding," she said, her voice a flat, hollow monotone, devoid of any warmth or life. It was like a recording played back in slow motion. "Willow, what? What is this?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. My flashlight fell from my trembling hand, clattering to the floor, its beam pointing uselessly at the ceiling. She took a step into the room, the creature moving with her like a shadow. "This is home. Alex," she said, her voice still that chilling monotone. "This is where I belong. Where we belong." Her eyes, those dull, lifeless eyes, slowly focused on me. "You see, Alex, I was not just researching this place. I have always been here. I was one of the forgotten, one of the ones who never left." A horrifying realization dawned on me, a cold, icy dread that spread through my entire being. The blurry profile picture, the strange bio, the insistence on this place, her knowledge of its history, her comfort in its decay, it all clicked into place. She was not a person on Tinder. She was a lure, a trap. "You are not real," I whispered, shaking my head, trying to deny the impossible truth. Willow's smile widened, becoming even more grotesque. "Oh, but I am. As real as the fear you feel right now. I just needed a way to bring you here. A way to bring someone new home." She extended a hand towards me. Her fingers were long, thin, and her fingernails were dark, almost black. As her hand reached out, the creature behind her let out a soft, satisfied hiss. Come, Alex, Willow said, her voice a soft, chilling invitation. It is time to join us. Forever. The creature behind her took a step forward, its red eyes burning into mine. I could feel the cold radiating from them, a palpable evil. In that moment, a surge of adrenaline, pure, unadulterated terror, coursed through me. I was not going to be another forgotten story in this place. I was not going to be another resident. With a desperate cry, I kicked the cabinet, sending it crashing to the floor, creating a momentary barrier. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my knee, and ran. I ran blindly, not caring about direction, just running away from Willow's dead eyes and the creature's glowing stare. I heard her voice, cold and devoid of emotion, call out, "You can't escape. Alex, you are already a part of us." The chase was a blur of terror. I crashed through rooms, tripped over debris, my lungs burning. The shuffling footsteps were behind me, sometimes closer, sometimes seeming to fade, only to reappear in front of me, forcing me to change direction. It was like the asylum itself was playing with me, guiding me deeper into its dark embrace. I found myself back near the service door we had entered through. It was still ajar, a sliver of moonlight visible through the gap. Hope surged through me, a desperate, frantic hope. I sprinted towards it, pushing through a tangle of overgrown vines. I could hear Willow's voice, closer now, a chilling whisper. "Do not leave us. Alex, we miss you." I burst through the door, out into the cool night air. I did not stop. I ran through the overgrown weeds, through the break in the fence, not looking back, not daring to. The sound of the asylum, the whispers, the shuffling, faded behind me. I did not stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert it into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound in the terrifying silence. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away, leaving the imposing, decaying silhouette of SD, Augustine's asylum, behind me. I drove for what felt like hours, not stopping until I was back in my own apartment. The lights on, every door and window locked. I sat on my couch, shaking, the smell of mildew and decay still clinging to my clothes. The images of Willow's dead eyes and the creature's red gaze burned into my mind. I checked my phone. Tinder. I scrolled to my matches. Willow's profile was gone. Completely. Like she had never existed. But I knew she had. And I knew what I had seen. I have not been back on Tinder since. I have not been able to sleep soundly. Every creak of my apartment building, every shadow, makes my heart leap into my throat. I keep the lights on at night. I constantly check my windows. Sometimes late at night, when the world outside is quiet, I swear I can hear it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, carried on the wind. My name, Alex. And sometimes, when I look into a dark reflection, I think I see a pair of dull, lifeless eyes staring back at me, a wide, unnatural smile stretching across a pale face. I escaped SD, Augustine's asylum, but I do not think I ever truly left it. I think a part of it, a part of them, came home with me. And I know deep down that they are still waiting for me to come back, to finally join them, forever. My name is Chloe, and if you're listening to this, you probably know me, or at least you know of me. I am not some internet celebrity or anything, just a person who had a pretty normal life until a few months ago. I worked a decent job, had a couple close friends, and like millions of others, I was on Tinder. It felt like the modern way to meet people. You know, less awkward than a bar, more curated than just bumping into someone. Mostly, it was a string of forgettable coffee dates and polite goodbyes. Until Mark. Mark's profile was pretty standard. A few decent selfies, one with a dog, always a good sign, right? Another hiking. He was handsome, in a rugged, outdoorsy kind of way, with kind eyes and smile that crinkled at the corners. His bio was witty, talking about his love for indie films and trying new recipes. We matched, and our initial conversations were easy, flowing. He seemed genuinely interested, asking about my day, my hobbies, my dreams. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure bands to our least favorite childhood vegetables. It felt different, like we actually clicked. After a week of non-stop texting, he asked me out. Dinner, a quiet Italian place downtown. I was surprisingly excited. I spent way too long picking out an outfit, doing my hair, the whole 9 yards. When I walked into the restaurant, he was already there, standing up as soon as he saw me, that crinkly smile on his face. He looked even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a confident but not arrogant air about him. The date was fantastic. We talked for hours. The waiter had to practically kick us out. Mark was attentive, funny, and intelligent. He listened when I spoke, really listened, and remembered little details I would mention earlier. He had this way of looking at me, like he was genuinely fascinated by everything I had to say. It was intense a little, but in a good way. Like he saw something in me that others had not bothered to look for. He walked me to my car, and before I could even process it, he leaned in and gave me a soft kiss. It was not aggressive or demanding, just sweet. I would really love to see you again. Chloe, he said, his voice a low rumble. Maybe I could cook for you at my place sometime. I make a mean lasagna. I hesitated for a split second. Going to someone's house on a second date. It felt a little fast, a little risky. But then I looked at his kind eyes, remembered the easy laughter, the genuine connection we would shared. My gut, which usually screamed danger at the slightest hint of weirdness, was strangely silent. It felt safe. And honestly, I was tired of playing games. I wanted a real connection. I would like that. Mark, I said, smiling. A lot. We set a date for the following Saturday. The week leading up to it was a whirlwind of anticipation. More texts, more phone calls. He seemed even more charming, more perfect. He asked about my favorite ingredients, what kind of wine I liked, even my favorite dessert. It felt like he was tailoring the whole experience just for me. My friends thought I was moving a little fast, but I brushed them off. You just do not understand. I told them. He is different. Saturday arrived, and I was a nervous wreck, but in a good way. I picked out a cute but casual dress, did my makeup, and tried to calm my racing heart. His house was about a 20-minute drive from my apartment, in a quieter, older part of town, nestled among some mature trees. It was a charming, 2-story craftsman, a little worn around the edges, but clearly well-loved. As I pulled into the driveway, he was already on the porch, waving, that familiar, crinkly smile on his face. "Chloe, you made it," he exclaimed, coming down the steps to open my car door. "Come on in, make yourself at home." The lasagna's almost ready. The inside of the house was cozy, filled with books and art. It felt lived-in warm. There was a faint scent of garlic and tomato sauce wafting from the kitchen. He led me through a small entryway into a spacious living room. "Wow, your place is great." "Mark," I said, genuinely impressed. "Thanks," he chuckled. "It is a work in progress. I am always finding new projects. Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you a drink? I have a pretty decent selection of wines, or I could whip up a cocktail. A glass of white wine would be perfect." "Thank you," I replied, taking a seat on a plush armchair. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I took a moment to look around. The walls were adorned with various pieces of art landscapes, abstract paintings, and a few framed photographs. My eyes drifted over them, appreciating the aesthetic. Then, my gaze landed on one particular photo on a small side table next to the fireplace. It was a candid shot. Me, laughing, holding a coffee cup, walking my dog. Buster through the park. I remembered that day. It was last spring, a particularly sunny afternoon. My hair was tied up in a messy bun, and I was wearing my favorite faded denim jacket. It was a good photo, actually, capturing a genuine moment of joy. A small frown creased my brow. That is odd. I murmured to myself. I did not remember ever posting that photo online. My friends certainly had not taken it. It looked professional, almost. A moment of unease fluttered in my chest, but I quickly dismissed it. Maybe it was a coincidence. A stock photo model who just happened to look exactly like me. No, that was ridiculous. It was me. Perhaps he would found it on some obscure corner of the internet, a shared album from a public event or something. I did not want to seem paranoid. Mark returned with 2 glasses of wine, handing one to me with a flourish. Here you go. Sauvignon Blanc, perfectly chilled. Thanks, I said, taking a sip, trying to act casual. Hey, that photo on the table, the one with the dog. That is me, is not it? He followed my gaze, and a slow smile spread across his face. Ah, yes, I found that one. Thought it captured your spirit perfectly. His tone was light, almost playful, but something in his eyes, a flicker of something I could not quite place, made me feel a little cold. Where did you find it? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. Oh, online, he said vaguely, waving a hand. The internet's a vast place. You would be surprised what you can stumble upon. He quickly changed the subject, launching into a story about a recent hiking trip. I forced myself to laugh at his anecdote, but the unease was growing. Online was a pretty broad answer. And why would he have a random photo of me, a stranger until a week ago, prominently displayed in his living room? It felt presumptuous, a little creepy, if I was being honest with myself. He led me to the dining room, where the table was beautifully set. Candles flickered, casting a warm glow on the perfectly arranged plates and cutlery. The lasagna, when he brought it out, smelled incredible. We ate, and for a while, I managed to push the strange photo to the back of my mind. The food was delicious. The conversation flowed easily again, and I started to relax, telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just an admirer who'd see me somewhere and then recognize me on Tinder. It was a stretch, but my brain was desperate for a rational explanation. After dinner, he offered me a tour of the house. I am really proud of some of the renovations I have done, he said, especially the study. It is where I do most of my research and writing. We walked through the house, him pointing out architectural details, talking about the history of the place. He seemed genuinely passionate about it, and I found myself admiring his dedication. We passed a hallway leading to what I assumed were bedrooms, and then he opened a door to a room at the back of the house. And this, he announced, gesturing grandly, is my sanctuary. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn, giving an almost cave-like feel. My eyes adjusted, and I took in the sight. It was indeed a study, filled with bookshelves crammed with books, a large wooden desk piled with papers, and a comfortable-looking leather armchair. But it was not the books or the desk that caught my attention. It was the walls. They were covered, not with art, not with landscapes or abstracts. They were covered with photographs. Hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe. And they were all of me. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, overwhelming silence in the room. This was not just a photo. This was an entire gallery. A shrine. My eyes darted across the walls, a sickening wave of recognition washing over me. There I was, leaving my apartment building. Coffee in hand, hair still damp from a shower. There I was, struggling with a stubborn grocery cart in the supermarket parking lot. There I was, laughing with my friend Sarah at our favorite bar, a candid shot taken from across the street. There I was, walking Buster in the rain, head down, hood up. There I was, browsing books in a bookstore, completely engrossed. Every single one of them was a photo I had no knowledge of, taken without my consent, without my awareness. They were not from social media. These were intimate, everyday moments, snapshots of my life, captured by a hidden lens. My life, my private moments, displayed like exhibits in some twisted museum. A cold, icy dread seeped into my bones, paralyzing me. My mouth went dry and a metallic taste filled it. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My skin prickled with goosebumps, despite the warmth of the house. This was not admiration. This was not a coincidence. This was an invasion. This was a stalker. You took these. I whispered, my voice barely audible, a thin, reedy sound that did not sound like my own. Mark's smile, which had been so charming just a moment ago, now seemed stretched unnatural. His eyes, those kind, crinkly eyes, now held a disturbing intensity. Of course, he said, his voice soft, almost tender, as if he were explaining something obvious to a child. I have been watching you, Chloe, for a long time now. My vision blurred, the hundreds of images of my unsuspecting face swirling into a grotesque mosaic of stolen moments. I wanted to scream, to run, to lash out, but my body would not obey. I was trapped, frozen in a nightmare. You are a stalker. I managed to choke out, the words tasting like ash. He frowned, a slight crease appearing between his brows, as if my words had offended him. Stalker. No, Chloe. That is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of myself as an admirer, a protector, someone who truly sees you. He gestured around the room, his hand sweeping across the walls. Look at all this. Every single moment, every nuance. I know you better than anyone. Better than your friends. Better than your family. Better even than you know yourself. My gaze fell on a particularly disturbing series of photos. Me, sleeping in my bed, bathed in the soft morning light filtering through my window. My window on the third floor. He must have used a zoom lens, or no, he must have been inside my apartment. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. You were in my apartment. The words were a desperate plea, a desperate hope that I was wrong, that this was all some sick joke. His smile widened a slow, predatory grin, only a few times, just to make sure you were safe, to get a closer look at your beautiful home, and to gather a few keepsakes. He walked over to a glass display case in the corner of the room, unlocking it with a small key he pulled from his pocket. Inside, carefully arranged on velvet cushions, were objects I recognized with sickening lurch. A discarded coffee sleeve from my favorite cafe, with my name misspelled on it. A ticket stub from a movie I would seen alone months ago. A dried leaf from a plant I had in my living room, one that had fallen off and I would never bother to pick up. And then, the most horrifying of all, a single strand of my hair, neatly coiled and taped to a small card dated. See, he said, his voice full of a sickening pride. I cherish these things. They are a part of you, a part of us. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating. My mind raced, trying to find an escape route, a way out of this waking nightmare. My phone. Where was my phone? It was in my purse, which I had left in the living room. Keys. Car keys. They were in there too. I had to get to them. Mark, I said, forcing a calm I did not feel into my voice. This is a lot. It is overwhelming. I need a moment. Maybe I should go home. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Go home. But you are home. Chloe, you just do not realize it yet. This is where you belong. With me. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into a bookshelf. A stack of books tumbled to the floor with a loud thud, startling us both. The noise, however small, broke the spell of my paralysis. No, I said, finding my voice, a tremor running through it. No, this is insane. I am leaving. I turned, intended to bolt for the door, but he was faster. He moved with terrifying speed, blocking my path. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Not yet, Chloe," he said, his voice losing all traces of its earlier tenderness, replaced by a cold, hard edge. "We have not even had dessert. And there is so much more I want to show you." Panic surged through me, raw and animalistic. I yanked my arm, but his grip tightened, digging into my flesh. "Let go of me," I screamed, my voice cracking. His eyes narrowed. "Do not fight me. Chloe, you will only make it harder on yourself. We are meant to be together. It is destiny." I kicked out, aiming for his shin, but he anticipated it, shifting his weight. He was stronger than he looked, and clearly, he had been planning this for a long time. I twisted, trying to bite his hand, but he pulled back, his face darkening. "Such a spirited thing," he murmured, almost himself, a chilling admiration in his tone. "That is what I love about you." He shoved me backwards, and I stumbled, falling onto the leather armchair. Before I could recover, he was on me, his weight pressing me down. His hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. His other hand went to my wrists, pinning them above my head. I struggled, thrashing wildly, but he was too strong. "S.H. Ain't," he whispered, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and foul. "Calm down, my love. We have all the time in the world." My eyes darted around the room, desperate, searching for anything, any weapon, any means of escape. My gaze landed on a heavy, ornate brass letter opener on his desk. It was just out of reach. He saw the direction of my gaze and chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Thinking of fighting back. That is cute, but futile. He began to tie my wrist together with a thick rope he pulled from his pocket, his movements practiced and efficient. I whimpered, tears streaming down my face, hot trails against my cold skin. This was not happening. This could not be happening. Not to me. As he finished securing my wrist, he removed his hand from my mouth. "Better?" he asked, a twisted parody of concern. "Please." I sobbed, "Please let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear." He shook his head, a pitying look on his face. "Oh, Chloe, you misunderstand. This is not about letting you go. This is about finally bringing you home." He reached out, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw, then sliding into my hair, pulling gently. "You are so beautiful, even when you're scared. It just makes you even more vibrant." I closed my eyes, trying to block out his terrifying words, his sickening touch. But I could not block out the smell of him, or the overwhelming presence of hundreds of my own images staring down at me, silent witnesses to my terror. Then, an idea, a desperate last-ditch effort. I remembered a trick my brother had taught me once, a way to slip out of ropes if they were not tied perfectly. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I needed time. "Mark," I said, trying to sound calm, trying to appeal to whatever twisted logic he possessed. I understand now. I see. This is a lot to take in. But I think I can understand your feelings. Just can you give me a moment to process?" He paused, studying my face, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. But then, a self-satisfied smirk spread across his lips. "You are finally seeing the truth. Are not you? Our connection. I knew you would. You are special. Chloe, you always have been." He stood up, still keeping a watchful eye on me. "All right, I will give you a moment. I will just go check on that dessert. I made your favorite chocolate lava cake." He walked toward the door, and for a split second, I thought he was leaving the room. But he did not. He stopped at the threshold, turning to face me. "Do not try anything. Chloe, the doors are all locked. And the windows, well, let's just say they are quite secure." He winked, a gesture that was now utterly grotesque. Then he left, closing the door behind him, but I heard the distinct click of a lock. My heart plummeted. He had locked me in, but he had also given me a precious few minutes. I immediately began to work on the ropes. My wrists were already raw from struggling, but I ignored the pain. I twisted, pulled, pushed, trying to create even the slightest bit of slack. The rope was thick, rough, and tied tightly. My hands were shaking so violently it was hard to concentrate. I could hear his footsteps moving around in the kitchen, the clinking of dishes. He would not be gone long. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Sweat beaded on my forehead, stinging my eyes. My muscles screamed in protest. I felt a small give, a tiny bit of slack. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged through me. I redoubled my efforts, gritting my teeth, pushing against the rough fibers. Just as I felt the rope begin to loosen enough for me to slip one hand free, I heard the click of the lock again. My blood ran cold. He was coming back. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought it down. I had to get out. Now, I pulled with all my might, a desperate, agonizing tug. My right hand slipped free, leaving a raw, red mark on my wrist, but I did not care. Freedom. The door swung open, and Mark stepped back into the room, carrying a tray with 2 plates of dessert. His eyes, however, were not on the desserts. They were on my freed hand. His face contorted, his earlier charming facade dissolving completely. Pure rage, cold and terrified, replaced it. "You little liar," he snarled, dropping the tray with a crash. Ceramic shattered, chocolate splattered across the floor. "You tried to trick me." He lunged. I scrambled off the armchair, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The letter opener. It was my only chance. I darted toward the desk, my unbound hand reaching for the brass object. He was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the wooden floor. I grabbed the letter opener, its cold weight surprisingly comforting in my hand. I spun around, holding it out like a dagger, my remaining bound hand still useless. He stopped short, a look of surprise on his face. "Put that down." "Chloe," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Do not be foolish. Stay away from me." I screamed, tears and snot running down my face, but a fierce determination burning in my chest. I was not going to let him do this. I was not going to be another one of his sick photos. He took another step, slowly, deliberately. "You do not want to hurt me. Chloe, you do not have it in you. Try me." I yelled, my voice hoarse. He lunged again, faster this time, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. I swung the letter opener wildly, not aiming for anything specific, just trying to create distance. The sharp point caught him, a glancing blow on his arm. He cried out, a sound of surprise and pain, stumbling back. A thin line of blood welled up on his forearm. The momentary shock on his face gave me the opening I needed. I did not hesitate. I bolted for the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I fumbled with the lock, my freed hand shaking, but my bound hand was useless. It was a simple deadbolt, but my fingers were clumsy with terror. "You are not going anywhere," he roared, recovering from his injury, his voice filled with murderous intent. I heard him close behind me. I gave the deadbolt one last desperate twist, and it clicked open. I yanked the door open and burst out into the hallway, not looking back. I could hear him right on my heels, his heavy breathing a terrifying soundtrack to my flight. The living room, my purse, my keys. I had to get to them. I ran through the dining room, knocking over a chair in my haste. It clattered loudly, but I did not stop. The living room was just ahead. My purse was on the armchair where I would left it. "Chloe." His voice echoed behind me, filled with a chilling blend of anger and desperation. I reached the armchair, my free hand fumbling for my purse. I ripped it open, my fingers scrambling for my keys. They were there, thankfully. I clutched them, the cold metal digging into my palm. The front door. I remembered seeing a deadbolt and a chain lock. I had to get them both open. I heard him enter the living room. You can't escape me. Chloe, I know every inch of this house. I did not listen. I ran to the front door, jamming the key into the deadbolt lock. My hand was shaking so violently I almost dropped the keys. It took precious seconds, agonizing seconds, for the lock to turn. Stop right there, he yelled. Closer now. I heard the thud of his feet behind me. He was almost on me. I ripped the key out, my free hand fumbling for the chain lock. My bound hand was useless, hampering my movements. I cursed my clumsiness, my terror, just as my free hand reached the chain. I felt a heavy hand clamp onto my shoulder, spinning me around. I cried out as he shoved me against the door, the impact rattling my teeth. My head hit the wood with a dull thud, sending stars dancing before my eyes. You really think you can just leave? He snarled, his face inches from mine, his eyes wild and bloodshot. After everything we have shared, after all I have done for you. He raised his hand, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to strike me. But then he paused, his gaze dropping to my still-bound left wrist. A twisted smile, cold and cruel, spread across his face. You're still tied up, my love, he whispered, a chilling triumph in his voice. You won't get far. He was right. My left hand was still useless, pinned against the door. He began to drag me away from the door, toward the interior of the house. I kicked and screamed, thrashing like a wild animal. I bit his hand hard, tasting blood. He roared in pain, momentarily loosening his grip. It was all I needed, with a surge of adrenaline. I pulled away, ripping my shoulder from his grasp. I spun around, ignoring the pain, and slammed my body against the front door, reaching for the chain lock with my free hand. My fingers were clumsy, but I managed to unhook it. The door swung open a crack, revealing the blessed darkness of the night. I did not hesitate. I burst through the opening, stumbling down the porch steps. My bare feet hit the cold, rough concrete of the driveway. I could hear Mark's enraged shouts behind me, the sound of him scrambling to follow. I ran. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, the cold night air burning my lungs. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the house, away from him, away from the hundreds of photos of my stolen life. My car, it was still in the driveway. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking violently. I could hear his footsteps gaining on me. He was close. So close. I jammed the key into the driver's side door, my fingers numb with cold and terror. The lock clicked open. I ripped the door open and threw myself inside, fumbling for the ignition. He was at the car door, his hand grabbing the edge, trying to pull it open. His face, contorted in a mass of pure fury, was inches from mine. Get out of the car. Chloe, he shrieked, his voice raw. I ignored him. I shoved the key into the ignition, twisted it. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed my foot on the gas, not even bothering to put in reverse. The car lurched forward, tires squealing, scraping against the garage door as I tore out of the driveway. I glanced in the rearview mirror, my heart still hammering. He was standing in the middle of the driveway, bathed in the glow of my taillights, his figure silhouetted against the dark house. He was just standing there, watching me go, a silent, terrifying promise in his stillness. I drove and drove until I was miles away, until my hands ached from gripping the steering wheel, until my throat was raw from screaming, until the tears blurred my vision. I pulled over on the side of a deserted road, my body shaking uncontrollably, and called 911. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights a welcome beacon in the darkness. I told them everything, my voice hoarse, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and disbelief. They took me to the station, where I gave a full statement, recounting every terrifying detail. They went to Mark's house. They found the photos. They found the display case with my keepsakes. They found the ropes. They found the shattered ceramic and the chocolate on the dining room floor. The evidence was overwhelming. But Mark was gone. He had vanished. The police searched the house, the surrounding area, but he was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had simply melted into the shadows, leaving behind only the chilling testament to his obsession. They told me they would put out an APB, that they would be watching. They told me I was safe, that he would not dare come near me now that the police were involved. They offered me protection, a safe house. I took it, numbly. It has been months since that night. Mark is still out there. They have not found him. I live in a different city now. Changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I look over my shoulder constantly. Every shadow is a potential threat. Every stranger a potential mark. I see his face in my nightmares, that crinkly smile turning predatory, his eyes filled with that chilling intensity. I see the walls of that study, covered in my unsuspecting face, a silent scream frozen in time. I feel his hand on my arm, his breath on my neck. They say time heals all wounds, but some wounds never truly close. They just fester, leaving a permanent scar. That night, I did not just escape a house. I escaped a nightmare, but the nightmare followed me. It lives inside my head, a constant reminder that the world is not as safe as we pretend it is, that there are eyes watching us, even when we do not know it, that the charming stranger on the internet could be the monster who has been watching you for years, just waiting for the perfect moment to invite you home. So, if you're out there swiping through profiles, looking for connection, just remember my story. Be careful who you let into your life. Be careful who you trust. Because sometimes the person you think you are getting to know already knows everything about you. And sometimes what they know is far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. You know, I thought I would hit rock bottom after Chloe, after Ethan, after that whole nightmare started. I thought the month I spent holed up in my apartment, every shadow a potential watcher, every creak of the floorboard a threat, was the absolute pit of despair. Then Alex happened. That moment, seeing my full name, not just an initial, not a nickname, but the name on my birth certificate tattooed on his forearm, after we would only just match on a dating app, after I would have been so careful to scrub my online presence, it was not just a shock. It was a confirmation. A cold, hard, horrifying confirmation that I was right. That I was not crazy. That I was being watched. That this was not random. Ethan, Chloe, Alex, they were all connected. All part of some twisted, orchestrated game, and I was a reluctant, terrified pawn. I ended that call so fast, my finger probably left an imprint on my screen. Blocked him, deleted the app, then deleted all my social media, even the ones I barely used. I even considered throwing my phone into the nearest river, but the thought of being completely disconnected, of having no way to call for help, even if I did not know who to call, stopped me. The nightmares came back, of course. Vivid, suffocating terrors where I was running through endless corridors, hearing Chloe's chilling whispers about subject number 5, seeing Ethan's vacant stare, feeling the cold press of Alex's hand, the one with my name etched into his skin, reaching for me. I would wake up in a cold sweat, heart hammering, convinced someone was in the room, that the faint light filtering through my blinds was the beam of a flashlight. For another 2 weeks, I barely left my apartment. Groceries were ordered online, delivered to my door. I paid bills online. My job, thankfully, was remote, so I could still work, though my productivity plummeted. Every interaction felt like a risk. The delivery guy, the customer service representative on the phone, even the fleeting glance of a neighbor through my peephole, everyone felt like a potential them. The silence in my apartment, once a comfort, became a torment. It amplified the sound of my own breathing, the frantic beat of my heart, the paranoid thoughts swirling in my head. I was trapped, utterly alone, and the crushing weight of that loneliness started to feel even heavier than the fear itself. It is a strange thing, the human need for connection. Even after everything, after being targeted, after having my identity compromised in the most terrifying way imaginable, I still craved it. I craved a normal conversation, a shared laugh, the simple presence of another human being who was not part of this nightmare. It was a desperate, stupid gamble. I knew, but the alternative of a lifetime of terrified isolation felt like a slow, agonizing death. So, I did it again. I downloaded a different dating app. This time, I was meticulous. I used a fake name, just an initial and a randomly generated last name. My profile picture was taken from a strange angle, partially obscured, and definitely not recent. I used a burner email, a VPN, everything I could think of to make myself invisible. I was a ghost, a phantom, just dipping my toes into the digital pond, praying I would not make a ripple big enough to catch their attention. And then I matched with Sarah. She seemed normal. Her profile was bright. Her pictures showed her hiking, laughing with friends, holding a very cute dog. Her bio was witty, talking about her love for indie movies and trying new coffee shops. No red flags. Nothing. She was a breath of fresh air, a glimpse of the normalcy I so desperately craved. We chatted for a few days, and I was on high alert the entire time. I asked subtle questions, fishing for anything that fell off. She never used my real name, could not have, since she did not know it. Her responses were always prompt, friendly, and utterly unremarkable. She seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, or rather, the fake persona I would created. Eventually, she suggested we meet for coffee. My stomach clenched. Every fiber of my being screamed no. But the other part, the lonely, yearning part, was already saying yes. I agreed, but chose a very public, bustling coffee shop, right in the middle of downtown, during peak hours. If anything happened, there would be witnesses. It was a stupid rationalization. I know, but it was all I had. The first date was fine. More than fine, actually. Sarah was even prettier in person, with a warm smile and eyes that crinkled at the corners when she laughed. She was easy to talk to, animated, and had a genuine curiosity about the world. I found myself relaxing, just a little, letting my guard down in ways I had not since before Ethan. We talked about everything from our favorite books to our worst, travel experiences. She told me about her job as a graphic designer, her love for baking, her dream of someday owning a small cabin in the mountains. It was all so normal. So refreshingly, wonderfully normal. I kept waiting for the shoe to drop, for her to slip up to say something that would send a shiver down my spine. But it never happened. We spent 2 hours talking, laughing, sipping mediocre coffee, and for the first time in months, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could outrun them. Maybe I could start over. We went on a second date, dinner this time. Again, in a busy restaurant. Again, perfectly normal. She even picked up the check, insisting it was her turn. I was almost giddy with the sheer mundaneness of it all. This was what I would miss. This was what I needed. On our third date, she suggested something different. "Hey," she said, her eyes sparkling. "I know this amazing little spot, kind of hidden gem, out past the city limits. It is a little drive, but the view is incredible, especially at sunset. We could grab some takeout, drive out there, and just watch the sun go down. What do you think?" My alarm bells, which had been mostly dormant for the past week, immediately started to chime. Hidden gem, out past the city limits, a little drive, all the phrases that could lead to isolation, to vulnerability. My mind immediately conjured images of dark, deserted roads, of being alone with someone I barely knew. But then I looked at her, her face alight with genuine enthusiasm, her smile so open and inviting. And I remembered the crushing loneliness, the desperate need for normalcy, the careful steps I would take and protect myself. I was using a fake name. Remember, my phone was scrubbed. There was nothing for her to find. Surely, this was just a normal date idea. People did this all the time. I could not let my paranoia control every aspect of my life forever. I had to try. Sounds great. Sarah, I said, a little too quickly. I am in. She grinned. Awesome. I will pick us up around 5. That way we can catch the best of the sunset. And that was it. The decision was made. I tried to tell myself it was a good one. The next evening, Sarah pulled up to my apartment in a sleek, dark SUV I had not seen before. Borrowed my sister's, she explained, noticing my glance. Mine's in the shop. This one's a bit more comfortable for a longer drive. A longer drive. The phrase hung in the air for a second, then dissipated as she smiled, and I got in. She had already picked up to take out my favorite Thai food, which I would mention casually in conversation. Another point for Sarah. Another reason to push down the nagging doubt. We chatted easily as she navigated through the city. Streets. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows, painting the buildings in warm hues. Everything felt idyllic, normal. I found myself actually enjoying the moment, the easy conversation, the anticipation of a beautiful sunset. It was a feeling I had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. We passed the familiar landmarks, then the city limits sign, then the sprawling suburbs. The houses grew larger, with bigger yards, then started to thin out, replaced by stretches of undeveloped land, occasional farms, and dense patches of woods. Almost there, Sarah said, her voice cheerful, as she turned off the main highway onto a smaller, 2-lane road. It was paved, but clearly older, with cracked asphalt and overgrown shoulders. Trees formed a tunnel overhead, making the light dim even though the sun was still high. My internal alarm bells, which had been silenced by the pleasant drive, started to faintly hum again. Never been down this way. I commented, trying to sound casual. It is a bit of a hidden route, she replied, her eyes focused on the road. Most people do not know about it. My aunt used to live out here, so I know all the shortcuts. That made sense. A shortcut. A hidden route. Nothing inherently sinister about that. I tried to relax. The road continued, winding deeper into what felt like uncharted territory. The houses, which had been sparse, now disappeared entirely. It was just trees, dense forest on both sides, and the narrow ribbon of asphalt. The air grew cooler, and an unnatural quiet descended, broken only by the hum of the SUV's engine and the occasional crunch of tires over stray gravel. So, what is this amazing view like? I asked, trying to fill the silence, my voice sounding a little too loud in the confined space. Sarah smiled, a little vaguely. Oh, it is something else. You will see. Something about her tone, or maybe just a growing isolation, sent a prickle of unease down my spine. I glanced at my phone. No signal bars. My heart gave a little lurch. No, that is normal out in the country sometimes. I tried to rationalize it. Hey, where exactly are we? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. I do not recognize any of this. Just a little further, she said, still smiling, but her eyes were fixed straight ahead, almost unblinking. Almost there. I pulled out my phone again, tapping the map app icon. I needed to see where we were, to orient myself. The GPS icon flashed, trying to acquire a signal. It struggled, then finally pinpointed a location. But it was just a blue in a vast expanse of green. No roads. No names. My breath hitched. Sarah. I said, my voice now definitely not light. My GPS is not showing this road. She chuckled softly. Oh, that is not surprising. It is a very old road. Does not always show up on modern maps. It is more of a local secret. A local secret. That was a new one. I zoomed in on the map, then zoomed out. I tried GutGoo Maps, then APBO Maps, then Waze. Nothing. On every single map, we were driving through solid forest, an unmarked, unpaved wilderness. The blue to my location was moving, but it was moving across a blank canvas where a road should have been. My heart started to pound, a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My palms grew sweaty. This was not just not showing up. This road literally did not exist. Sarah, I said, my voice a little strained now. This is really weird. I mean, it is a paved road. It should be on the map. She finally glanced at me, her smile still in place, but it felt different. Tighter. Her eyes, usually so warm, seemed a little too wide, a little too still. Maps are not always accurate. Honey, especially out here. Do not worry. I know exactly where we are going. Honey. She would never call me honey before. It felt out of place, almost condescending. And the way she said, I know exactly where we are going, it was not reassuring. It was chilling. The road ahead seemed to stretch into an endless, dark tunnel of trees. The light was fading fast now, swallowed by the dense canopy. I started to notice things. The trees themselves seemed older, gnarled, twisted, unlike anything I would seen in the surrounding areas. And the silence, it was absolute. No bird song, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of traffic. Just the quiet thrum of the SUV. Can we just turn around? I asked, trying to keep the rising panic out of my voice. I am feeling a little uncomfortable. This is a bit too remote for me. Sarah laughed, a low melodic sound that grated on my nerves. Oh, come on. We are almost there. You would not want to miss the sunset, would you? I told you it is incredible. No, really. I insisted, my voice firmer now. I am serious. I need to turn back. My phone has no signal. This road is not on any map. This is not okay. She did not respond immediately. The smile finally faltered, replaced by a neutral expression. Her eyes, still fixed on the road, seemed to bore into the distant darkness. We can't turn back, she said, her voice flat. What do you mean we can't turn back? I demanded, my panic finally breaking through. Just pull over. I can get out. I can walk. No, you can't, she said, her voice still flat, almost devoid of emotion. It is too far. And it is not safe out here for you, alone. Not safe. What are you talking about? I was practically shouting now. My gaze darted around the interior of the car, then out the window. The trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes. You will see, she repeated that phrase again. But this time it was not vague. It was a promise. A terrifying, horrifying promise. I tried to unlock my door. It was locked. I fumbled with the handle, pulling it, pushing the lock button. Nothing. It would not open. Sarah unlocked the door. I yelled, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. What the hell is going on? She did not even acknowledge me. She just kept driving, her hands gripping the steering wheel, her knuckles white. Her face was a mask, utterly devoid of the warmth and charm I would seen just an hour ago. The road took a sharp, unexpected turn, and then another. We were going deeper, always deeper. I pressed my face against the window, trying to see anything, any landmark, any sign of civilization. But there was nothing, just the endless, dark forest. Then, through the gloom, I saw something, a flicker of light deep in the woods, and then another, and another, like distant campfires or lanterns. My blood ran cold. What are those lights? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah did not answer. Her head tilted slightly, as if listening to something I could not hear. The SUV started to slow down, the engine sputtering faintly. We rounded another bend, and the trees finally thinned out, revealing a clearing. And in that clearing, I saw it. It was not a scenic overlook. It was not a hidden gem. It was a collection of dilapidated, ramshackle structures, half hidden by overgrown weeds and vines. An old, rusted out bus sat on its side, its window shattered. A few flickering lanterns hung from makeshift poles, casting an eerie, yellowish glow on the scene. And in the center of the clearing, around a smoldering fire pit, were figures. Silhouetted against the dim light, they stood motionless, watching, waiting. My stomach dropped. This was not a hidden gem. This was a compound. A cult. Their compound. The SUV rolled to a stop directly in front of the fire pit. The engine died with a final, shuddering gasp, plunging us into an unnerving silence. The figures around the fire had not moved. They were just staring. Sarah finally turned to me, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight. Her eyes were no longer just wide, they seemed vacant, hollow. Her smile was back, but it was a chilling, unnatural rictus. "We are here," she said, her voice a low, guttural whisper that was utterly unlike the cheerful tone I would heard all evening. "Welcome, subject number 5. My blood ran cold, colder than any fear I would felt before. Subject number 5. Chloe's whispers. The real missing persons cases. It all clicked into place with a sickening thud. I was not just a random target. I was a specific one. I was him. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs frozen. I fumbled frantically with the door handle again, my fingers clumsy with terror. Still locked, Sarah reached out, her hand slowly rising, her fingers brushing against my forearm. Her touch was icy cold, and I flinched, pulling back as much as a confined space would allow. "Do not worry," she whispered, her gaze piercing. "You are safe now. You are home." And then, just like Alex, her sleeve lifted slightly. Not a tattoo of my name, but something else. Something far more ancient and disturbing. A swirling black symbol, intricately etched into her skin, pulsing faintly in the firelight. It was a symbol I would seen before, in the darkest corners of the internet, in articles about obscure cults and missing persons cases that had sent shivers down my spine. A symbol I would dismiss as mere urban legend. But it was real, and it was on her. "They're all waiting for you," she said, her voice a low hum, almost a chant. "Ethan, Chloe, Alex, they are all so excited to finally meet you." My eyes darted to figures around the fire. One of them stepped forward, slowly, deliberately. The firelight caught his face. It was Ethan. His eyes, just as vacant as they were in my nightmares, were fixed on me, and as he stepped closer, the shadows shifted, revealing another figure beside him. Chloe, her head tilted, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. And then another stepping out from behind Chloe, a man with a familiar, unsettling smirk. "Alex," and as he raised his hand in a slow, deliberate wave, I saw it, my full name, tattooed in black on his forearm, gleaming faintly in the firelight. "Welcome home," Alex echoed, his voice a low, chilling murmur that seemed to wrap around me, suffocating me. I was trapped, utterly, completely trapped. The world had not just been watching, it had been waiting. And now, I was here, subject number 5. And I had no idea what they planned to do with me. The nightmares had become my horrifying reality, and there was no way out. Not anymore. It has been months since that night at Liam's apartment, but the memory still clings to me like a shroud. The metallic tang in the air, the musky scent of something wild and caged, the subtle ripple, the distinct scratching and that stifled whimper. And then the hand, pale, clawed, reaching from beneath a sheet. It is all burned into my mind, a permanent, grotesque tattoo. The police, of course, found nothing. They looked at me with that pitying, slightly contemptuous gaze reserved for people who clearly had a breakdown. No signs of forced entry, madam. Apartment's empty. Looks like the tenant moved out recently. Just like that, my terror was dismissed, my sanity questioned. I deleted the dating apps the moment I got home. Shaking so hard, I almost dropped my phone. The idea of ever putting myself out there again, of trusting anyone, felt like a cruel joke. For weeks, I barely left my apartment. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like a footstep. I jumped at every unexpected noise, convinced that one of Liam's friends had somehow, impossibly, followed me. Or worse, that he had. I would wake up in a cold sweat, certain I could still hear that faint, persistent scratching just at the edge of my hearing. Sometimes, I would swear I smelled that awful, musky scent. My friends tried to help, but their reassurances fell hollow. How could they understand? They had not seen that hand. They had not felt the chilling intensity in Liam's eyes. Therapy became a regular fixture. My therapist, Dr. Evans, was patient, kind, and utterly convinced I was suffering from severe PTSD and a vivid hallucination brought on by stress. She encouraged me to slowly, cautiously, re-engage with life. Go for walks, rejoin my book club, maybe even consider a casual coffee with someone new, if I felt up to it. The thought of dating again made my stomach clench. But after months of isolation, of living in a self-made prison of fear, a tiny part of me yearned for something normal, something light. Maybe Dr. Evans was right. Maybe it had all been a delusion, a nightmare my mind had conjured to cope with a bad breakup and a creepy date. It felt like a betrayal of my own, memory to even consider it. But the alternative was living like a hermit forever. So, one dreary Tuesday evening, after a particularly draining session with Dr. Evans, I found myself staring at the dating apps again. My finger hovered over the uninstall button, but then a strange defiance rose in me. I would not let Liam, or whatever that thing was, win. I picked a different app, one I had not used before, hoping a fresh start might feel less tainted. I scrolled through profiles, my heart rate quickening with every photo. Most were harmless, some boring, a few outright unsettling. I was about to close the app when I saw his profile. Ethan. His bio was simple, looking for good conversation, and maybe a laugh or two. Avid hiker, terrible cook, decent human. His pictures showed a warm, genuine smile, a scattering of freckles, and kind eyes. He looked safe, normal, a complete antithesis to Liam. I hesitated for a long moment, then, with a deep breath, I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our initial messages were easy, lighthearted. He asked about my interests, told me about his hiking adventures, and even made a self-deprecating joke about burning toast. It felt refreshing. No strange intensity, no overly charming lines that felt rehearsed. Just genuine curiosity. We talked for a few days, and I found myself relaxing a little. The fear was still there, a dull ache beneath the surface, but Ethan's normalcy was a soothing balm. Eventually, he asked me out for coffee. I agreed, a nervous flutter in my chest that felt more like anticipation than dread. We met at a small, cozy coffee shop downtown. Ethan was just as he appeared in his photos, perhaps even more charming in person. He had a slight, easy laugh and a way of making me feel completely at ease. We talked about everything and nothing: our favorite books, embarrassing childhood stories, the terrible local sports team. For the first time in months, I felt genuinely happy, almost giddy. The dark cloud that had hung over me seemed to dissipate, if only for an hour. As we were finishing our coffees, the conversation drifted to more serious topics. He asked about my work, and then, hesitantly, about my dating life. I skirted around the Liam incident, just saying I would had a bad experience recently and was trying to move past it. He listened intently, his gaze sympathetic, not pitying. "I get it," he said, stirring the last dregs of his latte. Dating can be a minefield, especially these days. You never really know who you are talking to, do you? I nodded, a shiver running down my spine, despite the warmth of the coffee shop. No, you really do not. He chuckled, a soft, reassuring sound. Well, I am glad we found each other. You seem like a breath of fresh air. I smiled, feeling a blush creep up my neck. You too, Ethan. It was then, as he reached for his wallet to pay, that it happened. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze drifting past my shoulder, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. And then, so soft I almost missed it, a whisper. Sarah Jenkins. My smile faltered. I blinked, turning my head slightly to see if he was talking to someone behind me or if a TV was playing in the background. But there was no one, and the coffee shop was playing soft jazz. Sorry, I asked, turning back to him. He looked at me, his eyes clear and warm. Sorry about what? Did you say something? He frowned, a slight crease appearing between his brows. No, I did not think so. Just getting ready to pay. He pulled out his card. I shook my head, dismissing it. It must have been my imagination, or maybe someone at the next table. My mind was still on high alert. After all, my therapist had warned me about hypervigilance. I probably misheard something. I forced another smile. Right, my mistake. The rest of the date concluded pleasantly. He walked me to my car, we exchanged numbers, and he promised to text me. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could finally start to heal. Ethan texted that night, and we made plans for a second date dinner at a new Italian place. I was genuinely excited. The whispers were a distant, forgotten blip. The Italian restaurant was bustling, filled with the aroma of garlic and tomato. Ethan was charming, attentive, and effortlessly funny. We talked for hours, sharing stories, laughing easily. I found myself opening up to him in ways I had not with anyone since Liam. It felt safe. It felt good. Midway through our main course, as I was telling him about a ridiculous incident involving my cat and a runaway laser pointer, I noticed it again. His gaze drifted past my shoulder, unfocused, a faint, almost wistful expression on his face. And then the whisper. This time, it was clearer, a soft, breathy sound, almost like a sigh. Michael Chun. My fork clattered against my plate. I froze, my eyes wide. This time there was no doubt. It had come from him. His lips had not moved in a way that suggested speech, but the sound had emanated from his vicinity, from him. He turned back to me, his smile unwavering. Everything all right? Did you just say something? I asked, my voice a little shaky. He blinked, a slight puzzlement in his eyes. No. Was I interrupting your story? No. It is just I thought I heard you say a name. He chuckled softly. A name? Like Michael? I did not think so. Maybe the music's loud, or someone at the next table. He gestured vaguely to the crowded restaurant. What were you saying about your cat? I stared at him, my mind racing. The coffee shop. Now here. It could not be a coincidence. But how could he whisper a name without moving his lips? And why would he? The logical part of my brain screamed that I was being paranoid, that my trauma was manifesting in strange ways. But the primal fear, the one that remembered Liam and that clawed hand, was beginning to stir. I forced a laugh, trying to appear nonchalant. Oh, nothing. Just my imagination. I guess. The restaurant is pretty noisy. I tried to continue my story, but my heart was not in it. I kept glancing at him, searching for any tell, any sign that he was doing it deliberately. But he just ate his pasta, smiling, asking questions, seemingly oblivious. When I got home, the first thing I did was pull out my laptop. Sarah Jenkins. Michael Chun. I typed the names into a search engine, my fingers trembling slightly. The results flooded the screen, and a cold knot formed in the pit of my stomach. Sarah Jenkins, missing person. Last seen leaving her apartment complex 3 years ago. Her case had been widely publicized in the local news. Young woman, bright smile, last seen wearing a blue dress. Michael Chun, missing person. Disappeared from a hiking trail 2 years ago. Avid outdoorsman. His car was found at the trailhead, but he was never seen again. My blood ran cold. These were not just random names. These were local missing persons. And Ethan had whispered them, almost lovingly, as if he knew them, as if he knew of them. My mind reeled. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was he testing me? Or was he involved? The thought was absurd, terrifying. He seemed so kind, so normal. But then, so did Liam. At first, my paranoia, which I would fought so hard to suppress, surged back with a vengeance. I felt like I was suffocating. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and confusion. Ethan texted, cheerful and charming, asking about my week, suggesting another date. I found myself making excuses, putting him off. I needed time to process this, to figure out what was happening. I told myself it was still probably my imagination, that I was projecting my past trauma onto a perfectly innocent man. But the names, the specific names, haunted me. My therapist listened patiently as I recounted the incidents. She suggested it was a classic symptom of PTSD, auditory hallucinations triggered by stress. Your mind is trying to make sense of the past trauma, creating patterns where there are none. She explained gently, it is a defense mechanism, but it is causing you distress. I wanted to believe her desperately, but deep down, I knew this felt different. This felt real. I decided I needed to see him again, just one more time. I needed to confirm it one way or another. I could not live with the uncertainty. I agreed to meet him for a walk in the park, a public place, in broad daylight. I told myself it was for my peace of mind, but a part of me was already convinced I was walking into something I would not understand. The park was beautiful, bathed in the soft afternoon light. Children laughed on the playground, dogs chased balls, and couples strolled hand in hand. It was the epitome of normal, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a sense of calm. Ethan met me with his usual warm smile, holding a coffee for me. "Hey, stranger," he said, his eyes sparkling. "Glad you could make it. I was starting to think you were ghosting me." I forced a smile. "No, just a crazy week. Sorry." We walked, making small talk, enjoying the crisp autumn air. I kept an eye on him, a knot of tension in my stomach. I watched his eyes, his mouth, his every movement. I tried to subtly steer the conversation towards local news, crime, anything that might trigger a reaction. But he remained unfazed, talking about his work, his love for old movies, his plans for a hiking trip next month. We paused by a small pond, watching ducks glide across the water. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows. It was quiet here, away from the main path. And then he did it again. His gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, toward the water, a faint, sad smile on his lips. And the whisper, softer than ever, a mere breath of sound, yet utterly distinct in the fading light. Emily Peterson. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew that name. Emily Peterson. Another local missing person. A teenager who vanished from a bus stop on her way home from school 10 years ago. Her face had been plastered on every milk carton, every news report for months. "Ethan," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "What did you just say?" He turned to me, his smile fading slightly. "Did I say something? You just said a name. Emily Peterson." He frowned, a genuine look of confusion on his face. "I honestly did not. Are you feeling okay? You seem a little on edge. Do not lie to me I snapped, my composure cracking. You did it at the coffee shop, at the restaurant, and now here. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun, Emily Peterson. They are all missing people. Ethan, why are you whispering their names? What is going on? His expression slowly changed. The confusion melted away, replaced by something I could not quite decipher. It was not anger, not exactly. It was a deep, unsettling stillness. His eyes, which had seemed so kind, now held a strange, knowing depth. He reached out, his hand gently touching my arm. You hear them. Do not you, he said, his voice soft, almost sympathetic. I recoiled, pulling my arm away as if he would burn me. Hear what? What are you talking about? He sighed, a long, weary sound. The whispers, the names. Not everyone can hear them. Most people just dismiss them as background noise or their imagination. But you hear them. My mind was screaming. This was not a hallucination. He knew what I was hearing. How do you know about them? I stammered, my voice trembling. Are you doing this? He shook his head slowly. No, not exactly. They're always here. Around us. They linger. They try to communicate. Sometimes they get through certain people. He paused, his gaze fixed on mine. Like me, and now like you, a chill, colder than any autumn breeze, swept through me. What are you talking about? Who are they? He looked out at the pond again, his eyes distant. The ones who are lost. The ones who vanish without a trace. Their echoes, their memories, they attach themselves to places, to people. He turned back to me, his expression grave. I have been hearing them for years. Ever since I was a kid. It started with just a few, then more and more. It is like a constant hum, a chorus of forgotten voices. My jaw dropped. This was insane. Completely, utterly insane. But the way he said it, the quiet conviction in his voice, the way he looked at me, as if he understood something profound and terrible, it felt real. It felt like the truth that my gut had been screaming at me. So you are saying you hear the names of missing people? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. And now I do too. He nodded slowly. It seems that way. It is rare for someone else to pick it up, especially so quickly. But you are sensitive, perhaps because of your recent experience. He looked at me with an unsettling knowingness, as if he could see the lingering shadows of Liam's apartment in my eyes. My recent experience. I repeated, my mind flashing back to the empty apartment, the dismissed police report, the clawed hand. How could he know? Had he researched me? Was this all a setup? Yes, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. The incident, the one the police dismissed. I sense a lot of lingering energy around you from that. It seems to have opened something up. Terror surged through me, a cold, sickening wave. He knew about Liam. He knew about everything. This was not just a random encounter. This was something far more sinister. Who are you? Ethan. I demanded, my voice raw with fear. How do you know this? Are you one of them? He smiled then, a small, sad smile that did nothing to reassure me. No, not one of them. Just a listener. And now it seems you are too. It is a burden, is not it, to hear the forgotten. I took a step back, then another. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. This man, this seemingly kind, normal man, was telling me that he heard the voices of the dead, and that I was now hearing them too. And he knew about Liam. I have to go. I choked out, turning to flee. He did not try to stop me. He just watched me with those unsettling, knowing eyes. As I turned, I heard it again, not from him, but from the air around us, a chorus of faint, breathy whispers. David Miller Clarabelle Robert Jones. I did not look back. I ran. I ran through the park, past the laughing children, past the strolling couples, their normalcy a stark contrast to the horror that was closing in on me. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I drove away, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and disbelief. I tried to rationalize it. He was crazy, a delusional man who had somehow researched my past trauma and was now trying to manipulate me. That had to be it. But the names, the specificity, and the way he had known about Liam, about the police dismissal, no, that was not something you just find online without serious digging or without having been there. I called DR. Evans, my voice hoarse, hysterical. I told her everything. She listened, her voice calm and soothing, but I could hear the underlying concern. She wanted me to come in immediately, to consider medication, to focus on grounding exercises. She still believed it was a manifestation of my PTSD, but I knew it was not. Days turned into a week, then 2. I did not answer Ethan's texts or calls. I blocked his number. I tried to go back to my old routine, but it was impossible. The whispers started. Faint at first, just like with Ethan. A name here, a name there, barely audible, easily dismissed as a trick of the wind or a passing conversation. But they grew stronger. I would be making coffee in the morning, and I would hear Lisa Rodriguez from the corner of my kitchen. I would be reading a book, and a soft, mournful Thomas Lee would drift from a hallway. I would be driving, and a chorus of names would swirl around me, like invisible passengers. They were always the names of missing people, always local. I started cross-referencing them, obsessively, against online databases and old news articles. Every time I found a match, I became a recluse again, but this time, the isolation was not just about fear of what was outside. It was about what was inside my apartment, inside my own head. The whispers were constant now, a low, persistent hum beneath the surface of my consciousness. Sometimes they would swell, becoming distinct, almost urgent. They never said anything else, just the names. But the sheer volume, the sheer presence of them, was overwhelming. I started to see things, too. Fleeting glimpses out of the corner of my eye. A shadow moving where there should not be one. Opale. Indistinct face and reflection of a window. I would whip my head around, but there would be nothing. Just the whispers. I knew I was losing my mind. Or, worse, I was finally seeing what was truly there. What Ethan had told me. That these lost souls lingered, that they attached themselves. And now, they had attached themselves to me. I tried calling Ethan, a desperate, terrifying impulse. I needed to know more. I needed to know how to stop it. But his number was disconnected. His dating app, profile was gone. He had vanished, just like the people whose names he whispered. Just like Liam. The whispers are with me now, all the time. They are a part of me. Sometimes, I hear a new name, one I have not heard before, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that another person has gone missing, that they have joined the chorus. I do not sleep much anymore. When I do, I dream of dark apartments, covered cages, and clawed hands. But then, the whispers start in my dreams too, a cacophony of lost voices, all calling out their names, waiting to be remembered. And sometimes, in the quietest moments, when the whispers are just a faint murmur, I swear I can hear something else. A subtle ripple, a distinct scratching. And I wonder if one of Liam's collection did not just stay behind, but somehow followed. Or if, maybe, they were always connected. The lost, the collected, the forgotten. And now, I am just another one of their listeners, waiting for my own name to be whispered into the void. And I wonder whose name I will hear next, whose name I will whisper